What?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. And welcome back. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I just woke up. Listen, I literally just woke up. Is it 6:40 p.m. here? Yes. Yes, it is. I just woke up. I hope you're all having a wonderful day today. Hello, 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 and welcome to like a random Sunday stream. Why? Because, let's be honest, I was going to spend the next couple of hours just racing Honsus anyway. I might as well have a cozy Sunday stream to go along with it. Right? Right? So, welcome on in, everybody. That didn't work. Does that work? That works. Here we are. Hi! Hello, everyone! Hello, hello, hello. Zwei Freund, good afternoon. Wheeze! Congratulations on the first, and good afternoon. Hello, hello. Sleepy Puppy, how are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Possum, oh god, Possum's here. Everyone, quick! Hi! Hi, Possum, how you doing? Good morning. Craig, good morning. Hello, hello. Alex, good afternoon. Matu, good morning. Claire, hello, Claire. How are you all doing today? Strider, hello. Arian, good morning. Hope you both are doing well. Nana! Nana! Hi, Nana! Good morning from Nana Land. Good morning. You're living the dream? No. I wish I was. I was also up all night. That's the flip side there, Nana. Pan! Pan! Yo! Yo, that's my... Yo, is that my favorite Pan? Yo. He's there! He's here! Pan, how's it going? Hello. Dress Dice Horse? Right, exactly. Exactly. Absolutely precisely. Totally no pants? No? Oh, sorry. I was wrong. Okay. Fine. On then. Random, is it really random if it's like the third Sunday stream in the last 4 weeks? I feel the accusation there. I mean, you're right, but still. Listen! Sunday is just a really good day to play Human. Okay? It's just a really good day to play Human. Woke up at 7 since I had a Gundam TCG tournament in the morning. Ooh, how did it go, Strider? The Gundam TCG is interesting to me. I need to look into the rules. However, I know that I will never play the fucking thing. And not because I don't have a connection to the Gundam series, I don't. And not because the game might be bad, I don't know that. But because it's one of the most scalped fucking products on the surface of this planet. Holy shit, are the prices awful. Whoa. It is so bad. When she's out, will you do a mandated Marvelous Sunday run on Sunday streams? When's Sunday coming out? Because I don't think I'll pull for her. Like, I don't think so. Marvelous Sunday is nowhere in my pull plans, but who knows? Gundam miniature game was an interesting choice. The Gundam war game, was that something? Wait, I vaguely remember something like that. Someone posting like, hey, here's this like Gundam war game thingy, and I was like, ooh, cool. But then I heard nothing from it. I heard absolutely nothing from it. It just came out. Ooh. Has anyone like uploaded it to Tabletop Simulator yet? Like in July? Oh, damn. Okay. Never mind. I probably just didn't listen. That's why I didn't hear anything about it. She'll be out in around 2 years. Ah, that's why she's nowhere in my plans, because I don't look that far ahead, Whis. I don't think I super care about Marv. No. Like, she's another one of the tiny horses, but like, and don't get me wrong, I liked the tiny horses so far, but every energy I've seen from her so far is just kind of annoying. They got a mini game comes next year, but they only released some minis this set. I see. You can connect with the limited options it offers. Neffy! Good afternoon. Yeah, Neffy, you would know about this, right? You know about this. I don't know. Like, it's... I wish the I wish the TCG was more accessible. Speaking of TCGs, oh, we can talk about TCGs. Has anyone seen the beta for the Digimon TCG? Has anyone seen the beta for the Digimon TCG that they brought out? Digimon, what do they call it? Elysian or something? Holy shit, it's awful. Holy crap, it's bad. So the game is fine. Like, I've played the Digimon TCG. That's a perfectly fine game, right? Really, really cool. I like the mechanics a lot. It's got probably the best energy system I could ever think of. I like the cards. I like the design. I like Digimon. Hella good game. Hella good game. Their new, like, digital client... absolutely awful. It's bare bones to no ends. It looks bad. The entire UI is a nightmare. And as far as I've seen, it's mobile only. Like, I do not get it. All of these other, like, I don't want to say minor TCGs, because Digimon is one of the major franchises, right? But all of the other TCGs that aren't Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, do they not see the earnings reports for Master Duel, or is that, like, are we willfully ignorant? Another Digimon TCG? Oh, no, they're making an online client for the 2020 TCG currently. No. They just went into, like, end of last month, they had signups for a closed beta, which is, I think, still currently running, but you can't sign up for it anymore. I'm into Gundam TCG because I'm a huge Gundam freak. So Gundam as a franchise has never, like, touched me at all. Like, I have no idea about Gundam. I know that Gundams by far and large follow my least favorite robot design, as in 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. I don't know. But that's most Japanese mecha, right? So I know nothing about Gundam. Absolutely nothing. I know that they haven't produced a game yet that I find interesting, like, at all. Maybe one day they will. Maybe one day they will. Sounds like something Bandai would do. Yeah, no, that's absolutely right, Witchet. Hi, Witchet. Hope you're doing well. Good afternoon. You're a Bones Bear. No, I'm a duck, Possum. You can see that. Like, I'm duck, quack. They don't care. Yeah, Marinara, that's probably the answer. And hey, Marinara, I hope you're doing well. Should care? I mean, you could. You can also switch to a different class to maybe hit me better, Possum. While the warrior class is good, it might not be that good. Money must go into content, can't waste too much leftover time and money on a good PC client. Then again, we've seen MD monthly earnings, so I don't know about that. Honestly, don't fumble this. Like, this shit makes money. Making it could mean losing some control of their IP. My favorite gun... What? No, it wouldn't. How would that mean losing control of their IP when they make a product with that IP in mind? My favorite Gundam is season 1 of Code Geass in terms of design. Ah, more anime I have no idea about. Except Code Geass I know because a very close friend of mine has been talking my ear off about it for well over 10 years now. Like a true warrior. Top left of the screen, set class, ! Set class gets you the command for it. If you type that up, it'll show you what class you have available. And ! Set duck allows you to, like, change between different ducks as well. What non-humanoid mecha franchises are there? There aren't any, Zweifeland. There aren't really any. I just don't like humanoid mech designs in general. Like, mech or mecha, it doesn't matter. I don't like humanoid designs. I think they're boring as hell. And I haven't seen one that I care about yet. That includes shit like MechWarrior. But the next person to post an atlas at me gets, like, snoozed to death. Do you like Battletech? They have some designs I like. Big fan of catapults. Catapults are cool. But by far and large, they do the same thing, right? Fishy! Yeah, Fishy has a good one. Lancer mech design, mwah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. There is so much wonky bullshit in Lancer. Great. Great. God Geass is one of my faves and is Maria's too. That's the thing that I keep hearing, Anna. I've, to this day, not heard anything bad about Code Geass, except that every time someone, like, shows me a still of it, I go like, the art's a bit the sign of its times, right? Which, honestly, anime. But I know nothing else about it except that Kimi was always raving about it. That's really all I know. Eventually I might have to, like, knuckle down and, like, watch it, but who knows? Who knows? Although design of the nightmares? The Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Marinara? That's why I stick with wonderful can Omnimax like the Timberwolf. Listen, the Timberwolf is cool. Horus for life with Lancer? I mean, the Horus mechs look sick, right? Like, the Gorgon is one of the prettiest pieces of fuck you tech I've ever seen, obviously. That's true. I'm happy with my little, like, overheating engine problem at the moment, so. I still remember when we got MechWarrior 2 when we were still children. Oh god, back in the old day. Mid-2000s did not age well, yep. Mid-2000s Clamp did not age well. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Like, the importance in a story really is in its storytelling at the end of the day. But, you know, I always struggle not wanting to look at something and then having to look at it. What about Warhammer Knights, though? Are they huge enough they become great again? Something about Warhammer Knights kind of runs around that problem to some point, and I think it is because they are all this, like, weird hunched-over Battle Fortress style. They do work on, like, 2 arms, 2 legs, but they don't have, like, this upright torso with the head on top. Like, the... For example, if you look at the Reaver Titan, which is probably the closest to, like, normal mecha design, I don't like the Reaver Titan. I think the Reaver Titan's fucking boring. If we look, well, that's Titans. If we look at, like, your average Imp Knight or Chaos Knight, I think there is enough there that I like. K hates fun, K hates has poor taste, that's correct. And K has also committed other crimes. What poor taste do I have now? What did I not like that you like, Possum? I've also committed other crimes. This is likely true. This is likely true. I've been caught jaywalking once. I should go to prison. Most nights don't have necks. That helps, yeah. Warhammer combo is perfectly timed. Unfortunately, there won't be much Warhammer combo today. I need to play more Warhammer, honestly. I have not played in a good while because there simply isn't FF7 MechWarrior and I'm other things. I like MechWarrior, what do you mean? I just think half their mech design is uninspired. But that's true of every mech design I've ever seen. I think their like flagship mech is poorly picked because it's fucking boring. Like I said, Atlas is just not an interesting mech to me. But give me the fucking giant crab thing and I'm all over it. Also, LRM for days. Which else do you pick then? Fuck you, I don't know shit about the lore. Laws mean nothing to a duck. We just fly away, quack, quack. You can clearly tell who are the main characters in the duck scene. You too can change your duck. We just have a lot of non-customized people here. That's all it is. You too can change your duckling. Exclamation mark set duck allows you to change around. The main character was the main character. They use the Atlas for like so many things, right? You know that thing from District 9? I don't even know what District 9 is. You all think I'm way more media literate than I am. And chances are I have seen something like it. Chances are I have seen it and then I forgot about it because everything blends together these days. Ori, good afternoon, Ori. The fluffiest duckling has arrived. Hello, Ori. You get heals. That's what the healer is for, yeah. We have different class. Oh, I'm down. Never mind. You killed me. That's rude. We also have Marinara. You're the best duckling. Hello, hello. The Alien Slum movie. Okay, I did see that. I don't remember anything from it because it felt generic as shit. But I did see that, yes. It didn't leave an impression. Should it have left an impression? I don't know. You know that MechWarrior has Germans in space, like super merchant Germans. They've got all the best super heavy mechs. I mean, that's cool for them. How do I put this? This would probably be inspiring if I gave a shit about my German heritage. I don't. That's cool and all, but no, like when it comes to MechWarrior, I know very, very little about its universe. I know very little about its lore. People keep throwing stuff at me, but honestly, if it wasn't in the bloody Tactics Battletech game, then I don't know shit about it. Like, if I'm gonna be super honest with you. I like the game. That's it. Using a whole bunch of Atlas mechs as a Scout Lance. Yeah, but you could have picked something stylish. Instead, you had to pick the boring-looking one. I don't know, like, as far as like mascot characters are concerned, Battletech has like the same problem that Pokemon does. You pick the most boring one as your like flagship. Why? Just why? All right, ducklings. So, plan for today. Uma. We race some horses. Carrot's fun. No, I just think fun should be regulated. You will have the fun when I tell you to have the fun. Other than that, there will be no horsing around. That was a long series of sneezes. Oh god. Fun shall be regulated? No, that's just me, Possum. That is just me. You know what I say to that order? Nay! And he claims he's disconnected from his terminal. I'm not saying I'm disconnected, I'm saying I don't care for it. No, I don't care about it. I do care for it. I don't know, Richard. I see it as like the front and center mech in a ton of promotional material. But when it comes to the Timberwolf, I think the Timberwolf is cool. That's one mech that I do like the look of. But that might have to do with the fact that it's very close to an Imperial Titan. And you know. You know. Oh, do we have to be official today? Fine. Here we go. Fun should be regular because you're German, but because you're a lawyer. That's actually a good question. That's actually a very good question, Possum. That is a very good question. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything without my lawyer present. There we go. Hey, Magnus. Hello. Maybe I'm too old or not old enough. That's a problem that I run into a lot with chat. Maybe I'm too old. Maybe I'm not old enough yet. I always feel like I'm too old to enjoy like the new things that are coming out. I mean, fuck it. I'm playing Uma Musume today. But not old enough yet to appreciate the classics. MW2 had the Timberwolf, the SNES game had it, Mech Commander had that Catapult, MW3 had the Timberwolf. I mean, just because it's present in a lot of things doesn't mean they're using it for marketing all that much, huh? For funny, the passive paper A38. I get that reference. Whee! I'm actually curious, in the full JP roster, is there a German Uma, Aishin Flash? The answer is Aishin Flash. Yes. Very much so. God, I haven't logged in yet today because I haven't been awake yet. Oh my god. We have so much stuff to do. We have so much stuff to do, I tell you. So. If I switch to this screen, then you'll see that the background's black. There we go, and now it's fixed. Whee! Here we go. Still having a Grand Cheval. I know nothing about the horse. I won't speak unless I have my lawyer present, but bro, you're a streamer. How? I will self-represent, Possum. I will represent myself. It's fine. Which literally means tall horse. I didn't know that! That your lawyer is always present. Brave of you to assume that I pay enough attention to be present in the moment, Possum. And the Uma is small. I didn't know that. That's wonderful. Oh, that's beautiful. That is utterly beautiful. Sorry. Oh, dying a little. Hold up. Also, I need a Magnus. Hold up. We're adding this Magnus. But he's going to be small today. There we go. Aha! Alright, everybody. So, we don't have legend races today, huh? No more legend races. Boo. I can't do warm-ups! I can't warm up like this. So, for warming up, we're pulling random support cards. Thank you for free daily pulls, Golchi event. Unfortunately, it's free daily pulls on the support card banner, which I don't care about. Hi, Teo. Thank you, Teo. I would prefer them to be on horses. But nothing like that. Really collecting more crystals, yeah. It would have been nice. Whoop. Timmy. Ah, beautiful. The resources are climbing back up where they should be. Soon, they will all be gone again. Pre-pulls on Uma banners in 4 days? Hell yeah. Unfortunately, it will be Smart Falcon, right? Then again, honestly, if I can get a Smart Falcon off of free pulls, I'll be happy. I'm just not gonna bother. Hey, Horty, how you doing? Hello, hello, hello. I got my first Super Creek from the event ticket. Hell yeah, Witchat. Hell yeah. Well done. Very well done. What are we gonna start with today? Let's start with dailies. Let's start with dailies just very, very quickly. Whee! Horse Super Creek. Oh, okay. Still cool. Still cool. That's still a good horse. Alright, Mihono. Get him! Get him! So, what are we doing today? What are we doing today? What are we doing today? How's your money's doing? I'm at about 1 million at the moment, my friend. At about 1 million. Everyone I want at potential 5 is potential 5. Every card that I want leveled is leveled. So, I'm at about 1 million that's lying around now. As my roster's tiny, I'm happy about each new edition. You should be, you should be. Hey, Gravy! How you doing? I was here super Greek and imagine somebody bitten by a radioactive gyros pita. Wonderful. I got wrapped in a radioactive vine leaf and now I am super Greek. How about messing up your Boros for today? We should. I haven't used my Boros for today yet. What do you want to mess up with them, Hori? Million money's here, million money's there. Soon you're talking about real monies. I mean, we could, and million wouldn't be in. What? What? Hold up. Wait. Here we have a wonderful sign of focus doing focus things and not letting us start normally, but only reducing the start delay. Said they won't do much today. Internet sucks. I won't do much today because it's Sunday and I suck. At least you have an excuse! Behold! Be happy! I'm not into Gundam, proceeds to feel a certain horse. I'm not into Gundam, I just like Mihono Bourbon a lot. She's cool! Leave my little LARPer alone. Leave her alone. She's special. I mean, not a week, but special for a day. Also, I really want to get a better Mihono going. I'm still... So here's the weird part. Here's the weird part, everyone. I still haven't decided which horse I'm running in Champions Meet. I still haven't decided who I'm going to be running. But I really should decide soon. I really should decide soon. Maybe... Is that what we're doing today? Is that what we're doing today? Should we, like, look at all the horses and decide who to run? Yes, yeah. Did I build a good Naruto Taishin yet? So on that note, I got my newest 9-star. I got my newest 9-star recently. It's not who you think it is. Thank you, Mihono, by the way. This is just Mihono Bourbon Racing. That's what this is. This is pure Mihono Bourbon Racing. 9-star Bakushin? No. Even then, that wouldn't hurt all that much anymore, Hori, because all my horses are 3-star. All my horses are 3-star now. So it doesn't matter all that much anymore. And it would be an upgrade over the 8-star Bakushin I've been using for an eternity. Really warmed up to Grass Wonder, and her New Year's variant is simply gorgeous, but she's from 2024. Yeah, so you're not going to see that one. Grass Wonder is a perfectly cool horse to race, by the way. A perfectly good horse to race. Really, really good. Hey, Jay! How you doing? The stream of the Uma Musume expert everyone was raving about? No, I don't think so. I think you got the wrong door, I'm sorry. But we've got talking ducks if you're interested, so come on in. Hope you're well. No, we can look at all the Umas and like go, hey, what are we running? Like that probably wouldn't go amiss at all. Pros and cons. I don't know whether I'm like, this is something that don't think I'm super qualified to talk about. So, if we try to evaluate which horses work well for Champions Meet, right? For this Champions Meet specifically. We need to look at the track and we need to know what we're doing with it. I mean, shall we? Hold up. Let me prep something very quickly. I think we can do this. However, I do not know whether this is something I'm like qualified to talk about. I really don't know, dude. I worry that when I don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know what I'm talking about, right? This seems obvious to a lot of people. But what is that? There we go. So if I take this real quick. Oh, there is a... Oh, that just exists. Okay, wonderful. Save image. Put that there. And then I just throw this into OBS? Do we just throw this into OBS? You are fully qualified? I don't know. I think I'm a quack. Nice Nature Ace. I mean, you can Nice Nature Ace. She just doesn't really offer anything that's important, right? She just doesn't really offer anything that's important. But that doesn't mean that you can't just run her. Ace Nature is fine. Where did I put this now? Where did it go? Oh, that's where it went. Oh, is this? Okay. Okay. Alright, so, couple of things. Screen real estate is about to become a thing. I wanted this on like a non-transparent background if I'm entirely honest with you. Uma tier list based off of vibes alone. Honestly, we could do that, Nana. We could do that. That's cheap content, but we could do that. It'd be funny to do. It would be funny to do. You're right. You're absolutely right. I can barely see it. Yeah, this isn't great. So thank you, Game Tora, for having a download version with like transparent background. I'm sure that is beloved by many people, but it does not work as a game overlay. So we're changing that. Save, take this, put this here, put this there, close this, delete this, then we grab the other thing. See, we even still have the watermark in. That's important. And then we put you there. And we don't get to have it much bigger than that, I suppose. All right, here we go. See? Problems can be solved. Problems can all be solved. There we go. So, need another overlay for the overlay. It's mostly a point of like, do I have enough space for the screen to also like look at horses while looking at the track, right? Because when we look at whether a horse is good for a certain track, we don't just have to look at whether they're good at medium running or whether they have like a stamina growth bonus or anything like that. We need to look at the track itself, right? We need to look at the track itself. So in order to do that, we need the track there. Then I need to rearrange a different monitor real quick because I need to read chat while looking at horse stats. And then we can ascertain whether or not a horse might or might not be good for this Champions Meet. So, let's begin by... we can't really filter out anyone that's medium. We can't really filter for only medium. Let's just go through everyone, shall we? Let's just go for everyone. Mind you, this is going to be active. This is going to be work in progress. I can't just give you the answer. We have to look at it. I love the Naruto sisters, but I like Naruto Top Road more. Unfortunately, abbreviated as NTR. Ha! That's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of a problem. For me, it's probably Naruto Brian out of all of them. The one time we needed a fake PNG, the one single time fuse, right? Right. So, let's go look at horses. Let's see whether they're good or not. Well, every horse is good. Remember, you can make any horse run anything. Fuse has a sprint vodka. You see this adorable gem here? You see that effing sprint? Fuse has a sprint vodka. A rank sprint. You can make any horse run anything you want. Anything. However, some of these are easier to build for certain things than others. Obviously, all of them have their preferences. So, let's begin. Taiki Shuttle. Cool Taiki Shuttle. Mine's 4-star now. She's haunting me. I don't like her. One of the best parents we have in the game at the moment. Can she run Champions Meet? Not easily. Should she run Champions Meet? It'd be funny. It'd be really funny, but probably not, right? The answer is just no. How could you have known? I mean, you raced her against me. So, like, I don't think this is happening, right? Next. Some of these will be really short. Some of these will be really short. Metro McQueen. Metro McQueen is going to be super easy to build for Champions Meet, right? She's going to be very, very easy to build. You've got your stamina growth bonus, so that's working. And then we have Duty of Dignity calls. Duty of Dignity calls is going to work. So here's what you're looking for. Right? You want to stack medium sparks regardless of Uma, so I don't know if base aptitudes matter much. It kind of does matter because you don't want to stack medium sparks, Claire. You want to stack a medium spark and then you want to roll into it. Ideally, you have one 3-star medium spark and your other sparks are other shit, like your turf. I don't know whether you want to stack medium. For the purpose of this, we're going to assume that people just don't have parents. Why? Because 90% of all players do not have any fucking parents whatsoever. 9-star medium for her, but she don't have anything to offer for medium. That's not true, Hori. She has like one of the best uniques in the game right now. So here's what we're going to do. We're not going to look at horses that aren't meant to run mediums unless they're close. If we're looking at like a C ranking, we'll consider it. But in general, shooting for victory is insane. Why is shooting for victory insane? Let's have a look. Fine. We don't abbreviate this then. You little pedants. So, if final corner or later, and you are... I still need to learn whether that means on corner or not on corner. Corner. Okay, and if you're on the corner, shooting for victory triggers if you're in final corner and you're in corner. Then... I lost the skill. Then, if you are third or later, but within the top 50, you get 4 seconds of acceleration. Let's have a look at our little race course here, shall we? Let's have a look at our little race course. I can't point in it. This was a problem. I did not think about this. I did not consider this. Can I load this into VTube Studio instead? Hold up. Let's see whether I can just load this into VTube Studio as an item instead. That way I get to... No, that way I can't point in it either. Damn it. Hold up. We're gonna do this ghetto. Can make it something real quick. No, not necessary. Not necessary. We're just gonna have to switch a lot. I thought I could do this on one. No, that's my whiteboard. I need that. There, now I can point at things. If only my cursor was visible. This is great. There. So, if we look at this really quickly, you can see that our last sprint begins here, right? Our last sprint begins... Give me this. Our last sprint begins... well, our last 33% begins here, right? Right there. Our last sprint begins here. Not super relevant. That means our last sprint begins on a corner. This begins on a... Like, it begins just before the corner. 770 meters. And then here's our last corner of the race. So, at the beginning of the last leg of the race, the final leg of the race, we want acceleration. When do we get acceleration with Taiki Shuttle? Directly when we need it. About 23 meters after we want it, we get acceleration with her. She doesn't have anything to offer is just completely wrong. Like, that's just not true here. Not in the slightest. So, you have your acceleration for this point. And then you have your last sprint until the end. Done. Which means we know that Taiki's unique works here really well. In fact, it triggers exactly where we want it to, as early as possible, exactly when we have our acceleration need. And there you go. Problem solved. Taiki Shuttle works. Should you build her for it? Probably not. Like, if you can make an A or S rank Taiki for medium, sure, run her. Go crazy. But I will work off of the assumption that we're not going to be doing something like that. We're going to look for horses that have natural aptitudes for the things that we're looking for, plus minus a couple of things. But it is important to look at it. Hey, Menton, good afternoon. Highlander will also be a great option. Highlander is usually a good option quite frequently. But it depends. So, Medro McQueen. DDC, Duty of Dignity calls. When does this trigger? Duty of Dignity calls is final corner and you're on the corner. Increase target speed. This is a unique that's usually really, really good if the final corner is not at the beginning of the last leg. Right? Not at the beginning of the last leg. We can see from our little chart up there, now that I've shown you the point, I'm not going to switch all the time. We can see that our final corner is directly at the start, which means we're going to get a DDC trigger, we're going to get our target speed on top, but we're still accelerating. We're still in the acceleration phase. That means DDC is going to make a minimum difference here. If we could trigger DDC on the final corner before the last leg, this would be different. If the final corner were, let's say, in the middle leg of the race, this would be different. If the final corner were later in the last sprint, in final sprint, this would be different. It's not. DDC triggers at the most inconvenient point for us. Is she gonna work here? I don't know. You just can't rely on her unique. Otherwise, she's a fine horse. 20% stamina means you're getting to a minimum really quickly. Your 10% wits helps. You can totally build her for it, but this doesn't really support that playstyle, right? On that specific track. And this is the point where I'm saying, like, hey, I don't really know whether I'm talking out of my ass about these things. Because evaluating skills on racetracks is something I'm relatively new to. I haven't done that too much yet, and I'm not entirely firm on what's good and what isn't good. I think I have an understanding of the matter, but that understanding might be wrong, so do feel free to correct me at any point, right? You need a lot of extra acceleration to make use of McQueen's ult on this track, exactly. And no matter how much extra acceleration you have, some of it will always be wasted. Rudolph! Behold thy Emperor's divine might. So, Rudolph, final corner or later, if you have taken over 3 people and you're no longer on the corner. Which means if we look back at our little thingy here, you can see where the corner ends, right? The corner ends before the last sprint starts. This is a really good time for it to end. Behold, that Emperor's Divine Might is going to go kind of crazy on this track, if you ask me. You've got the entire corner to overtake people, which is great. That's mostly when you're going to be doing that, right? And then you've got a significant part of a straight coming up where you can still overtake people. It's on the uphill, but whatever. And then you've got your entire last sprint. So Rudolph's Divine Might is going to trigger relatively late because it wants you to be off the final corner. You've had enough time to overtake people. This is great. This is wonderful. Like, I think Rudolph is one of the great ones for this. More effective version of Goldship? Hell yeah, Chrono! I hope it's been going well for you. McQueen's Unique is only good if the last corner ends directly in last sprint. Or if it's late in last leg, or if it's before last leg. So yeah, Rudolph works. Rudolph is totally great. You have your medium here. The important part about Rudolph is that you can also run her as an end. You will want to run her as a late, but you can run her end if you have enough sparks for it. This is something that I think is super, super interesting to run. Get her to like A or S end, and you're going to be fine. You don't want to run her on B. Like, you probably have to have A. We can make that work, funnily enough. We could make one. Honestly, End Rudolph might be one of my horses. Why End, you might ask? Because it hopefully dodges a lot of debuffs. It might not dodge a lot of debuffs, considering how fast she goes sometimes. But that's a big consideration. Content Rudolph? It is Content Rudolph, that's true. Teo! Sky High Teo Step. So, Sky High Teo Step. What are the conditions? Final corner or later. You're no longer on the corner. You are in first, second, or third. There is someone within one horse length in front of you, and you're overtaking. I fucking hate Teo's ult requirements. Sky High Teo Step has an adorable animation, and I hate the 50 million conditions stapled onto it. I've been doing some End Rudolph by your recommendation. How's it been going, Fuse? Teo's great. Yeah, Teo's great. I like Teo a lot, but I don't think Sky High Teo Step is like anything to write home about. It's a big target speed increase, but once again, we have final corner, no longer on the corner. Be in top 3, have someone in front, and then be overtaking them. If you're already overtaking them, do you need that? Teo works. So the short and simple answer is Teo works on this course. Quite easily. You want to be out of corner, you want to be overtaking, there you go. So it could be Teo. Maru! Oh god, yeah, Maru. You could just run Maru Zensky, honestly. If you don't want to deal with any of this shit, just redshift and go, right? So, redshift. Let's redshift real quick. On final corner or later, you're in the top 5, and you are in the top 50%. Otherwise known as always. Otherwise known as redshift triggers whenever you need it. Here specifically, the important part, once again, if you look at it, is that the final corner starts in final leg. Meaning Maru's acceleration will trigger when you want it, about 23 meters after you start going off. This does a lot. This does a lot. You can run Maru in this. Hell, I could be running a Maru for this if you want to get her to that stamina requirement. That's probably the big issue with her. Trying to get Maru to the stam requirement is annoying. Really, really annoying. You only have 10% speed, only. You have nothing in stamina. If you're on a good run and you're at 1200, 900, go for it. Run a Maru. Like, she's fine. But if you're not there, that's a bit rough. That's gonna be a bit rough. Next, Ogre! Triumphant Pulse works always. Done. Like, we don't need to talk about Ogre any more than that. Triumphant Pulse is a killer skill, works on everything. It's like rules of nature, it goes with everything. You can totally just run Ogre. What would be the stat requirement in your opinion? 1200 speed, 900 stamina, non-debatable. 600 to 700 power minimum. 300 guts for comparability, but if you're below that, who gives a shit? 300 to... you probably want 400 wit or up. Hey, Dingo, how's it going? And yeah, Hori, you're absolutely right. I feel that way as well. We're probably my 2 best ones on the Discord. I don't know how good they are. I'm not gonna scroll right now. I barely look at Discord when I'm streaming anyway. Golshi! Yeah, Golshi's cracked. Run Goldship. If you don't know who you're running, run Goldship. So Anchors Away is a mid-race velocity skill, which is great. We don't need to look at the track to know that that's good. We want velocity in mid-race. Golshi has velocity in mid-race. The only problem that I have with Golshi is that she tends to be in the top 50% towards the end of a race very, very quickly, which means her end closer position that's supposed to keep her safe from, like, Nature's isn't. Because Nature's just gonna hit her end race, right? Like, you're not dodging All-Seeing Eye, which is fine, just know that you're losing minimum 3% stamina. Just know you are going to be hit by Dominator, you are going to be hit by all of the debuffs. Her end closer position isn't as good as you think it is. However, her kit is. Golshi is super fucking viable. Like, this is a... I know she's the meme horse, right? But this is a really viable horse. Just know that Bofa is not great for mile races. Fun fact, Bofa isn't great for any races. Like, that's the case for any race, Dingo. I don't know what you mean. Bofa has the problem that it can trigger in 3 different phases, and you only want it to trigger in 1. Bofa can trigger early, mid, and late. And you only want it to trigger in mid. Early, its recovery is wasted because it doesn't have a minimum time elapsed. Late, it doesn't change your AI anymore. Think of running Tachyon for a gold recovery, meaning you can swap Max Creek for Max Kitasan. At least that's the idea. Ideally, you want both, Swan. Tachyon is a strong pick, yeah. We're gonna see why in a second, as we go through everyone. I think Tachyon is a very strong pick. Alright, Vodka! Cut and drive. Okay, so, I'm sorry, Vodka fans. I really don't like Vodka's unique. I love Vodka, I don't like her unique. So, order not within top 3, but within first 50%, so you need to be 3rd, 4th, or 5th. Is Tachyon 3 stars good enough? No. Assume that no horse is, like, really decent until 3. Well, both Krieg and Tachyon have the problem that their unique is considerably weaker at 1 and 2 stars. I'll go over that once we get to them, Whis. Good question. So, you need to be in 3rd, 4th, or 5th, very specifically. There need to be less than 200 meters remaining. There needs to be 1 horse in front of you. Well, there needs to be a horse in front of you with less than 1 horse length. And top 3, that's the same thing. Why does it have the requirements twice? Why does it have the same requirements twice? Who fucking knows? This is just the same thing written twice. So, what do you need? What do you get? You get target speed. You get target speed within the last 200 meters, which works on this track, because you will have already accelerated to max again. Wonderful. Is it made to pair with Daiwas? No, Daiwas is a mid-race trigger, if you do it wrong, and if you play your pace, it's a start race trigger. It's a start of late trigger. Or like, end of mid trigger, rather, Ring Song. Sadly, those two don't usually intersect with one another. No. I don't know, like, I don't like the payoff, I don't like the... The problem is that this is a 5-second long skill with target speed increase that is triggering late in final sprint. That's great, that's when you want more velocity because you have accelerated to max. But it's not gonna last 5 seconds, right? Like, this is gonna last 2 or 3 seconds at most. I just don't like cut and drive. Anything that has bash diff behind. Oh, that's the difference. Anything that requires another horse to be close by to you in some way, shape, or form is really annoying, if you ask me. Yeah, Whis, you're exactly right. I just noticed it too. I don't know. I don't like it. Other than that, works on this track because it works on every track, right? Daiwa, Resplendent Red Ace. We don't need to look at this too much. Resplendent Red Ace triggers in mid. Either it triggers directly at 50% in mid, or it triggers late in mid. You kind of want this to trigger late in mid. If you're planning on bringing a Daiwa, my current recommendation would be to probably run her pace, unless you're bringing another frontrunner, in which case then run Daiwa in frontrunner. If you're bringing a frontrunner, you want to bring 2. Mostly because of overtake. Grass Wander! Okay, Grass Wander requires looking at. Where there's a way, there is a will. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a where's, there's a where's, where's there. How good is power for Pace Chaser? I have a 3-star power Bakushin and Kudenchant, trying to beat them to make a 9-star power Uma. I've been borrowing a level 50 Kondo Pasta to try 1100 power Pace Chaser runs. Power is good for everyone, MJT. Whether power is interesting for you or not as a stat does not change depending on what position you run at all. Hold up, 1 second, I'll come back to you. Josie! Josie! The Dragon! The Dragon! Josie, how you doing? How was your stream? Welcome on in, everybody. Hello, Juicy. How's it been going? The Dragon! What did you do? And welcome, everyone. We're playing Uma today. We won't be playing for a little bit. We're currently looking at all the Umas and ascertaining whether they're good in the upcoming Champions Meet event or not, which means I get to look at this monstrosity for a bit. We're doing race analysis. We're doing horse math. Horse math. Played Battlefield 6? How is it? I hear like good things about it, except that it's crashing for a lot of people. The main thing I hear is that it's crashing. How's the performance on your end? I've been saving questions for next time I see you stream. Oh, MJT, I appreciate that. Do know that I don't know everything. There is a hella good chance I'm wrong on shit. Like, please do keep that in mind. I do not claim to be, like, perfect at this. And if you can correct me, absolutely please do. The only way that you learn is by getting information, right? And one good way to get information is from people that already have it. So, by all means, please. If I get it right away. I haven't played a Battlefield since Battlefield 1. So... I have not played a Battlefield since Battlefield 1. Out of all of the shooters that were popular when I grew up, Battlefield 1 was the only one I could really stand. Why? Because there was a shit ton of things going on, and when you died, it didn't feel like some kid styled on you. It felt like, well, the battlefield explodes every 2 seconds. Of course you just randomly explode, right? Like, tank shells do be tank shelling. So I could deal with that a lot easier because it was just like a lot, right? I love being styled on. I don't like PvP is the problem. I don't like PvP, and I especially don't like Twitch reflex-based PvP. Reaction style based stuff. I was old when I was still young. So, Like, I don't mind PvP in card games, or in turn-based tactics things, or in Uma. I don't mind it there, but... reaction-based is just not mine. I've never been a big shooter fan. I will only get it if I can play with friends. Wait, is that a question? Might it not? Well, what? Wait, it's multiplayer, right? Wait, what? Hold up. Hold up. So, but really quickly, I need to go back to the question that MJT posted. So MJT asked, how good is power for Pace Chasers? Power is good for everyone. It doesn't matter. Like, what you're thinking about is distance. You're less thinking about running style. And then MJT goes on to say, I have a 3-star power Bakushin and Kurenchan, trying to beat them to make a 9-star power Uma. So one thing that you need to know is that both of these aren't good parents, right? Both Bakushin and Kurenchan don't really contribute much to whatever, like, legacy they're in. You might have the stars for it, which is fine. Like, bring your stars, make your 9-star that way. But quite often, we're getting to a point where the 9 stars that you're bringing are less irrelevant than the good other sparks you're bringing. I could run 5-star sparks with good uniques and good gray skills, and I'll probably still hit my skill thresholds, right? 9-star parents are really powerful, but don't overvalue them if it means having to bring otherwise bad parents. Bakushin's unique isn't good, Kurenchan's unique isn't good. So, that's the problem, right? If all you're doing is trying to make a 9-star power Uma, go crazy, that's fine. That's absolutely fine, but... you might be better off just running other things. Turn-based and real-time with pause for the win. I really don't like real-time with pause, Idle. I also Freed, I hope you're doing well. So the problem with real-time with pause for me is that it isn't the best of both worlds, it's the worst of both worlds. It's as slow and prodding as turn-based, but it's also as uncontrollable and as janky as real-time. You will constantly miss things. If we look at the Pathfinder games, right? The Pathfinder games are super good as turn-based games, but the real-time with pause with them makes them janky as all shit. What else is bad? Time-based buffs. They have buffs that last time elements instead of turns. Awful. Absolutely awful, right? I've never liked real time with pause. If something else was available. I think it is flat out inferior to real-time, and it is flat out inferior to turn-based. It's just the worst possible combination of the two. Too smooth brain for that stuff, Juicy. Come on, that's a lie. Nah. Got my first 9-star spark. It's speed, Grand Prince of Power and Stam. Oh, I have one like that, Matu. It's fine. Remember, you might not want a speed spark because a speed spark is really only good for certain Umas. However, if you're not maxing your speed in a run anyway, then a speed spark is not bad. Speed is a godlike stat. We all want speed. And unless you're overcapping your speed, that speed spark will contribute. You'll see me run a speed spark today. You'll see me run one today. The only reason why we prefer stamina or power sparks is because they're more widely usable kind of always, right? So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Sinjin says, I'm heavily utilizing my current 3-star speed spark, Mati, in hopes of eventually building my first set of 9s. But I might as well ask a barely related question for my career shenanigans. How much should I value the mood because of my support cards? I tend to go to good mood, always. You never want to be normal or below. But depending on how many mood up events I still have, key to Sun Black, I don't tend to go to great. If I randomly hit great off of a karaoke, that's fine. And you want to be in great, your best runs are the ones that you go to good and then Kita-san triggers, or you go to great immediately and then you never really leave great. Those are your best runs. You should value it highly. But check how many events you have available that still give you mood up. Check what the chance is that you go from good to great through a random event instead of pressing a button for it. I usually don't press a button for it. Reed says that is very true, but then again, most real-time with pause games I play tend to do well with that. Mostly the Paradox strategy catalog, because I'm usually fine not min-maxing, and missing stuff can add some flavor to the game. That's a fine argument, Reed. Like, you're right, missing stuff can absolutely add flavor to the game, but I prefer not... It adds failure states, and failure states are inherently interesting, that's entirely true. I don't know. Would Dragon Age 1 have been better as not real-time with pause? Yeah, I think so. Would the Pathfinder games have been better as not real-time with pause? Yes. Would Pillars of Eternity have been better as not real-time with pause? Absolutely. Like, any game that I've liked, I would have liked more if it hadn't been real-time with pause, but instead fully turn-based. I don't know. You have a fine point. That, like, missing stuff can add flavor. I find it frustrating. I don't mind missing stuff when I miss it in turn-based, like I calculate a turn wrong and all of these things. That happens constantly, it's fine. Like, I'm not one of the people that reloads every single turn if something really goes wrong. Like, we'll just play it. We'll take the L, we move forward, right? But in that scenario, the amount of stats gained from a better mood is worth on average 6 turns of training at normal. Therefore, worth it to stay at good mood over normal. So it's always worth to stay at good. But MJT is making a correct point. If you have 6-ish turns of uninterrupted training afterwards, it's fine. However, remember, your cards have a mood bonus attached to them. The higher your mood bonus on your cards, the lower that number actually gets. But the mood bonus granted by cards specifically, but thanks for confirming my mood optimism. Oh, that's what you mean, Sinjin. I usually look at training effectiveness above everything. Well, I look at specialty rate above everything else. I value a high mood bonus. I value a high mood bonus because you do want to stay at high mood anyway. Alright, so, back to horses. Is the best way to start with enclosure B and hope for an increase, or find a way to get her to enclosure A right away? If you have good parents that get her to A right away, do that. If you don't, then you have to rely on a spark proccing, Jay. That's fine too. Like I said, you'll see me likely do this today. Ayana! How you doing? Hello, hello, hello. How's it going, Ayana? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello, hello, hello. I need to finish the Google Sheet to help with that. Oh yeah, gotcha. Very much feel like it depends on how you enjoy to play those particular games. Everyone will get different mileage out of each system. That's absolutely true, Reed. That's absolutely true. Yes. I'm excited. What are you excited about? Who's getting hanged? Wait. Rhythm of Porch just gets the flaws of both styles. I played Ryza. It's very rare to get actual synergy out of that style. Oh god, Ryza. So, let's look at Grass. Let's look at Grass Wander. Where there's a will, there's a way. Is final corner. No longer on corner. Wait, is that no longer on corner or is that on corner? No, is no longer on corner. No, that's to where the heart beckons. That's a different skill. So, if you've left the final corner and you change order once and you're really bloody late, then you get a target speed increase. So once you get onto the straight here, directly before final spurt, where there's a will, there's a way, can trigger, and it lets you go off. Final straight, it's not really, I mean, yeah, by definition, Hori, you're absolutely right. With good Excel, this does not have Excel. Once the place gets my, still have my first ever apartment, moving from PA to AL. I don't know what those abbreviations mean. Like, PA is that, what is that? Phoenix, Arizona to AL, what is that, Alaska? I don't know what any of that means. I'm not US based, you know? I'm on a different continent. Your places mean nothing to me. Once the place gets my SD. Secret dive bar. Super documents. Security deposit app. Okay, gotcha. Super Drake. Hell yeah. Okay, so for someone that doesn't know where any US state is located that isn't fucking New York State, how long is that of a drive? How long of a drive is that? Because every time I'm confronted with US distances, I'm like, oh god. You know, like someone from the US will go like, hey, I'll drive 20 hours to like a different state to see my family. Meanwhile, if I drive 20 hours, I drive through multiple different countries. It's a 14-hour drive. Oh my god. That is a good bloody distance to move, Ayana. That's a good bloody distance to move. You found a nice place, I take it? Was right, my USA educated the family. You're American, Nana! You should know this! If someone abbreviates my states, I should also know what they mean. But that is exciting news. That's wonderful news. I hope the move is gonna go well. Oh, it's a cute little studio apartment. Okay, listen, I'm a sucker for studio apartments. Okay, fine. A sucker for studio apartments. I like them a lot. They're just so open normally, huh? They're nice. Okay, so, Grass Wander. Good horse. Run Grass Wander. Like, run Grass Wander. Is she good? Feed her many dandelions in heaven. I never use the living room anyway. Right. God. Right? Like, I've never understood that point. Like, you need all these little separate rooms for separate bullshit. No, you don't. Take all the walls out. Give me one big room that I can stuff all my shit in. Done. Problem solved. That way I run into less walls. I know where Florida and Mexico, I mean Texas. Okay, so which states could I find on a US map? Cal, New York State. I can find Texas. I can find Florida. Yeah, absolutely. That's it. Reliably, those are all the states I can find. Canada. That's not. I can find countries on a map. That's not the problem. That's not a problem. I can define you the entirety of the North and South Americas with pretty good accuracy. I shouldn't be proud of that. Like, a second grader does that shit, dude. Nevada? No idea where that is. Like, I know what Nevada is. A fucking desert. Couldn't point it out on a map. Europeans think 100 miles is a long way. Americans think 100 years is a long time. Read fucking accurate. Having grass ace means 3 late surger comp, though. Does it? I mean, you don't have to. For your comp, it would mean that, Hori. Absolutely. Oh, that's the joke. I'm sorry, Nana. Remember, I'm stupid. 1 US state is basically equivalent to 1 European country in your defense. Yesn't. There are European countries where 1 US state equals 10 of them. Not just in size, but in population too. So, remember, the EU or Europe as a continent, very non-homogeneous. Anyway, fuck this. We're doing horses. Horses. Where were we? Grass Wander. Cool. Anime McQueen. No. Next. El Condor Pasa. How does Plancha trigger? Plancha wants you to final corner, no longer be on final corner, be above 30%, be within the first 2. Give speed XL. If you can make this work, this is wonderful. I think pace L works really well here, right? Right? So you're coming off corner, you're going into final straight, you will have the stamina. By God, you should have the stamina. It is going to be semi-hard to still have all of that stamina remaining. You need to really overcap her, huh? Because you need to be above or equal 30% for a Victoria per Plancha to trigger. That's that deep into final sprint. Ooh. I don't know about, not even final sprint, that deep into last leg is going to be hard. If you can overcap her stamina, you're going to be fine, right? Yeah. I think you can make L work in this. It's going to take more effort because you need considerably higher stamina to get Plancha off, but that's okay. Opera! Oh, Vittoria. Alright, let's talk about this dances for Vittoria. Ugh, God, I hate this skill. So, TM Opera O is one of my favorite horses. I really, really love her. She's great. No thought behind that forehead of hers. Only limelight, nothing else. This dances for Vittoria is fucking dog shit. So, here are the requirements. Final corner. You're on the corner. There is someone in front of you. There is someone behind you. You're blocked for more than 2 seconds. And you're within the top 4. If you're blocked, gain extra speed. Why does one of my favorite horses have to have, like, singularly one of the worst uniques on the game? It is so bad. Like, this Dances for Vittoria isn't good to inherit, it's not good to have, it's not even good on her, it's just bad. It is just bad. It also means that if you ever want to get this off, you have to run her pace, because otherwise you're not in top 4, right? Her late potential is really bad, if you ask me. Or you can choose to run her without her own unique. Like, you can just forego it. You give her shuttle inheritance. We're getting to that towards the end, Reese. We're going to talk about that towards the end. That's not as clear-cut as you might think. No, it's actually more clear-cut than you might think. Tell the other horses to move. Exactly. Air Groove, a Blazing Pride. Alright, Groove. Is final corner. Still on corner. Once again, I have to look this up one more time. I will remember this. Yeah, so if you're on final corner and you're still on that corner, you are 4th or later, and you overtake someone. You're about to overtake people anyway. Then Blazing Pride triggers. What does it give you? Target speed increase. Hopefully this triggers late into the final corner. If you look at the race illustration once again, you can see our final corner starts really early. We are hopefully not anywhere in the top 4. We will likely be within the top. Well, we're not in the top 4, right? We're hopefully late. We overtake one or two people until we get into the top 4, and then when we overtake someone, this triggers. Hopefully this happens as late as possible in that corner. Not because the corner itself is bad, but because you want time to accelerate to your maximum speed before this triggers, right? You want to go to target speed and then trigger it off of that. You can totally make that work. I don't know how consistent that is going to be with only 9 horses in a race, obviously, but it can work. Flashy Landing. I have never read Flashy Landing in my life. So let's begin. Is final corner is still on corner if you're blocked on a side for longer than 2 seconds and you're within the top 3. I mean, that works, right? Blocked on side just means you're on the outside going around. This can work. If you're blocked, like, inside, you can make your way through the middle with that. It's target speed and acceleration, and it's really good acceleration, too. 0.3 Accel is kind of cracked. That is 1 less than Maruzensky, but it lasts for 1 second longer. Hella cool. Honestly... You can't run her pace for that. That's the only big problem. Well, no, you need to be within top 3. You do need to run her pace off front, huh? But it really kicks her off. The problem is if you're front running her, then the chances of being blocked on the side is kind of shit. So what, you have to run her pace? Hey, Mummy Mortem, how you doing? I think you have to run her pace for it, right? That works? If you're reading it right, it's terrible as a parent skill. Let's have a look. So as a apparent skill, Flash... God damn it. Flashy, hello? Give me my skill, thank you. When inherited is... Oh god, it's awful when inherited, yeah, no. 3 seconds of 0.05 and 0.1. No, that's... No, don't inherit this. No, that's disgusting. Honestly, we could totally run Maya on a Top Gun, right? Or have a second front runner, not the problem. Not really the problem. Running a second front runner will not mean that they're blocking one another on the side swipe front. They will not be close enough to one another. That's not helpful. If you're running her front, you do need to bring a second front runner, but not because of Flashy Landing. Not because of Flashy Landing at all. Honestly, yeah, you could totally bring Maya on a Top Gun. You can already see that the amount of forces you can bring to this is huge, right? You can bring so many. Out of all of the ones we have so far, yes. Well, if you can get the distance. Yes. 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 No. Absolutely. I hate to say it, but no. Yes. Yes. Like, it's... Even Haru? Like I said, we're evaluating based on whether the horse has aptitude for what you're running. Not based on whether you can give them the aptitude to make them run it. Once we get to Haru, I'll talk about that. I'll legitimately talk about it once we get there. Miano Bourbon, go first forever. How the fuck do I even find this? It's G-O-O, right? Yeah, it is. There we go. Is bad start equals 0, so you cannot late start. Temptation count equals 0. What the fuck? Is that rush? I think temptation is rush, right? Yes. Kakari. Okay, that's the translation's funny. It's Kakari. So you can't late start, you can't rush. If those two are true, and you're within the top 3, and you're on the final corner or later, and you're coming off the corner, target speed increase. Is that good? Once again, we look at the race course and we see that the final corner into the final straight, that's before the final sprint. We have the entire final corner to accelerate, and then we get a target speed increase, which means as we're going into the final sprint, we're going to be really, really, really zoomy. A go first forever is great. Wonderful. Don't inherit this shit. It's awful when inherited once again, because it drops to 0.15, and that's not worth your time or your 200 skill points. But yeah, I think Mihono is a great horse for this. Caveat once again, you have to bring another frontrunner. Do not run singular frontrunners if you're team racing. Don't. You're going to be sad. The other thing that's cool for her for this is going to be that you have a 20% stamina increase, which means making her get minimum stamina or more is going to be relatively simple. But do remember, because we're running into Champions Meet, 1200 speed is almost mandatory. Funnily enough, if you compare what people were running on JP for their first Champions Meet, this wasn't that problematic. People were running like 900, 800 speed horses, and they were doing wonderfully. And like, the top runners didn't have the stats we have right now. We have a huge knowledge advance, right? We'll talk about speed requirements in a bit, but in general, I know everyone's really worried about Champions Meet not going well or not going well for them. It's going to be a lot easier than you think. Like, a lot of you are going to go into Champions Meet, and you're just kind of going to win your races. You're going to go, wait, why was I worried about this? You're going to be fine. Mihono is wonderful for this. If you have a Mihono, run her. For Christ's sake, this horse is insane. Metro Ryan. Ryan's going to be hard to make work, right? So, Let's Pump Some Iron is a great inherited skill. This skill is insanely good when inherited on lates or ends. However, you want to be in late, and you want to not be... No, you want to be on corner. And then you need to be exactly 6th position. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Have fun. Like, it's bad. So normally the order rate is you want to be above 65 and below 70. So you've got like a 5% order rate margin there. For Champions Meet is exactly you want to be greater equals 6, lower equals 6. So you want to be equal 6th position. If you're in any other position, this doesn't trigger at all. I wouldn't. I honestly wouldn't. I also would probably not bring iron. Well, I would bring iron for like your ends, but I don't think I would bring Metro Ryan. Late is too early. You want to really put this on like an end. For her, this is not going to be feasible. I wouldn't run her in this. I wouldn't run her in this at all. Rice Shower. The answer is no. Okay, let's actually look at Rice Shower. Blue Rose Closer. The way I hate this skill. So, Blue Rose Closer. Final corner. No longer on the corner. Within the top 4. Order changes 1 time. Speed increase. Blah. So, after you come out of the final corner, if you're on the last straight, and you are overtaking someone, you now get a target speed increase. That is late enough to be relevant for target speed increases. Wonderful. The problem that I have with Blue Rose Closer is that it already assumes you're overtaking someone in the last straight. Right? And if you're already overtaking people in last straight, then all this does is hopefully help you catch up to someone that's way ahead of you. But you need to be the top 4 for this to ever work. And the top 4 are usually either so close that being able to overtake one means you overtake the other, or one person is so far bloody up ahead that this doesn't matter. How much speed increase? 0.35. Assume that any speed increase is 0.35 or 0.45 if it's the only thing it gives. So, I really don't like Blue Rose Closer. I think this one is like not fit for purpose whatsoever. If they really wanted her to have the assassin playstyle that the actual horse had, the like out of nowhere, here comes the Rice Shower, woo, why didn't they just give her early, late acceleration? Like, why not? Why this shit? Ugh, I do not like Blue Rose Closer. On top of that, she's going to be annoying to train, not because it's Rice Shower, pat, but because 10% stamina bonus is the only thing she has going for her. This is going to be annoying to get to where you need to be. You can totally run her. Her skill works on this, but it works like every Blue Rose Closer does, as in, I don't think it's fit for purpose. Awesome Tractor. Well, are you struggling to build enough stamina on your Uma? Do you also fear that you can't get 1200 speed and enough stam to last the race? Well, introducing the one you're running this Champions Meet. Here is Agnes Tachyon. If you don't know who to run, this is the one you're running. Caveat, if yours is 3-star. So, why does this one need to be 3-star? U equals MA squared is a stamina recovery skill. It's a reliable stamina recovery skill. It is good. But the thing that makes Agnes a kind of instant pick, unless you have something specific going on with your CM team, is the fact that this is 5.5% stamina recovery. Just like any other gold skill. If you've looked at any of the gold stamina recovery skills, you might realize that there aren't that many good ones. This is one of the really good ones. Next to Swinging Maestro, I'd put it right up there. The small version of it, however, is 1.5%, like any gray stamina skills. And if you've looked at any of the stamina skills, you know that gray skills are kind of worth nothing. You need 3.6 gray skills to have the worth of 1 gold skill, so you might as well not bloody take them. U equals MA squared plus Swinging Maestro, for example, means you're done. That's your stamina set. You still want to get as close to 900 or more as possible, but if you go above 900, these now make you debuff immune, by far and large. And if you're slightly below 900, these now enable you to run races. Wonderful bloody horse, but her 1 or 2-star unique just does not do what you want it to do. It just doesn't. 1.5% recovery is the equivalent to a red skill. Not tether specifically. That one's velocity. Any red skill, right? Not good. You also really don't want to run her pace. That's the other thing about Agnes Tachyon. You do not want to run her pace. Dominator is one of the great debuffs, and I really like Dominator. However, 'tis a bitch to get to work. Why? Dominator needs you to do the following. You need to be in a medium race. You need to be within last. You need to be within last leg, final leg. And then you need to be not within the top 50% of all runners. In Champions Meet, that means you can't be within the top 5. If you're running pace, good chance you're within the top 5. Good chance you're in the top 5. So don't be. Run her late, or if you want like a really fun horse project, run her end. Good luck. Good luck. On top of that, she has, at potential 5... Oh, mine is 5. Never mind. Oops. I was like, wait, let me get her potential 5 real quick. Nope, mine's 5. At potential 5, she has access to Race Planner. Decreases fatigue mid-race. How does this work? You need to be a pace chaser. Da-da. You need to be in mid-race. Wonderful. And you need to be within the top 50%. Pick one. Which way, Western Umo trainer? Which way? So, pick one. Like, you either learn Dominator or you don't, or you learn Race Planner. Race Planner is good. If all you're looking for is stamina, and you want to run her pace, this is the skill for you. If you have enough stamina, you have Swing Master, you have U equals MA squared, and you want to learn Dominator, run her late, don't pick this up. This is a good skill. Its requirements are negligible. It can only trigger when exactly you want it to trigger, which is somewhere within mid-race. Anywhere within mid-race is fine. And its requirements are laughable. Great skill, but pick one. These two do not work together. They just don't. Unless there's 8 fucking pacers in your race, in which case, cool, you now have Dominator. One of the humans that doesn't need to run SSR Spa. Yeah, you don't need Gaumont. You don't need to rely on Gaumont for her. You've got 2 recovery skills already, plus swinging. Like, she is so easy to build for your stamina requirement. Wonderful horse. Absolutely wonderful horse. Bring her. Oh yeah, there's Race Planner. I was blind. Bring her if you don't have any specific plans. I'm gonna bring one. Like, I'm running an Agnes. That's guaranteed. This is one of my 3. I'm learning that my Tachyon is apparently doo-doo because she's only 2-star. She's still fine as a 2-star. You just can't rely on your unique anymore, Ori. At that point, get Race Planner. Run her pace. Don't run the Dominator setup. Pace, Swinging Maestro, still a fine horse. Agnes Tachyon has another thing, actually she has multiple other things going for her. 20% speed growth. Incredibly cool. Incredibly cool. That means you can get away with one less speed card, run something else, or you can run that one speed card and have like a more consistent run. You don't need to high roll your runs as much. This horse is fucking insane. He's really good. And I love that people have noticed this instead of going, oh, the 1-star horse is bad. Like, no, the 1-star horse is fucking cracked and about to crack your skull in this event. You're going to see so many Agneses. So many of them. You saw a shit ton of them in V's tournament, right? We saw a shit ton of Agneses. And while none of them really took it, because all of them had various problems, this is a really good horse. I know exactly who to build. Hell yeah, go for it. Missing 30 star pieces for floppy sleeves. I bought them. Not gonna lie, I bought almost the entirety of a 2nd star, of a last star. So, it will work in V's tournament. Remember, Champions Meet is 9 horses only. V's tournament was not. Do we get an end Tachyon? If you can make one, I would run her end. Yeah, sure. Why not? A ticket! A winning ticket. Our ticket to win. I can't type. So, our ticket to win. Final corner. On final corner. Oh no, if you're no longer on the final corner, you're within the top 5. Blocked side, continue time over to... give target speed increase. So it's... You can see that the most common unique we're looking at, the most common thing we're looking at is, if you're coming out of the corner, get target speed increase. This is like the 10th horse we're looking at that has that, with a random ass condition. And none of them have been like fantastic, all of them have been okay. This is the same thing. This is the same thing. So you're in the top 5, you are blocked on the side for longer than 2 seconds, which usually means you're probably overtaking someone. Let's see what blocked side continue time actually means. The number of seconds you've been blocked from at least one side. In reality, that means someone is in a lane next to you for longer than 2 seconds, right? That's it. This happens relatively easily, but the payoff, once again, is kind of whatever. The payoff comes at the right time. We have velocity on the last straight. Cool. And it's laid enough on this specific race course, once again pointing at the race course map, it's laid enough on this specific race course that you can use it, and you will have accelerated already, because the last leg starts basically with the final corner. But it just doesn't offer anything unique or stand out-ish, right? Like, it's not great. One thing that Ticket does have going for her is her growth rates, though. 20% power means that you can train speed however much you want, and your power will just be fine. And 10% stamina means you have an easier time getting to your stamina. Max Drama, have you covered Air Groove yet? Yes, I have. Really quickly, Air Groove. Blazing Pride, same problem. Exact same thing. Blazing Pride is fine, but it requires you to be passing someone already. It triggers on corner if you're not within the top 4, so it makes you catch up. The problem is that it triggers on corner and gives you target speed. For our current race, while you're on the corner, you're still accelerating. There's a hella good chance that you never accelerate enough to get into this while it's still active. That's the problem with her on this racetrack specifically. If final corner was before last leg, or if final corner was considerably into last leg, this would not be a problem. Well, this would be much less of a problem. Love Air Groove. Don't think she's great on this track. Buckshin! No. Quick. So, you might have heard me rave about Agnes Tachyon and then went, oh, Super Creek also has a stamina recovery ult. That's fantastic. It's not. So, Creek has multiple issues. First of all, Pure Heart is a great stamina recovery skill. I love it. This skill is great. It has position requirements, which is annoying, but it also triggers in mid-race. That is fantastic. Creek, however, has one big problem that Agnes Tachyon doesn't. Creek can't use Super Creek. So if you want to run Super Creek in this event, you need her to be potential 5. Let's get that out of the way. You want her to be competitive for Champions Meet, you need her to be potential 5, otherwise she doesn't have Swinging Maestro. She also doesn't have access to, like, great other skills from potentialing. She just flat out doesn't. It's annoying. Let me like pull her up real quick. Super Creek on the side. So potentials are dazzling. What are our potentials? Ramp up. Ramp up is great. Don't get me wrong. Tail held high. Super Creek. Let's go. Dazzling Disorientation. Worthless. I'm sorry, all of my current players. Dazzling Disorientation is worse than not having Dazzling Disorientation. You're literally spending 340, 360 points on a skill that does nothing, and you're inflating your own rating with garbage. Hesitant Pace Chaser. That's okay. Swinging Maestro. That's the skill you need. So you don't really like any of her potentials except the first and the last one. Congratulations, having to pay for 2 more that are garbage. So you can't use Swing Maestro unless she's ported 5. And Pure Heart has an additional requirement. How does Pure Heart work? You need to be second or later, but within the first 4. So second, third, fourth. As a pacer, you can make that work. But if you aren't, well, getting into first is going to be weird because you cannot be in first unless there is no front runner within the first 50% of the race anyway. Pure Heart is a fine stamina recovery skill. For this Champions Meet, I would recommend against it. Run Agnes instead. Just run Agnes instead. Narita Taishin! Ah. So here comes the first horse where we have to look at multiple other things. Taishin. First of all, potential 5 Taishin or bust. Sorry. Luckily, Golchi Week is here to give us the money we need to get Encroaching Shadow, but Narita Taishin needs her potential 5. So let's look at multiple skills for Taishin and determine whether this works or not. What if I didn't know about this and already poured 5 Super Creek? Then go crazy, mana. Absolutely. Like, Creek can work. All I'm saying is you need Pod 5. If that's already an investment you've made because you like her, or if that's already an investment you've made because you don't like yourself, run her. Absolutely. Be happy. Go forth. Go forth. But if you're currently standing there and going like, hey, do I Pod 5 Super Creek or do I Pod 5 Agnes? Take Agnes instead. Or run both. Or just run both. You can do that too. Remember, Champions Meet is 3 versus 3 versus 3, right? Creek's a fine horse. It's the upfront investment that's annoying. And I don't like her story at all because I find her archetype annoying. That's a different problem. Is a not Pod 5 Taishin better than Golchi? No. Is a Pod 5 Taishin better than Golchi? Well, let's talk about Nemesis, shall we? So, if you're on the final corner or later, and hold up, I messed something up. And you're currently still on the corner. So final corner or later, and you're still on corner. And you are not within the top 50. You're within you're 5th or later. But you are 6th or 7th. So 5, 6, or 7th. And you're overtaking someone. Then you get like, I fucking hate Nemesis. This skill is so annoying and bad. I'm sorry. Nemesis is just so fucking bad. So here's why I don't like Nemesis whatsoever. You need to be on corner getting target speed. If your final corner is way beyond the start of last leg, then that's okay. If your corner is way before last leg, then that's okay. Because then you're getting into the acceleration, you're getting your target speed, you go into a higher target speed. The ideal use case for Nemesis is directly before last leg starts, you corner, you trigger it, you go to higher velocity, and then you carry that higher velocity into last leg while already accelerating. That gives you a head start on the other racers and allows you to just go off. That's the ideal use case scenario. As we look at our current racetrack, we know that that's not the case here. Like, last leg begins with last corner on Tokyo of 2,400 meters, right? Tolk! Hey, Tolk, how you doing? How's it going? The spin! Hope you're well. Hello, hello. Other than that, like, Nemesis seems weird to get off, but it's actually relatively consistent. Nemesis is relatively consistent to get off because that's when she accelerates anyway. However, when we want to look at Narita Taishin, we don't really care about whether Nemesis is good. We don't give a shit about that. What we need to look at is Encroaching Shadow. That's the skill we need to look at in order to determine whether she works on this track or not. And I'm sorry to say, but Narita Taishin is dog on this track. Why? Let's look at the track. I need to illustrate this. So I'm switching real quick. So let's look at the track. What does Encroaching Shadow do? Encroaching Shadow, when triggered, gives you 0.9 seconds of 0.4 acceleration. That is incredibly high acceleration. That is a lot of acceleration. But when does it trigger? You need to be end. You need to be in last sprint. And corner equals 0. You're not on a corner anymore. So when is that on this racetrack? On this racetrack, that is up, starting here. That's when we're out of the corner. And this is when our last sprint starts. This is the earliest Encroaching Shadow. Okay? Now you might see a problem here. And that is that all of this is our acceleration time. This is the time that we want to be accelerating in. And then this is when we get our acceleration buff. Ha! So the strongest things about her is that she can get all of this acceleration in last sprint. This isn't it. This is not a track that she works on. Narita Taishin is an auto-win button on tracks that she does work in. I think she's flat out worse than Golshi for this event. Taishin does not work on this track. Any win that she gets is off of other skills that she has, or raw stats in this. But the things that make Narita Taishin will not work in this. She's an insane horse once we get courses where she does work, where the final sprint lines up with acceleration time better. That's just not this race. Why'd you pull for her then? Because she's cool, Tornis. She's cool. And also, she is an auto-win button, just not in this Champions Meet. Yeah. Don't. Don't. If you want to run her because, like, she's your cool horse, run her. But know that she can win, but it's going to come off of other factors other than, like, the things that make her her. Why is that bad to get acceleration after the second drawn red line, and what does the second drawn red line represent? So, why is that bad? Let me clear this up a little, and let's talk about this. So, last leg of the race starts here, right? Well, let me just clear all of this up real quick. So, when horses get into the last leg of the race, everyone speeds up. Everyone speeds up, right? That is when you want your acceleration to happen. Before that, for most of mid, every horse is already going at max speed. For most of mid, you're already going at max speed. Here is when you're no longer at max speed because your max speed now increases. That means now every horse wants to accelerate. So, when last leg begins, when final leg begins, you want to get acceleration in order to get to your new top speed faster. Because if you go faster than the others, then you pull ahead, right? If you can get to like 100 miles per hour before the other horses can, then you will pull ahead. That's what it is. The problem is that that doesn't take all that long. It certainly doesn't take this long. Narita Taishin's Encroaching Shadow, the thing that makes her fantastic, can only trigger on final sprint or later, which is right here. This is where final sprint begins, the last 16% of the race. This distance here. And that is Encroaching Shadow. So, here is where you want your acceleration. Here is where you get it. This is too late. There are races where the final sprint happens, like, not all races look like this. This is specifically the Tokyo 2,400 meters. Remember, different races, different courses, horses for courses. Narita Taishin has courses where the final sprint lies much closer to the acceleration line, where coming off of a corner, it happens at a completely different timing. Not all races have the same proportions. So, what this means is that for this race specifically, all of her skills fire at the wrong time. Her Nemesis fires on a corner when you're still accelerating, and her Encroaching Shadow fires after the corner once you're done accelerating. Great. You get the speed when you don't need the speed, you get the acceleration when you don't need the acceleration. Whee! That's why. Run her if you want, but the two things that define her, Encroaching Shadow and Nemesis, do not work on this track. You can just win on stats alone. Don't worry about that part. You can just win on stats alone. You can win on the skills that you inherit. You can win by just being a tinier horse than everyone else. But we're looking for things that make Uma's uniquely stand out on this racetrack. And Narita Taishin does uniquely stand out as uniquely not working. Like, her entire kit is not designed to work on this track. Like, seriously, if you want to run End, run Golchi. What determines the positioning of the acceleration line and the final sprint line? The race layout, Petrovchi. The race layout. Every different race has a different layout. For this Champions Meet, we're going to be running this track that you can see above there. The Tokyo 2,400 meters, that's what it is. They're hard-coded? They're absolutely hard-coded. Different racetracks? I'll just show you. It's easier to just show you. There. So, behold. Let's look at 3,400 meter turf. This is what 3,200 meter turf looks like. Lap 1, lap 2. You can see the final leg begins here, long before the final corner. The final corner is all the way over here. So you've got all of this time, and then there's the final straight. The final sprint actually begins before the final straight, right? Here's the 2,500 meter. You can see, instead of being 23 meters after last leg, it's now much, much later than that. It's now 56 meters after the final last leg? Like, the entire thing is shifted. We can look at 2,400 meters, we can look at 2,300 meters. The curve actually now starts after last leg. Oh, the curve starts before last leg now. These are all hard-coded. This is a wonderful one, the 2,000 meter one. Look at this one. You go in, here's the final corner. The final corner happens. This, by the way, this is a track that Narita Taishin kills at. She absolutely kills at this thing. You go Nemesis trigger here. Nemesis gives you additional speed that you're looking for to get into last leg, where now your speed increases further. You then accelerate through, you then win. Sick. All of the races, I mean, that's 2,800 meters, we don't need to look at that, but like, all of the races, depending on where you are, they're all hard-coded. They're not randomly generated. All of the racetracks are hard-coded. You can see all the stats here. And based off of what the track is like, your horse will do better or worse. Literally horses for courses. Can Golchi work with 800 stamina? No. I'm not even reading the rest. So, the biggest lie that content creators have told you, Access Mana, is that gold star stamina skills make up for lacking stamina. They don't. Like, they don't. Go Home Specialist, I don't value all that much, by the way. I don't think it's all that good. 900 stamina or bust. Done. We can have a look at... You know what? You know what? Fuck it. We're just being analytical today anyway. Don't worry, we will run races eventually. We will be running races eventually, but this is more interesting to a lot of people right now. So. Gold chip. Okay. 800 stamina. Just give her 800 speed, it doesn't matter. Let's get rid of these, and let's give her... Go home Golchi. Alright? I would like to see my stamina. There we go. Here we are. Oh, this is still on Killer Tunes. Hold up. Could you update, please? Why is it not updating? Hold up. I'm just forcing this new. Golchi. Go home. Oh, nope, that's not how you spell that. It's a dash in between. Go home specialist. There we go. So, show me my stamina. There you see a stamina bar. You see your graph here. You can see we do end on stamina remaining. Right? We do end on stamina remaining. Oh, no, wait. That's with 1200. Hold up. Compare again. There we go. And we're running out of stamina about here. That means for the last couple of meters, for the last like 50 meters, we stop running. Yeah, Mighty Mortem, you're right. For the last about 50 meters, we stop running. And that is without any debuffs. Without any debuffs. Let's say Uma 2 is natty. Evil. No, it's not evil eye, it's all-seeing eye. All-seeing eye. Murmur. I'm not going to even add the others, right? I'm not going to even add the others. Now we're running out of stamina 100 meters before we end. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that cool? Doesn't that fucking suck? Oh, this is pace Golchi. Hold up, let's go end. Let's go end Golchi real quick. There we go. This is not great. It's just not good. 17 length median, yeah. Where we go, mean 2.4 lengths, mean 2.5, median 2.1 lengths. That's before anything else happens. Before anything else happens. Don't undercap your stamina. 900. 900. Or bring better stamina skills. But really, you do not want your stamina skills to make up for lacking stamina. You want your stamina skills to be on top of what you already have. If you're sitting at 850 and you have like Swinging Maestro or something, right? Run this. Sure, fine, fuck it. Run that. And hope that there aren't 3 nice natures. That's fine. Also, don't look at whatever Guts Whis is posting. Guts is irrelevant. It minorly affects this. Ignore that shit. We usually say 300 or 400 Guts to have a point of reference, not because that's the level of Guts you need. You don't need that level of Guts. We just like to have a level of reference because it does minorly affect how this comes out. Hitting the speed cap while getting stamped to 900 with Maestro. That's the problem, XS. You need to run races until you spike it. Remember, even if you run the same Uma over and over, they will all look vastly different. Isn't 2 cap? Why would they be? It's 3 versus 3 versus 3, Tornus. Is it not? Will Rice be good for the race? Rice is not good for anything. Rice is like, if I had a tier list of Umas and the uniques, Rice would be off the tier list. I mean, Tornus' point is that one of the nice natures will be yours, right? Like, there's 2 enemy natties. But we can see that you're losing with 1 enemy natty already. Right now I have good Uma with 200 Guts because it's useless. Yeah, exactly. We just use it as a point of reference. If all the strategies would have the same affinity... what do you mean by affinity? Which one is the best? I feel like the farther back strategies are the more suck, and the only reason you take Surge or End is because the affinity coerces you into doing so. It's kind of the opposite. First of all, affinity doesn't work that way. Second of all, the later back you are, the better. Right now, my ranking would be late, like from best to worst, late and front pace. Based on nothing, by the way. I just don't like pace chasers at all. Pacers tend to have the problem that they get into a block, but they also don't have the time to get around the block. Lates have the problem of getting into a block, but they have the time to get around a block. Ents have the problem of really needing acceleration, and they have all the time in the world to not get blocked. And fronts have the problem of not having access to Saiyan Sky right now. Front racers are kind of really bad at the moment. Mind you, we're not talking about campaign. In campaign, it doesn't matter. You win all of these. Who gives a crap, right? If we're talking PvP, I think that's the list right now. Late and front pace. Maybe it's pace front. I don't know. Saiyan Sky will change that. Yeah, Saiyan Sky will make frontrunners meta permanently. When we talk about meta, by the way, you can ignore that shit, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Meta doesn't matter. It's UMA. But if we're talking about like the top end line, if we're talking about all things being equals, then Pacers struggle because they are at the worst intersection of time and block, and they also have the worst stamina usage. Front struggle because we don't have Saiyan Sky right now, and they don't have good acceleration skills without her. Lates are doing perfectly fine. We have good skill support for lates, tail held high combo. For mid races, we have good acceleration for them, Taiki Shuttle. And Ends struggle because there's only 2. But Golchi is good, so Naruto Taishin's also good, but Naruto Taishin only works on specific courses. Based on just many, that's also part of why they get blocked so often, correct. I wonder if so many Evil Nature preparations if we actually will end up seeing many. I don't think there are that many Evil Nature preparations, Strider. Remember. I know this is hard to see. But I'm drawing you the world's tiniest Venn diagram. This is all the UMA players. This is all the people that watch internet content on like Twitch or Reddit or shit. This right there, that's you. Everyone here, you're all that. You're all in the middle there. The overwhelming majority of people you're going to be playing against are these people here. All of this is the overwhelming majority of what you're going to be playing against. And those people don't know shit about Nice Nature. Those people don't have her, or they haven't leveled her, or they don't have potential in her. Like, I know it's hard to see because, like, the content that you're engaging with Uma is other people that are also engaging with Uma content, right? So it's easy to look at a big stream and go like, oh my god, there's 1,000 people in here. That's crazy. These are the people I'm gonna fight against. Oh no, this video has 100,000 views. There's 100,000 people that know how this race works, and I'm gonna have to fight against all of these. It's a tiny, tiny minority of people that have all of this at their beck and call. A tiny minority. It's just that's the player base that you're interacting with, so it's very easy for it to seem like that's all there is. If you're in the stream, you're already preparing more than the average player. Yes, exactly. By a lot more. If you looked at a Reddit post about Uma that wasn't just a meme or people posting Golchi, you're preparing more than the average player. If you're looking at your Umas and going, oh, I wonder whether this is enough stats for this, then you're preparing more than the average player. If you know that Champions Meet is going to happen, you're preparing more than the average player. I don't mean to say that the average player is bad. That's not the point of this all. I'm bad. The average player does not concern themselves with this. The average gacha player plays this shit like on a break, on the train, while they're shitting. The average player doesn't deep dive into how do I play this game well, because that's not where they get their enjoyment from. They see funny horse girl, they go pat pat, and that's where they get their fun. There's no harm in that whatsoever. You know the upcoming event schedule. That's more than 80% of the player base knows. Not because that info isn't out there, but the type of player that's usually attracted to gacha games like this doesn't care for that information. They don't care about it. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. And it's been like that. This isn't an Uma problem, by the way. It's not even a problem. This isn't an Uma thing. This has been the thing since time immemorial. Every gacha game has that issue. If you're wondering, hey, this community is in a huge uproar right now, it's probably just the subreddit, like, shitting themselves. The large player base, why isn't this developer responding to us rioting? Because you're like 20,000 people in a game that has 2 million players, and the other 2 million players are Facebook moms. That's why. Like, ugh. For everyone saying, okay, I can save these Golchi carrots until Saiyan Sky, there are dozens maybe saving for 3 days and using a 10 pull instantly. Yes, Yes, Jimmy. Yes, exactly that. What hunts are you advising for this upcoming race? That's kind of what we're doing right now, Petro, but like I keep finding other things to talk about. I'll give you a summary once we're done looking at every horse. Most people in most games, not just gachas, go by the vibes. Exactly. And I'm not saying this needs to change. I'm not saying these people are worse. I'm not saying these people are filthy casuals. No, not at all. But remember, the scale that you're measuring yourself against isn't the scale that you think it is. People enjoy games for different reasons, and the vast majority of gacha players enjoy them as a casual affair that they don't want to do homework about. And UMA is a game where that's very, very easy to do. Because UMA has a lot of mechanical depth, but all of that mechanical depth is optional. You don't need to know why your horse is doing badly on Tokyo 2,400 meters. Eventually you'll realize, hey, if I run this horse on this track, I lose, therefore I don't run this horse anymore. But all of this bullshit that I'm circling out here and all of this, technically an UMA player doesn't need to know the whys of it all. And that's true for almost every UMA mechanic. Not every game works like this. A lot of games do not. UMA is very easy to just play as like a funny spectator thing and to just have fun with like that. And that's what most people do. Alright, so, where were we? Ah yeah, we were answering why Naruto doesn't work on this track. That's what we're doing. Whoop, let's go back. Meanwhile, the UMA subreddit doesn't even talk about the game. They don't have to either. Let them have fun, right? Like, I've always said this, right? The more people enjoy a thing, the better. I'm an ancient Warhammer player. If someone comes up to me and goes like, hey, I've read all the books, I go like, what? Are you insane? Are you okay? Do you need help or a hug? But like, that's cool. Do you play the board game? No, I don't. Cool, I'm glad you like the universe that much. Oh, I just paint the miniatures. Fuck yeah, we can talk about the hobby all we want. Oh, I just play the board game competitively. I don't give a shit about the universe. I just like pushing plastic minis around and shooting people. Fuck yeah, maybe don't shoot people, but cool, more power to you. It doesn't matter which part of my hobby you enjoy. I'm gonna be happy that you're there for that shit. That's the great part, right? I don't give a shit whether you like the series for UMA, or whether you like the game, or you like the other weird party game that's not all that great. I don't know whether you just want to like pet cute horse girls on the head. No, who gives a shit? Like, we have something in common that's cool. That's the cool part, right? So this isn't like I don't want to have this come off as like, oh, Care's judging all the casuals. Like, no, have fun. I'm glad you're there, right? Like, I'm glad we have player numbers. I'm glad you're having fun with it. This stream is the Biwa Hayahida is my spirit animal club. I don't have one. Why would you say that? Biwa Hayahida is my one that got away. I really wanted a Biwa, didn't get one. But that's my fault for not sparking her. If I really wanted one, should have fucking sparked her, huh? Favorite Hons? Go. Marozensky. Marozensky, TM Opera O, Simberly Rudolph, Mihono Bourbon, Agnes Tachyon. My top 5 changes on a daily basis. Valora! Hello, Valora. I heard that Golchi mode is harder than Yorei, but gives more reward. Should I stick to using Yorei to train and try horse for champions meet? Yeah, Valora. So Golchi mode isn't particularly harder. It changes some of the stats on your opponents, but not by much. To me, it didn't make a difference. Play Golchi mode to get your 1.2 million monies, but after you've gotten the 1.2 mil out of it, there's really not much reason to stick with it. For those of you that don't know what I mean, Care Manhattan. Manhattan isn't out yet! Like, if all those horses I just mentioned are tier 1, Manhattan is tier 0, but Manhattan doesn't exist yet. Not Naruto Taishin, I don't massively care for her. I like her, but like, she doesn't make my top 5. So, here's Golchi mode. As long as this number isn't 0, run Golchi mode. But if you've done that already, you get about 100k. Like, you need to do about 12 runs in Golchi mode to get all out of it if you win every time. But once you're done with this, go back to URA to train there. It's not a lot harder. It's like a tiny, tiny difference, really, for Laura. Yeah. And there's nothing else that's really big new about it, right? There's nothing else that's really big and new about it. Not found any difference, to be honest. Japanese sources say, like, enemy stats are slightly higher. But if I'm being entirely honest with you, I haven't compared either. I have not compared. Either the difference is negligible or there isn't one. but I've seen too many reputable sources say that there is a difference, it's just tiny, for me to believe that there isn't one. And I haven't checked myself because I'm lazy. Reed, thank you for the hydrate. I do need that. Desperately needed that. Appreciate it. Alright, so let's look at the rest of the horses. Where were we? Haru Urara! Nope, that's not Haru Urara. Yomachi kind of Fuku Kitaru. Alright, listen. Listen. Okay, Yuni, come here. Come here. Come here. Listen to me. Okay? If you have the parentage to make Haru work for Champions Meet, then two things are true. First of all, you absolutely must do that. This is no longer optional. And second of all, you know more about the game than me. Why the fuck are you listening to me? Okay? So, let's pretend. Let's play pretend and pretend that this doesn't say G and this doesn't say G. Super Duper Climax is an absolutely dogshit ultimate. I'm sorry. I love my little jelly bean. This sucks. It's not good at all. Even if Haru had the aptitude to get anywhere near this race, she doesn't have anything that makes her good on it. And neither does she need to, because she's special in her own way. Alright. I had so many mood down events that I assume it was because of the mode. No, it's not, Strider. That's purely coincidental, unfortunately. I sometimes make it to the first summer camp in Goshi mode. Before what happens, Petrov? Tony says, official rules in news section of the game saying something weird. Section 8, you cannot upgrade your skills in Goshi mode. What? And Umas are better. I confirmed that NPC sets a slight... What do you mean you cannot upgrade your skills in Goshi mode? Like your uniques? But I have upgraded my skills in Goshi mode. What do you mean? Huh? Huh? Some madman will win with Haru? Yeah. Check in-game news. Hey, Tornus. Hey, Tor. Where are the in-game news? Let's ask embarrassing questions. Where are the in-game news again? Letter? Thank you. Oh yeah, the not in-game news. Events. Golchi. See below. Hold up. Single reward can be obtained for this campaign. If you do not log in, the availability period, blah, 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 blah. Daily free scout, blah, 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 blah. Important info. Single draw, if you have any free draws, no difference in draw. Check draw ratios. I hate how big this is, by the way. I also hate how it doesn't scale all that well. It's annoying. Goshi mode! In Goshi mode, career mode will become more difficult, but you can earn additional rewards and monies by completing your Uma Musume's goals. It's exactly additional monies, by the way. There's nothing really else. Once you're used to career mode, take on the challenge. How to challenge. Important information. Additional prize can only be claimed in Goshi mode. I don't know what that means. During the campaign, you can challenge as much as you like, but can only earn up to 1.2 mil monies. Once you have, you will be unable to earn additional. After finishing career playthrough, any monies earned past will be discarded. If you finish a career playthrough after the availability period, you may be unable to continue a Goshi mode career playthrough from suspended data. Rewards are decided based on your Uma's final goal and clear status in the... This is just monies, by the way. When they say additional reward and monies, they mean only monies. That's it. Availability period and campaign contests are subject to change. Uma Musume are made stronger in the race, but skills earned during the career cannot be upgraded. Ah! So this is something that carries over from JP, right? Let me show you something. Some of you might have seen this. Some of you might have seen this. If I go, hey, character, and I go over there, and I go... Let's pick up Narita Taishin. Let's pick up Narita Taishin. Some of you might have seen this. This? Skill evolutions. Sleeping Line, get at least 4 skills for Chaser aptitude or get at least 5 speed type skills. Then your Sleeping Line upgrades to Menacing Presence. Cool. When the Tenno shows Spring, Imminent Shadow becomes Spurring Emotions, which is busted, by the way. This is dumb as fuck. And also unnecessary. I think they refer to that, which is a mechanic that we flat out don't have yet. We just don't have this. Other than that, I have no idea what they mean by but skills earned during the career cannot be upgraded. On account of I've upgraded my uniques, so... And uniques aren't earned throughout the career anyway, so... Whatever. No, normal runs count, Sir Raiden. I've only been running normals anyway. In Golshi mode, I just keep getting career ends. Is there any way to cheese Golshi mode? No, you just play it like a normal campaign, because it is just a normal campaign, really, Petrov. Sorry. Any S ranks yet? No, I've not been trying. S ranks universally are either the whale thing to do, or they are wit maxing, and wit maxing is cool exactly once. Unfortunately, most S ranks are just bad at the moment. Why? Because about 3,000 of their stats are inflated garbage. Unless you have whale decks, in which case that looks different. I don't know, Typhoon. I don't think so. I don't think so, and I don't care. Like, the only skills that we can upgrade right now are uniques. I can guarantee you that I've upgraded my uniques in Golshi mode, and therefore I'm not looking into this any further, because it clearly isn't applicable, or it doesn't work. So one of two things is true. This is either a sentence that was translated from a different JP event, and just like copy-pasted in here, or it's false information. I don't need to know why or how or what. It doesn't matter. So, back to horses. Nope. Next horse. Next horse. Machikana Fuku Kitaru. Okay, let's be honest. I've never read her skill. I see victory in my future. Conditions. You need to be in late. You need to be third or later. And you need to be blocked in front. And I don't need to tell you what this does, because you need to be blocked in front in late race. If you are blocked in the front in late race, you're not winning this race. Done. Fuck this skill. Other than that, by the way, Machi has like all the signs of a good racer. 20% stamina is really cool if you want to run mediums or longs. I like this a lot. 10% power is cool for acceleration. Big fan. Run her late, but her unique doesn't do anything. And I needed to sneeze. Alright. That was quick. Next. Natty! Yeah, I mean, you've seen this in a million videos. You don't need me to tell you that Natty is a really good pick. What, smokescreen or bad debuff? Natty, here. What's smokescreen? This is smokescreen. Moderately narrow the field of view for runners ahead late race. This is worthless. This is completely worthless. In fact, anything that says field of view right now, worthless. Disregard. Doesn't matter. Unfortunately, that means one of Kurin's gold skills is dog shit. Yes, sorry, dazzling disorientation is bad. Do all pace tracers become frontrunners if there are none? No. The game randomly picks one of them, Brights. And they are not hit by frontrunner debuffs. No, they're running like a frontrunner, but as a pace chaser. It changes their AI behavior. As far as I'm aware, they do get access to Overtake AI, which isn't relevant because Overtake AI only does something if there's another frontrunner. But I think they do get access to it. But no, they're still handled as pace chaser. And Hayavora. Alright, so Nettie. Think of it as a pace setter. That's what it's called. Every race has a pace setter that determines how far the field can walk astray, that determines how far others can go. That's what they are. That's why I keep saying, like, your pace chaser gets to be the pace setter. Are we talking about an ace nice nature? Okay, so let's talk about two different Netties. There's two different nice natures. The first nice nature is one that you might be running into a bit. Hopefully you're not. And that is what people have dubbed evil nature. Mystifying Murmur, All-Seeing Eye. If you do not have her at potential 5, you're not making that horse. Guarantee you that. You're not making that horse. She needs to be pot 5. So what does this mean? Mystifying Murmur disturbs runners directly ahead mid-race. So, let's look at our race chart up there. When is that? It is distance type 3. So you need to be on mediums. You need to be anywhere in the middle. And then blocked front continue time over 1. In mid, you're blocked quite a lot. If you ever blocked for longer than a second, which is always, then everyone ahead of you gets drained by 3% stamina. That is a lot of stamina. Like a lot of stamina. They lose 3% of their max, not of their current. Cool. Next, All-Seeing Eyes. this is what I call like the 1-2 punch. All Seeing Eyes is broken. All Seeing Eyes does the following. If you are late and randomly anywhere within late race, and you are not within the top 50% of all runners, then you drain 3% stamina. So what the hell does that mean? This hits everyone within your field of view. So mostly people in front of you, sometimes, depending on what your FOV looks like, people next to you. Doesn't super matter, that's why FOV is bad. So let's go back to our little canvas here. And let's explain the big problem. Let's explain the big, hold up, we're undoing a lot of things real quick. Let's explain the big AI problem. This is a problem that Global has right now and eventually won't have. So, when your horse enters the last leg of the race, this is where Dazzling Display shines. Remember, Dazzling Display takes 5 degrees off your FOV. That makes it more narrow. It still hits everyone in front of you, Ringsong. Your horse at this point of the race, directly here, as you enter the final leg, your AI does something funny. Your horse's AI looks at this distance here, the last 33% of the race, and it checks, hey, do I have enough stamina for this shit? If you do have enough stamina, then your horse will start going faster. If you don't have enough stamina, then she will delay going faster or not go faster at all. Or go less fast. The important part is that that decision is locked in. Right now, on Global, that decision does not change anymore. So let's say you have 30% stamina, and your horse decides, hey, that's enough to run this race at full speed. Yay, full speed! Anywhere on this entire journey here, in the last 33%, Natty can decide that she's had a bad day. And if she's had a bad day, she's going to make that your problem. So your horse going full speed because she has enough stamina, now all of a sudden gets hit by All Seeing Eyes. And All Seeing Eyes says, you now have less stamina. But your horse is still going at full fucking speed. Because your AI is locked in. Like, there's now a giant brick on your gas pedal. That's your AI's decision. They've put a brick on your gas pedal and they're going full speed. Which means, now that you're lacking that stamina, your horse is about to run out. Because she's made the wrong running decision. So, somewhere towards, I don't know, here or something, your horse now has 0% stamina all of a sudden. And Natty casually walks past her, spits in her face, and wins the race. That's what All Seeing Eye does. The 3% from Murmur in mid-race here, that's interesting. Don't get me wrong, that's an interesting debuff, and minus 3% is a lot. But the real kicker is that a horse's decision is locked in at the 33% mark. And being deprived of 3% of their stamina at that point, that's what kills them. That's what does it. So don't believe the people that go like, oh, you only need potential 3 for her to be good. No, fuck that. You need All Seeing Eyes. It's non-debatable. You will also see a lot of natties, especially like from content creators that think that's funny, that take all of the debuff skills. You can do that, but the one that matters is All Seeing Eyes. Take as many debuff skills as you like. The more you have, the easier this becomes, right? But you really only need All Seeing Eyes. It's innate. It's a potential 5, yeah. She's the only one with access to it as well. The trick skills? No, trick skills are not worth it. Anything that deals with rushed isn't worth it. Hesitance. The hesitant skills are fine. The subdueds, I believe, are also fine. But that's it. Like, don't worry about it. So, there's 2 kinds of nice natures. There is 2 kinds of nice natures. That's what we're getting now. The first nice nature is the debuff Natty. Your debuff Natty, if you choose to build one, is not going to win the race. She's not there to win the race. Your debuff Natty will look something like this. This is not a great one. This is one where I'd say she's okay. But this run went to hell, so, You don't need enough speed to win. You don't need to cap your speed. You don't even need enough stamina to win. You just need roughly enough stamina. In fact, you do not want 900 stamina. And I'll explain as to why in a minute. You want power enough to accelerate with everyone else. Your guts doesn't matter. And get about 800 wit. About 800 wit. You can have more, but don't neglect the rest of your horse. At that point, by the way, if you have 800 wit, you should probably get more skill points for your horse instead and get more red skills, or get more other skills. Why? Because at 800 wit, you have a 90% skill trigger chance. 1200 wit means you have a 93% skill trigger chance. That's a 3% delta for 400 stat points. I believe the kids, the phrase the kids would use is, bitch please. And that's not outdated at all. I'm old, please forgive me. Oh, Petrov, yeah. You want low stamina so she decides to lag behind and have everyone in line of sight. Yesn't. You're right, Petrov, but you don't want low stamina, you want like really middling stamina. Because middling stamina will mean that towards the last leg of the race, she doesn't immediately put the pedal to the metal. She like holds off on her last sprint a little, lets others get ahead of her, and then gets to trigger All-Seeing Eyes. You still do need enough stamina for her to catch up though, because remember, while Mystifying Murmur is everyone ahead of you, it doesn't matter where they are, you do need to have them in line of sight for All-Seeing Eyes. You want to find like a funny little balance where she can catch up just enough. Just enough. But you're exactly right, that's why. Yeah. Get as much wit as you can, but 800 and you're kind of good. While the difference between 90 and 93 might not be all that much, remember that this compounds eventually, right? You want all of your skills to fire, and the more skills you have, eventually 3% starts making a difference. Want to aim for an S in late then? Because... And I don't have this confirmed yet, Weiss, but I've heard this from like a couple of sources that I believe in. But I have to confirm this myself. The S ranking in style does not actually deal with your skill activation chance at all. But take all of that with a huge grain of salt. This is like working theory. I have not tried that yet. I keep hearing this from like high-end PvP people that I trust with information like that, but I don't know the like behind it all yet. So like, Yeah, anyway, take this with all the grains of salt. Don't tell anyone else, because that info might as well be bullshit. If style is wit, it sounds really weird that it would not factor into activation. Yeah, exactly, Ringsong. That's why I also think it's weird. I don't know. I keep hearing this repeated. I have yet to see anyone explain it to me. So, I don't know. I can't tell you anything more about it. I can't speculate. This is not a thing that thinking about it will solve, so I'm going to disregard it now. It also doesn't fucking matter, right? Whether I have like 100 more wit here doesn't change anything, really. It's irrelevant. Don't worry about it. You could build her late, but this was a pickup run. I don't have parents for this. You can see this is just like random horses. This is a level 1 Symboli Rudolph card, by the way. There's a spare in here for some reason. This here should really be an Agnes Tachyon wit. This was a random pickup run. Don't copy this. This Kita-san Black doesn't have a purpose either. You don't need to run Kita for this shit. Get enough stats to win your URA, get enough wit, and then get good skills, that's fine. So that's the first type of evil nature. Or the first type of natty. Don't look at this one just bad. This one won't win races. She will be there so your other 2 horses win races. That's important to realize. Because she doesn't have enough stamina, she doesn't have enough speed, she doesn't have enough power to win those races. And her debuffs won't make up for it either. Your other horses will hopefully win races after this natty debuffs everyone. That's the first kind. The second kind of nice nature is a normal racer. 1200 speed, 900 stamina, whatever else you can find, 700 to 900 power, as much wit as you can. So how does that natty perform for Champions Meet? Just a little farther is a bit of a shit skill, but let's have a look at it, shall we? So, you need to be within late. You need to be exactly third. someone needs to be behind you with less than 1 horse length, and then you get 0.35 target speed. What do we say about random velocity gaining skills in late race that require weird positional requirements? So this is going to trigger almost exclusively immediately in late, right? When you're already accelerating. And you need to exactly be in third? You can have a run where Natty is very late and she only gets into third position very late in the race, and then the additional velocity is nice. Because everyone's already accelerated to max. You can get this where she is just in third immediately, and this immediately triggers. You can... I don't know. I don't like this skill. I think the skill is awful. Natty by herself doesn't really have anything that she offers, like as a race Natty, right? As a debuffer, in a team scenario, she's wonderful. Like, as a supporter, she is absolutely lovely. What a cool horse. She's also something that's different to build from everyone else, right? Like, it's not the same build slop that you make with every other horse. Build one, she's fun, but you need potential 5. If you do not have all-seeing eyes, don't run this. Like, this is the big skill. This is the important one. Without it, who cares? All right. Last horse. Well, not last horse. There's more afterwards. King Halo! Don't. I just want to tell you to don't, but like, let's look at Prideful King real quick. So, temptation count equals 0, so you've never been rushed in the entire race. Distance is below 201, below equals 201, or equals greater 199, so within 3 meters. You are later than 5th, but you are within the top 5. So Champion's Meet is exactly, you are in 5th position. You now get target speed. You know what this is? This is worse Triumphant Pulse. This is just Triumphant Pulse, but awful. Cool. Run Augury instead, for Christ's sake. And now to the horses that I don't know shit about. Spat! Shooting Star! Notorious for being the other shooting skill. What does Shooting Star do? You need to be within late or later. Funny. You need to be 2nd, 3rd, or later. You need to be within the top 5. And then order needs to change 1 time, and you get a target speed increase. I mean, same problem as always, right? It's another generic target speed increase. Another generic target speed increase that triggers when, like, order changes. It's decent. It's not exciting. Is there a chance we can do mock CM to see if our horses are any good at it, Mr. Duck? We can set one up here, Fuse. We can set one up. I really wanted to run a campaign today, but it seems like we're talking about shit instead. We can set one up after we're done, yeah? But I don't want to... I don't know. Actually, I'm kind of not interested in running mock 3v3s right now. Blah. A speed increase in my racing game. So the problem is that speed increases aren't like speed increases, right? This is a target speed increase, which means you need to accelerate into it. It's your maximum speed. There are skills later down the line that give you instant speed, and those skills are kind of cracked. We saw one of them recently, Hishi Akebono, the one that they put into Legend Race as a random side horse. Her unique gives you instant speed, which is hilarious. Very, very different. Those skills handle completely different. But yeah, like Spaz, this is just not an exciting skill. And it should be. Fucking protagonist privilege, for Christ's sake. Thufuka! Okay, listen. The view from the leader's mine is at best a win more skill, at worst awful. So, final corner, no longer on the corner. That's great, right? You're no longer on the corner, so you've accelerated already. On this track specifically. You are first, and there's no one within 1 horse length of you. There's no one within 1 horse length of you. You already have distance. You've already accelerated to maximum, and so has everyone else. And now you can go faster. The view from the leader's mine is the most win more skill that has ever won more. Who gives a shit? You can make an argument that this is insurance for frontrunners to not get overtaken within the last straight. You'd be right, that's exactly what this is, but quite frequently we don't care about this, right? Like, quite frequently right now, the way Uma is at the moment, we don't need this. It's also awful when inherited, by the way. Do not inherit this. Suzuka works fine for entirely different reasons. So Suzuka is a fine horse for this Champions Meet, I would say, for two completely separate reasons. First reason, she has access to concentration, which is the big brother of focus. For those of you that have run late runners, you will know that a late start kills you. She's immune to dying on late start, because concentration says you cannot late start anymore. Cool. Second of all, 20% speed growth rate. Cool. View from the leader's mind might be a little bit shitty, but that concentration edge is big. If you're planning on running Suzuka, pick another frontrunner though. You want to run two frontrunners. You do not want to run just one frontrunner, run two. And then Suzuka can be one of them, absolutely. But it's not because of view from the lead, it's because of concentration. Which is pot 3 on her. It's potential 3 on her. The only other way you can get concentration right now is through the Tazunor SSR trainer card, which, if you don't have, you're fucked. The Shrine can... So, all the 3 different mood events do different things, by the way. Karaoke gives you 2 stages instead of 1. Walking gives you energy back. And Shrine can cure debuffs. All of them do different things to me. While on Suzuka, can you check her last potential skill? I remember not being sure about it. Okay, fine. Hold up. I'll pull her up on site. Suzuka. Runway. Random point during the final corner. If you're in the lead, your acceleration will increase. I mean, that works on the current track, right? Because on final corner, we will need to accelerate. So this works on every track where the final corner is early on within last leg. This works on any one of those. And then it's 0.4 acceleration, which is huge. This is redshift, but it's -1 second. That's cool. Why true frontrunners? Frontrunners have a thing that's called Overtake AI, Petrov. Frontrunners have an AI mode that they can trigger when there's another frontrunner in front of them, and they are going to go through a wits check every like 3 seconds or so, and then they're going to try to overtake them. That gives them additional velocity and additional acceleration compared to every other horse doing portions of the race where you cannot usually get that. Which means 2 frontrunners can trade front position with one another, accelerating further, gaining distance from the rest of the pack until, what is it, 12 lengths maximum? It's like a couple of meters. Like, no matter how fast you go, you cannot go as, like, infinitely far away. But you can get to that leash distance with 2 frontrunners. Without that, your frontrunner is probably at a disadvantage. Code, hello! How's it going, everyone? Welcome on in. Hello, hello, and welcome to Horse Talk, where we talk about horses instead of racing them. Burning more or less stamina. It doesn't do any of that, Petrov. It doesn't burn anything. Not a thing. It doesn't have an impact on your stamina. We don't have, like, the big, like, challenge AI stuff yet. There's a lot of AI changes that get implemented in the game as we get to anniversaries. But right now, frontrunners specifically have that little quirk to them. Nothing else does. You can only lead by 12 lengths until last leg. Until the... No. First 50% of the race, you're locked in. For the first 50% of a race, every horse is locked to their position. Overtake is free 99 distance gain. It's free good distance gain, yeah. Basically. Basically. So, yeah, that's... Like, Tazunor's concentration is really interesting here because it makes your frontrunner good. But that's it. Anyway. Anime Teo. No. Run normal Teo instead. Like... Okay. Long form explanation. Certain victories dog shit. If Anime Teo is your waifu horse, go run her, she's fine, right? But certain victory is trash. One thing that does make Anime Teo fun is that she has Trackblazer, or Trailblazer, or whatever the skill is called. She has her own, like, potential stamina recovery skill, which is good. Certain victory is bad. This skill is so hard to trigger, it's not even funny. Here, let's look at the trigger conditions for certain victory. Certain victory. If you're on the final corner and you're no longer on the corner and you're overtaking someone and you're within the top 5, but you're also not within the top 5, what? If you're in the top 5 and you're within the top 5, it says it twice, and it takes you longer than 2 seconds to overtake your target, then gain target speed increase for 5 seconds. Race Planner is what it's called. Thank you, Valora. Sorry, Trackblazer was the other one. That's good, huh? Why is it like this? Why is Certain Victory like this? Because Certain Victory is designed to work together with this Medru McQueen. Both of these uniques are designed in such a way that they trigger each other. The scenario that's supposed to happen, because it's cinema, that's the only reason why, is that Medru McQueen is front and is running, and she's running out of stamina. She gets exhausted slowly but surely. The requirement here is like 30%, by the way, so it's very easy to fulfill. And then, like, Teo comes up behind, and Teo goes like, I'm gonna get ya! And then McQueen triggers her ultimate and goes like, you're not gonna get me! And then Teo goes like, ah! And then Teo triggers her ultimate and goes like, I'm gonna get ya! And then you have like a really cool photo finish with both of them. Both of these uniques are designed to work together. Which ironically makes both of them really bad. They're not good. At all. Other things that are worse about anime Teo than normal Teo. Hey, did you think 20% speed, 10% stamina is the best growth rates you could get in this game? You're right. These are the best growth rates you can get in the game. What about not having them anymore and trading them for 10% in a stat that doesn't exist? Hey, kid, you wanna buy a guts growth? Huh? Huh? You wanna? Huh? Fuck this. Anime Teo has one thing over normal Teo, and that's the fucking music change when ult does trigger. Peak. Absolute peak. Other than that, I'm sorry, but the best use for Beyond the Horizon Tokai Teo is once we get the costume changes, to put her costume on normal Teo. That's the best thing about her. And we don't even have that yet. Biwa Hayahide. Therefore, win QED. Oh boy. Oh boy. Speaking of generic target increase skills that I couldn't give a shit about, is Final Corner and is still on the corner. We don't need to read further than that. For the current track that we're on, once again, if you look at the track there above me, you can see that Final Corner. That Final Corner there is the beginning of our last sprint, of our last leg, not the beginning of our last sprint, that's different. It's the beginning of our last leg, which means we're going to start to accelerate. Biwa says, if you're on the corner, or later, and you're still on the corner, and you change order, and you're within the top 4, then gain target speed. This is very likely going to happen at a time when you're still accelerating, and you're not going to be able to make full use of it. Therefore, win QED is kind of... bleh. It's another generic target speed increase, but it doesn't even have the decency to be final straight. It is corner only. Blah. Alcona Pasa ult is worth to inherit. Plancha. Let me look at Plancha stats real quick. Also, 1 second, please. Please. The only reason I like Anime Teo, I got on the 50 carat paid first time. There's many reasons to like Anime Teo, by the way. This is not a this horse is good or bad tier list. We're currently talking about which horse works in the upcoming Champions Meet well or not. There are many reasons to like Anime Tokai Teo. She looks fucking sick, the music's great, her animations rock, her outfit events are decent, and overall it's Teo. For Christ's sake, what's not to love about Teo? Numerically speaking, she's worse than normal Teo, but that's a shame. I'm not gonna sit out here and go like, you should not like this horse. Psh, right? Like whatever horse you like. But the lens under which we're looking at it right now, like, yeah, Anime Teo sucks. So, Victoria por Plancha. Great ultimate. Great unique. But, you get a target speed increase of 0.25 and 0.3 acceleration. That changes to 0.05 and 0.1 when inherited. For 3 seconds instead of 5. That's not worth the skill points. You can relatively easily trigger it, but the benefit you get off of it is so tiny that it does not matter anymore. Does not matter anymore. I'd much rather have a parent that's 0.2 acceleration or a decent target speed increase. Wow, my allergies. Holy shit. Today's one of those days, huh? All right. Yeah, Biwa, don't. It's a CZ stat. Win QED, therefore win QED is just like a bad unique. Like, it's not good. It's not good inherited, it's annoying to trigger. On this course, it just doesn't trigger well either. Blah. Kuren-chan! No. I mean, let's ignore the fact that she has a medium rating of G, which, good luck. Hashtag look at Kuren. First of all, hashtag look at Kuren annoys me to no end because it's named hashtag look at Kuren. Kuren. I think it's Kuren, right? Kuren? I think it's Kuren. Do not like the name. So what does it do? If you are above 50 distance rate, but below 65 distance rate, so you're anywhere within like the half race to 65% of the race, so directly after your AI unlocks. Directly after your AI unlocks. And you are later than third. You're third or later. Third or later. But you are within the top 4. So you're exactly third or fourth. And then you overtake someone. So it's exactly when you go from fourth to third. Then get target speed increase and get acceleration increase. What do we say about mid-race acceleration? Ta-da! However, this is also mid-race target speed. I would make the argument that we already have a skill that does that, and it's called Resplendent Red Ace, and it's Daiwa Scarlet skill. And Daiwa Scarlet has roughly the same trigger conditions. They're slightly easier to trigger than this. And Resplendent Red Ace is fine. This one is annoying. This one's annoying. The position requirement sucks a little. And she's got medium G, for Christ's sake. If you can make an A or S rank medium Kuren, you don't need to listen to me. Like, you know more about the game than me. You know more than me at that point. Good luck. Unlike Curry, I love Curry. Curry is great. But I don't have one. Maybe I'd love her more if I had one. As it stands, I have 84 shots from Legend Races, and that's it. Yeah, no, you're not going to run her. The important thing about Kuren-chan, by the way, is if you're running her, stop learning Disorient. Stop learning her stupid potential skill. I know you see a gold skill that belongs to the horse, and you go like, ooh, must have, must have. But you're wasting a shit ton of points on dog shit. Do not buy this trash. You're just getting empty points. You're just putting fat onto the horse. You don't want fat on the horse. I do not even remember that quote anymore, Neffy. I do not even remember that fucking quote. Alright, that's all the horses. So, in short, great if you can get her there. Probably not. Decent. Great. Fantastic. 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 Cool. Fantastic. No. Cool. No. Weirdly good? Really good. No. Rice shower. Yes, the best one. Pick this one. Run this horse. If she's at 3-star. Otherwise, but decide between pace and late. Bakushin. If you're potential 5, sure. No, does not work on this track. Do not the Narita Taishin. Haru Urara out of 10. No. Funny, but pick one of the 2 playstyles. No. Boring. Yes, but... No, run normal Teo. No, definitely no. What's my opinion on Beeline Burst? Beeline Burst is a fucking bait. So Beeline Burst is a target speed increase, right? Beeline Burst is a target speed increase of like 0.45. That's a lot. It's a big target speed increase. It might be 3.5, one of the 2. The problem with Beeline Burst is that its baseline duration is 0.9 seconds. So, because it's not an instant speed increase, what the game is basically saying is, hey, you have 0.9 seconds to accelerate to your new maximum speed. Good luck. Oh, it's over. If Beeline Burst ever triggers while you're already accelerating, it does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. If Beeline Burst triggers while you're at maximum velocity, you now have a pretty decent speed advantage. That's kind of cool. But it doesn't last long enough. But remember, once it ends, the speed doesn't immediately vanish. It, like, slowly runs out. It decays over time. Not a lot of time, but it's not like an instant, now you're done again. If it happens directly before you get to accelerate again, that's the best case scenario. If it happens late race, that's okay. The problem with Beeline Burst is that there are too many circumstances where it can trigger, where it's bad. There are too many times where it does nothing. It's too expensive to do nothing. And it's just a bait skill. It's just bad. Like, don't. It's just a bad skill. Hey, Dr. Ragans, how you doing? So for Golchi is useless? Yeah, probably. Like, I wouldn't bring this on Golchi, like, at all. No. Golchi's problem is acceleration. Golchi needs acceleration. You already have Anchors Away, which covers your velocity mid-race, which is great. Anchors Away is an insanely good skill. You need to find acceleration, because Golchi's top speed is going to be really good off of the base that she's an end runner. She needs, like, to get there. I don't think Animate was that bad compared to normal. Speed isn't hard to get post-Kita, and not needing to deal with spare RNG for a second recovery is nice. Don't deal with spare RNG for second recovery. Don't take a second recovery. Get her to 900 fucking stamina, take Swinging Maestro like the rest of us, and be fine. You don't need a second recovery, by the way. Like, all of the people yelling you need 2 recovery skills, bullshit. You're not running her long. Like, way too annoying to make her run long. If this is your long horse, good luck, by the way. Then you should bring 2. But for medium, don't bother with a second recovery. You don't fucking need it. 900 stamina, 1 recovery skill. They'll eat about 6 to 7.5% of your stamina with debuffs. If there is someone that brought all of the debuffs that hit you, then they drain 7.5% of your stamina. A gold recovery skill is 5.5. You should have enough stamina in order to cover a 2.5% delta. You should be fine. Like, bring 1. Don't lose sleep over the other. All you've said is made my brat brain want to go and make a Curran that's good for mediums. I mean, go for it, right? Here is the big kicker, everyone. Here's the big kicker. Here's the big one. No matter what I've just said, you can disregard anything I just said. If you desperately want to make Medra or Ryan run this Champions Meet, because that's like your little spirit horse, then go make your fucking spirit horse win the goddamn Champions Meet. You should, by all fucking means, go for it. Make her win the entire thing. And then send me a screenshot of you winning and getting into last league with Haru Urara, please. Thank you. I'll frame it. Like, legit. If that's what you want to do, go for it. All we're doing here, I'm speaking in very absolute terms, obviously. That's just content creation for you. But all we're doing here is seeing whether a horse has like the innate aptitude to be good at this. You can make anyone good at this. You can make anyone good at this, but some of them have bigger hurdles to overcome than others. So when I go like, nah, Rice Shower, that doesn't mean you shouldn't run Rice Shower. If you want to run Rice, go for it. Like, I'm sorry, and I hope that a hug will fix you, but run Rice. Go crazy. Like, be wild and free. How the Umas? We haven't even run anything yet now. We're just talking about horses. I love how this is a horse stream in theory. I have a 1150, 800, 1000 Metro Ryan with swinging and some nice skills. Was thinking of running her. Sure. I'd argue 800 is a bit low. We just put 800 into the calculator to determine that that's not really enough, even with swinging or an equivalent. But like, you're dying to a gray debuff. But yeah, no, sure, go for it. You couldn't stop me from running Rice even if you tried. And I'm not trying to. That's the thing, right? Like, I'm not trying to stop you from running a horse. Run whatever you want. It's important. If potential 5 Super Creek, which team comp nice to use with her in Taurus Cup and what other gold stamp to take? If you're running Pot 5 Super Creek, you don't need another gold stamp. You're looking for Gourmand, Boss Nerd, off of the Special Week card or just event in URA. That's what you're looking for. Team comp doesn't super matter. Just real quick, like, there is no such thing as a team comp at the moment. Umas do not have anything that's like super synergistic, like running this horse means you have to do this. There are 2 rules. If you're running Nice Nature as a debuffer, she's not gonna win, so one of your other 2 horses needs to. Done. That's it. And if you're running a frontrunner 1-2, that's it. That's the only thing. Other than that, your team composition consists of, I like this horse. Look at me. Whee! Nay! And then you like play with your little toy horse, and then you're happy. Like that's your team comp. There's no such thing as, oh, if you're bringing TM Opera O, like you really need to like back her up with like a Sakura Bakushino support, because like that way she can like, no, that doesn't exist. That's not a thing. Give me Numa that casts Golshi in CM. Doesn't exist, unfortunately, Taff. Doesn't exist. Golshi is going to be really good this CM. Golshi is going to be... Honestly, there are two horses that I would currently say are the horses to beat. It was QED animation? Yes, exactly, Jimmy. There are two horses that I would say are currently the horses to beat. Awful Transition. And... The One. That's it. Anyone have an amazing god horse for an end chaser, Medium Rudolph? I don't know whether mine's like good or not, but I do have an end chaser that I currently have on list. I don't know whether this one helps you because where is she? Where did this little brat go? Am I filtering shit again? Am I blind? I might be blind. Oh, there you are. Like, does this one count? I don't know if this one counts. Golshi meta, what? Yeah, legitimately, I think Golshi is one of the two horses to beat. Absolutely. Like, 9-star spread, unfortunately, end closer. Can you check out my latest gold chip? Not right now, no. Later, I can look at her later. Golchi Otaki, which is stronger? Difficult question. Depends on your decks, really. Really depends on your decks. The 5 mile. Remember, these are mutually exclusive. These aren't mutually exclusive. Just because mile triggers doesn't mean that end doesn't trigger. That's not how that works. Wouldn't air groove be good against? Yeah, just like run it through the side, Ragans. Wouldn't air groove be good against Golchi? No. Why? Like, that's not how this works. There isn't this horse is good against this horse is good against that. That's not a thing in Uma yet. Like, not at the moment. This doesn't exist. There is you can run a really, really funky Haru to deny Naruto Taishins their Sleeping Lion, but this is like niche tech, not the way that you build. This isn't, we're not playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Here, right? Like, you're not playing this card as a Silver Bull against this. You're not bringing this Uma as a counter to this. That doesn't exist. Like, Air Groove is just a horse. She's fine. I don't like her skill here, but she's fine. She doesn't do anything with Gold Chip. She doesn't do anything against Gold Chip either. Got innate end closer debuffs. Yes, she has random ass end closer debuffs that aren't gold, that don't matter. She has a 1.5% debuff. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. If you're worried about like, oh, I'm gonna build an Air Groove because I really value her one random ass gray debuff, don't do that. It's worthless. Absolutely worthless. Any other well-built horse will laugh at you and go like, that's why you brought her? Well, that's a bit stupid. Let's have a look. Hesitant. Slightly decreased velocity. This is a very tiny velocity decrease. Minus 0.15, by the way. Dazzling Disorientation. This is fucking worthless. Do not learn this skill on anyone. Flustered End Chaser. Slightly increases fatigue for end closes mid-race. This is minus 1.5% stamina. Lane Legerdemain. If you see this symbol, you see this symbol on a skill, you don't buy it. Anyway, she doesn't counter shit. She has a skill that hits end closes that don't matter to end closes. Cool. I could find an end closer and turf. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Ragans. You should. That's what you should do. What's the best Hons? Because I already have enough disadvantages. Well, the best Hons depends on what deck you can bring. If you don't have like an insane deck and you need something that's good to build that can win races, Agnes Tachyon. Agnes will be the easiest horse to build out of all of them because your stat requirements are easier to reach on her. 20% speed, growth rate as well as inherent multiple stamina recoveries means that the two stats that you really need to hit are going to be very, very easy to hit. And then she also has decent skills to back that up. If you have a deck that looks like the bullshit that I'm running, then what horse is easiest to build doesn't matter to you anymore, right? You're just building a horse. In that case, run Mihono Bourbon plus Maruzensky. Like, kick people in the face when they try to pass you. Fucking funny, maybe that's what I should be doing. Run an End Rudolph. If you have really good parents, really good decks, run End Rudolph. Laugh as everyone else falls in front of you. Really funny. The question that you're asking me to like make you a tier list and then tell you which horse currently is like the triple S rated 10.0. That shit doesn't exist in UMA. Any person, like any content creator out there that makes a tier list about how good each UMA is just a fucking charlatan that is looking for easy content. There is no such thing as a reliable tier list. Because that's not how UMA works. There is a reliable tier list for your skill cards, because those can be mathematically broken down. But any other fucking tier list is fishing for content opinion pieces that do not matter. The things I just told you, pure opinion pieces, I tried to back them up with this is why this skill is good or not, but pure fucking opinion piece. It doesn't matter. I cannot tell you this is the best horse, because this is the best horse doesn't exist until Christmas Augury happens. That's not a thing. Build your favorite horse with the support cuts you have? Sad truth? Yeah. That's exactly it. It's secretly broken, but not in horse racing, exactly. Throw a horse at the cameraman, see whether they can dodge or not. Discovering grass being pretty good was a happy coincidence for me. Yeah, grass is fine. Grass is perfectly sweet. Perfectly sweet. Alright. Okay, what are we doing next? Boss Note made a Golgi. Let's have a look at Golgi. Okay. Oh. 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 Okay. Uh-huh. 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 Okay, so let's start with stats. Yes. Whatever. Great. Good enough. I'm gonna be very critical about this. Yeah, I'm giving you the short form of the review already, Boss Nerd. Whoa! Short form done. The long form will sound much more negative, but believe me, the short form is whoa! Alright, next. A. Okay, you didn't get anything there. Whatever. Anchors away at 4. Nifty. Divine Might, pump some iron. Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I think the only way this could be better is if Divine Might was Taiki Shuttle. If this was Shooting for Victory, this would be better. But Pump Iron, Divine Might, yeah, good picks. Very good picks. Standard Distance is Standard Distance, who gives a shit. You didn't need more stamina, this does nothing for you. And you don't have Groundwork either, so you do not care for this. Firm Conditions. Firm Conditions is never bad unless you're not running on Firm Conditions. Competitive Spirit. This is dog shit, by the way. This is dog shit. Do not bring this. This is absolutely awful. The only UMA that I would consider bringing it on is a Pace Chaser, because those are a blight upon the land. But even then, don't. Absolute trash. Why, by the way? Because there's only 2 horses that run End anyway, and you're not going to run against 5 of those in one race. This is trash. Maestro, Bofa is bad, whatever. Go Home Specialist is... We talked about Go Home Specialist. It's not fantastic, but it's okay. Focus, I don't believe in Focus on Golgi at all. I think this is a waste of points. Coast is clear! Alright, Coast is clear. This skill is bait. But... You know how... Let's say you make a bear... Like, okay, don't put bear traps in places, but let's say you were trying to... Like, bait someone, right? You'd use something they like. Hey, look, here's money, or hey, look, here's really nice looking food, or hey, look, tits. I don't know. I'm a VTuber. What do I know about baiting people in? Bait is supposed to be done with things that are attractive to have. This is not even good bait because it's a dog water skill. Don't pick this shit up. Like, remember, do not pick up gold skills just because they're gold skills. Like, don't. This is just a waste of points. 12,000? I would say, like, about 1,500 of your points are wasted on trash. Let's say you're running against another 12k horse that is 12k points worth of good things. They're going to kill you. They're going to take you and ram your head into a wall. And then they're going to laugh at you while they spit in your face. Stop taking random dog shit. Same with Bofa, by the way. Bofa falls into the same category. You don't need this garbage. You have swinging Go Home Specialist. Go Home Specialist, by the way, is alright. It's better than Bofa. So don't take this shit. Big fan of Lone Wolf, by the way. Big fan of Lone Wolf. Would it be okay for Evil Nature? No, it's not okay for anyone. It's not this, like, Field of View is a non-existent stat. Do not take Field of View skills. Do not take them. I need to draw this, don't I? Okay. So. This is your horse. Okay? This is your horse. Horse. Okay? This is your horse's Field of View. Okay? So far, so good? I don't know what the actual degree is, by the way. Don't quote me on this. Yeah, like, your horse's Field of View might be 90. Like, I don't know. Like, it might be, like, this is your Field of View. Who fucking knows? I don't know what degree this originally is. I don't give a shit either. Let's say you eat a big debuff, or you get a big buff. You now have 5 more degrees. Wow, so meaningful. That's so cool. You've done so well. Congratulations on the 300 points you just spent on a skill. That's so nifty. Simultaneously, let's say you get debuffed. Wow, you lost 5 degrees FOV. Dazzling Disorientation is such a good skill. Wow, 5%, like 5 degrees makes such a big point. Oh, that's so cool. Well done. Who gives a shit? Like, stop taking this garbage. It's awful. Utterly awful. Every single point that goes into FOV skills is a waste of points. What's the best ult to inherit for Super Creek and Augury Pace? Taiki Shuttle. Taiki Shuttle, Maruzensky. Does Field of View do anything anyway? Yes, we just looked at All-Seeing Eye, which is a skill that needs enemy horses to be within your FOV. That's it. Whoop. Back to horses. Alright. Okay, so stop taking this shit. This is nothing, this is nothing, this is something, but it's also nothing, this is nothing. However, the rest is really nice. Honestly, if I have a gold ship that's kind of like it. Mine is slightly worse than yours. And I'm strongly considering bringing that gold ship. You could bring her. This is a horse you can bring to a race and you're not going to be, like, you're not going to be sad about it, right? Like, yeah, this is a pretty good Golchi. This is a pretty good Golchi. Caveat, stop taking bad skills. Sounds like the game has mostly bad skills. The game has a lot of bad skills, Code. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of absolutely bad skills and a lot of mechanics that do not matter right now. That will matter in the future, but right now, because we're in launch state, do not yet. I'll give both for the benefit of the doubt if no other skills matter. In Champions Meet, where your team value probably doesn't matter, yeah, you can make that argument. You can say, okay, fine, you might as well. Even if it only recovers 1% stamina, cool, I guess. If nothing else matters, but if you're in team trial, no. I'd much rather not have the points than have it. Morning, Umas. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Will FOV get a rework like Guts? No. The thing that really gets the big rework is lane change speed. Lane change speed gets changed and becomes, like, decent. Right now, lane change speed is nothing either. Taking bad skills to CM isn't a big deal. Correct. But that's not the question that was asked of me. Uma says you will eat the garbage and you will like it. Garbage. I just realized I haven't even Pod 5 one of my favorites because their final skill is an FOV and I just don't care. Yeah, but if it's your favorite, you Pod 5 them, right? Like, it's so weird, like, trying to bridge the gap between, okay, here's a statistical analysis of what's good and what isn't good, like, mechanically, and, dude, it's Uma, run your favorite, who gives a fuck? Like, weirdly enough, both of these are true at the same time. Like, if you don't give a shit about any of the things I say right now, like, give a shit about this. You don't need to know about any of the mechanics. Fuck it. Press the one, like, train the one that you like, whether she's good or not doesn't matter. Roughly get her to where you want her to be happy. Give her the skills you like. Be happy. Because for every single one of you that takes like random dogshit skills, there are 90 other people that take random dogshit skills and also train guts. So like you're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. You're going to be fine. The game is much less competitive than you might expect or imagine for a game that is all about competitive horse racing. If I don't remove gate kept, can I force my Golgi to stay behind Evil Nature when they activate their skills? No. No, you can't. Gate kept is a huge start delay and will likely cost you the race. Remember that by the time that you worry about Natty's debuffs, there's a good chance you have caught up. There's a good chance that a well-trained Golgi has caught up there. And if the Golgi isn't well-trained, then she's not going to win if she doesn't catch up. Remember, All-Seeing Eye happens in last leg, which is really late. And if your Golgi hasn't overtaken her by then, you're not winning this race. It doesn't matter whether Natty hits you with a debuff or not. The best Natty insurance right now is to just have more stamina. Get another gold skill if you have to, or get like 1,000 stam. That is the only surefire nice nature insurance right now. And I'll still tell you that most of your races aren't going to contain a nice nature. Because remember, the majority of races you will be running are against people that don't know what they're doing. Because they're playing it casually for funsies. They don't worry about optimization. That's not their problem. Don't underestimate ducks, they're all-terrain birds. It's true, and sometimes we're even not on terrain. But the game told me guts was why I lost! Exactly. The number of people who want to make Urara win Arima but also want to play casually is frightening. I mean, yeah, true. Your Chaduma versus one min-max Urara. Yeah, the Urara is going to, like, put you into the ground. All races are made publicly for testing. Everyone was using nice nature. Yes, exactly. Excess mana. What type of person do you think is looking for a public test race? What type of client do you think is going to go, there's an upcoming Champions Meet. I wonder whether there are any public test lobbies available for it. What is the type of player that you think will join one of those test lobbies, huh? Someone that A, knows that Champions Meet is happening, someone that B, knows what a team setup even is, and someone that C, is looking at open rooms to join under very specific turf 2,400 meter Tokyo conditions. I wonder whether that is the type of person that is already highly informed about this and preparing for the upcoming Champions Meet. Your average player doesn't know Champions Meet is happening. Your average player doesn't know that lobbies like that exist. Hell, your average player probably isn't E3 to join lobbies. I wonder whether those people bring nice nature because she's good. Like, yeah, that's the problem. But once you get into random fucking races, those people don't exist. Like, those, like... I don't want to call them sweats, because I think we use that term too much, but those people that are informed and are trying to optimize are the tiny, tiny minority of people you're going to run into. The chances that you run into a sweat hyper whale? Minimal. Non-existent. Lower than your chances of spiking your Narita Taishin off of a single draw. Right? They should add skills that let me buff other horses? Hell yeah! Absolutely. I want to buff my own team. I want to build like a buff horse that... I want to build a Soraka horse. Let me do that. Let me heal like my team's stamina. Let me make them faster runners. Let me like hand them little water bottles while they run whenever they come into contact with one another so that they can be happy and race faster. Hell yeah, give me that. It's like going to a sport event and asking people there if they're a fan of that sport. They're saying, look at that. 50 people said yes, so all of humanity must like, Blood Bowl. Correct. Me spiking Kichis on black on my very first pull. Yeah, exactly. Like that. I just got E3. If you're recently you murdered me. No, Petrov. Like, don't take it that way. All I want to say is that a lot of us in the circle of watching Uma content outside of their own little phone screen, we're really, really worried about Champions Meet being so difficult to win and so hard and so big. Don't worry. The majority of people you're playing against are trash. Because that's the level that they want to play at. The majority of people that are going to go into Champions Meet are going to see, oh, a new event! I wonder what happens if I press this button! And then they're going to press that button, and then they're going to ask, hey, like, which 3 horses? And they're going to go like, ooh, maybe they go like, oh, it's a medium race, so I'm going to bring, like, these 3 medium horses with, like, 600 speed and 400 stamina, because they won the URA for me! Yay! And then they're going to get murdered, because 400 stamina means your horse doesn't leave the gate. I kind of want to play horse gacha. Nana, you should. Nana, you should. Horse gacha is fun. Speaking of horse gacha, I want to actually play the bloody game today. Do you all want to play the game? I know talking about it is exciting, but I really want to play. We've been live for, hold up. We've been live for 3 hours. We've been live for 3 hours. The number of races I've run, my dailies. That's it. Oh, I love this game so much, dude. I love this game. Anyway, Boss Nerd, to finish this out, well fucking done on that gold chip. Let my negativity about your skill choice not overshadow the fact that that's a monster of a Golgi. Well done. Oh. So how many pulls you're gonna do? I don't have anything to pull for right now. If talking about the game wasn't part of the gameplay experience, I'm sure this game wouldn't be as popular as it is. Honestly, Petrov's, like, a lot of the big channels, well, no, I don't want to mistalk about anyone's content. I'm honestly not watching all that much Uma content. I read, like, old Japanese forums for my info. But a lot of the, like, really big hype streams about this kind of just put on races and yell at the screen. That's really entertaining. I can see why that's entertaining. I would see why people would love to watch that. I'm a recovering gacha addict. My first instinct is to say, well, it can't be that bad because you don't know how to spell gacha. Sorry. Pet peeve of mine, I fucking hate it when people spell it G-A-T-C-H-A. Like, that's not what or even worse, the people that spell gotcha. Anyway, there we go. Local bimbo. Come here, you. No. Like, spell it however you want. I don't give a shit. Gotcha. You found a way to make it worse. Nice. I mean, I've for the last 10 years, I've always played 1 or 2 gachas, like, at any given time, Nana. Would it help you if I told you that being not free to play in this game is so unnecessarily expensive that there's no world where it would ever be worth it anyway, so you can just free to play this shit? Would that help? Because that's the reality. The reality of it is that these packs are gigantic, like, they're hugely expensive. They're hugely expensive. Don't. Like, I am whale-ish. Can't deny that. And I don't want to buy this. Or anything. Like, I don't want to. That coupled with the fact that every single Uma, no matter what stars they are, can be made to run anything, and you just pick your favorite. And the way that the game that wants you to pull is by sparking, so save up to 100, then go off. All of these things coupled together make this a really good free-to-play game. Like, a really good free-to-play game. But it is all delayed gratification. It's not, oh, I have 60 pulls, let me throw them as a banner and hopefully spike a character. Like, you don't do that. It's wait until you have 200 pulls, do 200 pulls, get a shit ton of characters at the same time, and go, whee! Like, think of it not as a dopamine injection. Think of it as every 3 to 5 months, there's a truck that pulls up to your house, smashes through your front wall, then a man gets out, unloads the truck with, like, a shit ton of dopamine injections, and then just gives them to you straight to your forehead. That's how this game plays. That's how the gacha plays. That's exactly one good pack to buy. I would argue that the rookie packs are all good as well. Mostly because they give you exactly enough to get the guaranteed stuff and blah, 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 blah. This is a really good free-to-play game. Never mind. 26 hours remaining until... Oh, till the truck? Oh, are you smart? Like, wait, is Smart Falcon tomorrow? The only skills that really matter is the eye, right? No. Mystifying Murmur is also really good, Strider. Mystifying Murmur, All-Seeing Eye. And then you do want to get as many of the red buffs, buttons as you can, but you don't want to go out of your way for it. Of MLB Kita-san, basically 0. Creek Banner. Hell yeah. Good pull, Mana. Good pull. Bushi all the luck? I'm gonna skip it. But I've been debating on the Super Creek Banner because I really want another Super Creek. But this is what my SRs look like. Which means that almost anything I pull on that banner, except exactly Manhattan Cafe, is completely fucking wasted. Yeah, Ice is the core of the belt, Sinjin, exactly. Sinjin's got it exactly right. They made the horse pull animation so fun it's criminal. That's my big problem. My big problem with Uma Musume as a game, as a gacha, is that this is really exciting to pull on because this is where all the Honses are, and I like Honses, and they're cute, and they run very fast, hurrah. And this is where all of your power comes from. This is where all of your stats come from. This is where, like, your account gets good. But I want to pull on this. I don't want to pull on this. This is cute, but kind of boring. But my horses, though. I don't know. I don't know, dude. That's inherent, intrinsic in the game, and I don't think it will change anytime soon. Oh, before we start tournament. Kita starts to be good at level 45. At level 45, yeah, correct. Level 30 is a light 5 no. Kita-san Black needs to be 3 LB or 4 LB. So either 4 or 5 copies before the card becomes usable. Isn't there currently a new SR stamina card which is good? Xeno? I don't know whether she's good or not, I don't care. Mai on the Top Gun exists, and Super Creek is the other one. Why would you ever need more? Kita-san starts to be good at 45. What level is Super Creek? 0. Super Creek becomes good at 0. She becomes really good at 1. So once you have 2 copies of her, Super Creek becomes really, really good. But it's... like, she's perfectly usable at 0. I do have some carrots remaining in my Steam account. The one with the no upgrade Super Creek, so I might attempt it even without getting the turn pulls. I don't know about that. Hans pulling, I want to do it so badly. I mean, if there was another banner, but even then, I'm not gonna pull for Smart Falcon. I don't care. She's taking my girl Haru Urara's spot. Don't care. Saiyan Sky. No horses until Saiyan Sky. Unless I have 200 pulls saved up, in which case additional pulls might go to random shit. What about Fine Motion? I won't pull for her. Are you guys sure? Fine Motion is alright, Boss Nerd. Fine Motion got hyped up at launch a lot. And if I'm being entirely honest with you, that was wrong. People hyped her up a lot next to Super Creek. It turns out Fine Motion is okay. And if you're running a Wit deck, you almost guaranteed borrowing one of her at MLB. But you're not making the MLB. Like, you're not. You're almost guaranteed to borrow her. Whatever. Like, I'm sorry for all of the people that went like, oh, I've got 2 Fine Motion, I don't need the Super Creek. That's my launch account, go. And then they stopped their rerolling at that point. Like, I'm sorry that people gaslit you that hard. It wasn't me, I didn't play the game at launch. I started days later. Like, she's fine, don't get me wrong, Fine Motion is a fine card, but she's not on the same level. The only ones I want, Naruto Brian, Simbuli, Chris, and Hishi Amazon. Cool list. I really want a Naruto Brian, can't pull for her. My pull list for this year is going to be Seion Sky, Samamaru Zensky, Manhattan Cafe. And I hopefully get a Naruto Brian along the way somewhere. Hopefully Spike one. But really it's Manhattan Cafe and nothing else. That's the only one I really care about. Alright, so, everyone, ducklings. Here's the list of my horses. I am going to put a poll into chat in a second. We're going to put a poll in chat. And the first 5 horses that you mentioned in chat, I'm going to post a line. And then the first 5 horses that get posted afterwards are going into the poll. So, notable exclusions, by the way. Don't even bother trying to suggest winning ticket. I'm not gonna run winning ticket right now. I still haven't played her story. I'm not running a story at the moment. I don't have that reading in me at 10 p.m. Same goes for Super Creek, I believe. I don't want to... No, we can run Super Creek. I don't give a shit. It's kind of only winning tickets that I don't want to run. Here is the line. Feel free to post your horse suggestion in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that's fast. Okay, we're done. Rudolph. Air Groove. Didn't we do that the other day? Mihono Bourbon. Fuck yeah. Agnes Tachyon. And I just said no winning ticket, and Soul King posts winning ticket. Haru Urara. Alright, so that's the first 5. Raizawa. Don't make me do that again. Not again. Do not like this horse. Machikana Fukukitaro. Minor. Rudolph, but end Rudolph. I think if we're making Rudolph, we're making an end Rudolph. Here you go. There's your poll. Vote now. You have a couple minutes. I love Air Groove so much that, yeah, the ice-shaped eyeliner is so cool. I've said it before, and I will keep saying it. It's my favorite line about Air Groove. Once I find her. Where is she? What's this sorted by? Oh, wait. We're sorted by total fans right now. That's the problem. Where's Groovy? What the fuck? Where is she? There she is. You cannot tell me she doesn't step on people for money. You cannot tell me she doesn't step on people for money. No world where that's not true. It's rigged. Is it Haru Urara? No. God, Haru runs are so boring. I mean, yeah, we're gonna run Haru if you vote for her, but like, could you not? Do I have to? Biwa steps on more people for money? No, Biwa's too busy doing math, the little nerd. Get your votes in, everyone. We're running whoever has the most votes. We're running whoever has the most votes. So you might consider not voting for Haru Urara once. Maybe. 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 I'm gonna prep. I'm gonna prepare. I'm gonna prepare for... It's not even the worst. Like, it's not like... You can see I've got her on my little training page. Like, I like Haru. That's the good news. The good news is she's adorable. The bad news is her career outside of being adorable exactly once isn't necessarily good. And neither her potentials, by the way. These are awful. Iron Will. Cool, I guess. But look at her. Look at that smile. Cute. Every vote for Rudolph is a good vote. Honestly, yeah. Can we rig the poll? You can rig whatever you want. Gonna force Karina to beat the Arima. My best Arima Keenan with Haru Urara is second place, Strider. Second place. All the runs are mostly the same unless we run the Arima Keenan. The other problem is that you're not getting anything out of it, right? Like, you're not getting a horse that can be a parent for anything because Haru inherently is an awful parent. Her skill is bad, her, like, base synergy is bad. Like, it's all blah. And, like, we need to beat this. Oh god, we can beat this. This is... What was I thinking? What is this? Ugh. Like, we need to beat this. It's doable. It's not great, but it's doable. Can't Rudolph now? We get more Haru votes? No! This isn't the poll where I can point vote. No, we don't do point votes. Alright, we're running Haru. We're running Haru. Goal is to make something that's better than this. You get a Discord Reddit post? No, there's actually a specific cutscene for beating Arima Keenan. That's what you do with it. That's what you do with it. Alright. Haru Urara. Haru make an evil Urara? No. Like, why? She doesn't even have debuffs. God, he's adorable. All right, so Legacies. What are we making? Dirt mile late is what we're making. Unfortunately, all dirts in PvP are miles as of at the moment. So we need mile aptitude. Problem solved. Next. Oh, that was easy. Huh. Taiki Shuttle Des, I suppose. Taiki Shuttle Des? We're going Taiki Shuttle Des. Cool. Easy. They're going to be non-mile dirts in the future? God knows. Why does it show you the stars in the list? Do you have a mod installed? No? It always does? Oh, you mean in here? Put the filter on Spark. Like it's right there. Like just change it to that. That's what it is. No, I don't have anything installed. This is pure. Cygames has a funny history with modded content, so I'm not gonna fuck with that. Did a Haru run and decided to make her a front runner? She's killing it. You can... Yeah, no, that's campaign, Dingo. Every character can win campaign almost on auto mode when you front run them. In fact, that's what we're gonna do. Like, that's just campaign. That is how campaign goes. Haru, by the way, we have... I hate her stat sparks. We sure as hell have growth rates. So, what are we doing? Haru Urara. Let's go make a deck. Let's go make a deck. Whoop. There we are. We are running late. Late. Right? We're running late. Ooh, I have an idea what I want to do with her. I have a funny idea that we're going to go for. Kita-san. We're going to start on Kita-san. Once I find her, she is somewhere. I'm so fucking bad. There she is. Hi, Kita. Alright. Of course, the guy's level 50 Kita. 211 pulls. I got really lucky on Kita. I got really lucky. We pulled 3 of them in the first 200, and then I sparked the one, obviously. And then it was 11 other pulls, and the last one came home. Really, really lucky. Diabetes given a body. She is sickly sweet, it's true. Guts only Haru Arima when? When I decided that I want to end it all. Once again, like, this is a build where I don't hate myself enough to do that. Next up, Sweepy, right? Like, we're always going Sweepy. And we're not spiking Gourmand off of anything. Really hate when bad runs end up with decent sparks. Yeah, Jimmy, I can't imagine what that is like. Max Satano, that's brutal, Boston, that's brutal. I only have one Satano. At least I got one. I did want one because, like, look at that face. The little diamond. Aww. I wanted one just for collection reasons, but not running or for anything. What's the last speed card? I don't want to run King Halo. I don't want to run King Halo, but we should run King Halo, right? Got my final tenor show, Spring Banner to 5 Poet. Oh, nice! Your anime Teo? Hell yeah, Valora! Well done, well done. Saturn's 3D model looks really cute. I want one she's pullable. Yeah, same, Ringsong, same. There's a bunch of horses that I'm pulling because they're adorable. In fact, like, the majority of horses I'm pulling out because they're adorable. Manhattan Cafe. All the decent sparks come off bad runs. Universally true. Universally true. You know if Sweepy's Hunts card is any good? This one? This one? This is one of the best cards in the game. Yeah, this... Petrov, I've added this card to my first ever deck, and it's been in every deck since then. Not the support card, the horse card? What's a horse card? Like, Sweep Tosha as a horse? I don't know. I don't know what she does. I don't know. You mean the rare card? No? It's not? Rare cards in general aren't good, with one notable exception, and that's this bitch. I don't know what you mean by horse card. Sorry. They're not called horse cards? No, they're not. They're called horses. Umas. Like, is she good as an Uma? I don't know. She's not out, so no. The answer is she doesn't exist, so the answer is no. So as always, the answer is King Halo is better stats. Aishin Flash is cozier. Let's fucking high roll this, shall we? Let's just do that. Whoop. And then I think so. The easy way to get a high rank Haru would just be to go wit here. We could go wit build Haru Urara. I don't think I want to go wit build Haru Urara. I think I want to turn people into dinosaurs. Can you expand on Halo? Why is Halo good? Isn't she all sprint? So, Halo is a stat trainer. First of all, when I pick a good card, I don't really care about this. This doesn't matter to me. I ignore this at all, like completely. Almost completely. One notable exception in this deck. I care about this. Friendship bonus 20%, specialty priority 60, hint frequency whatever, decently high initial friendship gauge, training effectiveness is whatever, 30 mood. King Halo is a really good stat trainer. The next thing I care about is skills from events and what the events do. King Halo unfortunately has an event that's either -1 mood or -20 energy, both of which you don't want to pick, but you have to pick one, and that's bad. These skills suck. Only after a card is already kind of decent, or I don't need it to be decent, do I then look at skills. For example, Sweepy is really good for her stats, has whatever skills, with the exception of Hey Slipstream, hello there, and has insanely good events. I don't pick cards because, oh look, this is like all of the skills that I need for a late surger. Fuck that. Get your skills either from parents or from like 1 or 2 good cards that happen to be okay otherwise. In general, you do not pick cards because they have good skills for your horse. Notable exceptions apply. You didn't have your fine motion? That's because the only fine motion I've ever brought is a fine motion from a friend. That's MLD. That's what I mean. You can't see her here because, like, wrong list, but that's what I mean. Fine motion is a great card, but you probably want her at max, and you don't have the max, therefore you borrow it. What about Super Creek? We're running miles at most, Petrovsky. Haru Urara is a sprint miler, which means we don't need stamina. I don't need the gold recovery on her. I barely need the stamina she's about to get. We need 450 stamina, we don't give a shit about recovery skills. We're sprinting, we're running miles. That's it. We don't need Sam. Hey, Croman, how you doing? Should I be saving carrots for Christmas Augury, or should I try to roll for support cards? Okay, a couple of problems. First of all, really depends on what support cards you have. Second of all, Christmas Augury is so far away that you can probably get 400 or 600 pulls until then. Maybe. Don't take that word as gospel. You can definitely get more than 1 spark until then. Thirdly, you only need 1 Christmas Augury. That means you will only ever need 1 spark. Fourthly, Christmas Augury is insane. Get one if you can, absolutely. But should you be saving up for Christmas Augury right now? No? What are your support cards looking like? Do you have a Kita-san? Is it max? Do you have a Super Creek? Do you have either of the two? What are your SRs like? Do you have good SRs? If no, you should probably just pull cards. Super Creek banner is tomorrow. So, difficult to ascertain, Chroman. Very difficult to ascertain. Don't level shit you don't use? Yeah, exactly. Until Golshi event, we didn't have money. Who has the biggest jiggle animation? Doto. Meisho Doto. Followed by Super Creek, probably? I don't know. But it's Dodo. Actually, you know what? It's Taiki Shuttle. Because at least Meisho has fucking clothing on, whereas Taiki Shuttle is just all the boingy. But Meisho Dodo is probably the answer. Oh, Hishiya Kabono, yeah, but Hishiya Kabono on account of she's a giant horse. Can you run upcoming tournament all around all the time, or we have only restricted amount of tries? Only restricted amount of tries. You only have like 3 races per day, and it's the first round is only 2 days or something. Very limited amount of tries. All right, so let's do this. Whoop. That's our setup. This might, if this run goes medium, this might be the most overkill Haru Urara to have ever Haru Urara. Only ever got 1. Yeah, 1 Kita-san Black isn't worth using, unfortunately, Chroman. You need at least 4 copies of her in order for her to be good. So you need to borrow 1. That means on the upcoming Super Creek banner, you should probably be pulling. You should probably be pulling on the upcoming Super Creek. The problem I call this the Kita-san conundrum, right? If you don't have a Kita-san, that's fine. It means you need to borrow one. But that's fine. Perfectly okay, right? However, if you're running mediums or longs, you really want a Super Creek. And if you don't have a Super Creek, you need to borrow her. You see the problem. You need to borrow Kita-san, you need to borrow Super Creek. Your mediums and longs, therefore, need to borrow Super Creek, and you won't have a Kita-san. That's fine. You can have great runs without Kita, but she's a big power spike, and having great runs is going to be harder and rarer without one. So, in order to unlock that French slot, you need to either have a Kita-san, so that you can freely borrow the Super Creek, or you need a Super Creek so you can freely borrow the Kita-san. Ideally, you have both, but that's utopic, right? That's what I call the Kita-san conundrum. With the upcoming Super Creek banner, it is relatively easy to get a Super Creek of your own. A 0 LB Kita Super Creek. A 0 LB Super Creek won't be amazing, but it's gonna be good enough. And good enough is good enough. So, let's begin the friendship training. 3 horses! Goal for today, let Haru make all the friends. Haru needs all the friends. We're starting off well. We're starting off great. This is not what I want to see. God damn it, Haru, stop making all the friends. Stop making all the friends. Okay, now we don't need to go on recreation anymore because Kita-san happened. Great. I can give you a really good example, Croman. So, the horse that you're looking for, Christmas Ogre, good target, by the way, great horse. The one that you're looking for comes way after the horses that I'm looking for, and I'm going to pull for at least 2 or 3 horses in the meantime. That should tell you that you're probably going to be fine on saving up there. I don't know if you know or not, but that racecourse map is still on screen. Lol. Thanks. You should all just watch better streamers. That's what you should do. And what LB is Super Creek really good, not just for swinging Maestro. So at what point does she become better than just swinging Maestro? The answer is LB1 Necroptor. At what point does she become like hyper killer? LB4. You know what? Let's have a look at that real quick. I believe that's a question that a lot of people are going to be interested in. Let's have a look at that, shall we? Before we return to Haru. So, let's assume no bonuses on anything, okay? No bonuses on anything. Here are your stamina cards. Here are your stamina cards. Let's begin all the way at the bottom. I mean, okay, fine. Let's make this as convoluted as possible, shall we? There we go. Rice Shower. Huh. Do not deal with this card. Don't bother with this fucking card, please. A max LB Rice Shower, unless you want to bring her for the end skills, but don't. A max LB Rice Shower is only barely beating a 0 Zeno Rob Roy. Only barely. By 11. Great! So, let's see where the first Super Creek starts appearing, shall we? The first Super Creek starts appearing here. 287. Beats out like a 1 LB Manhattan, beats out a 2, doesn't quite beat out a 2 LB Mayano, but I consider everything here to be like roughly comparable. It probably isn't roughly comparable. Almost beats out by only 3 points a max level Xenorob Roy, right? Weird. And Max MLB is interesting. She has Pace Chaser and Late Surge savvy skills. See, here's the problem, Ringsong. Those two things have nothing in common with one another. The MLB of that card has nothing to do with whether her hints are interesting or not, outside of the fact that her hints go up, but that's not relevant. Because you're looking for spike runs anyway. Let's see what Super Creek MLB 1 is. Super Creek 1 is right here. You can see that beats out a lot of other things. This is one of the cards that I consider highly, highly good. And in fact, for like MLB Mayano is insane. A 1LB Super Creek beats out like all the small versions of it. We keep going. 2LB Super Creek. Here. is comparable to an MLB SR. And that's really... Oh. That's really the one that I would recommend. If you're looking for a really good Super Creek, you're looking for an LB2. Because she will now be better, or at least comparable, to all of your SR options. Noted that Saiyan Sky is insane, by the way. Everything above that, by the way, we do not need to look at. Anything above here, we do not really need to be looking at, because that's all multiple copies of SSRs. The standout here is Diamond. Diamond's kind of cool, it turns out. Saiyan Sky obviously, like, wrecks everything. But a really good Super Creek starts at LB2. And then goes up from there, obviously. LB4 Super Creek is the best thing since sliced bread. Even at 1 uncap, because of her stat growth. Because of her stat growth. That's what we're looking for here. And we're looking at general, like, stat rating. She's a stat trainer. She's a really good stat trainer. That's all she does. We don't look at skills. Ignore skills. Satoru Diamond skills, irrelevant. Ringsong, irrelevant. If you're bringing a stamina card, you're bringing a stamina card because you need to hit your minimum stamina threshold. Otherwise, you're not bringing a stamina card. A stamina card with relevant skills is a benefit, but not relevant. Like, not important to ascertain. If you're running Saiyan Sky, you're running her for her stamina. If you're running a front runner, that fucking helps because Saiyan Sky, holy shit, has all of the stats, all of the skills you could ever want. But that's not why you're bringing Saiyan Sky, right? Like, remember that you're bringing tools for reasons. If a tool can also do something else, that's cool, but that's not required. You're not bringing a wrench because you can use it to bash someone in the head with at your workplace. However, having a wrench when you need to bash someone's head in is a benefit, but you don't evaluate the value of your wrench on that basis. Same goes for stamina cards and their skills. So, that's it. She's a really good stamina stat trainer. You don't know Carl at work? I mean, Carl's a bitch, you're right. Okay, I think he was gonna race the stream. Yeah, it's all a lie, huh? Alright. I hope that helped. I hope that made sense. I don't make a lot of sense, but I hope that made sense. I don't want to be in this uniform. I want to be cozy today, I'm sorry. It's Sunday, I can be cozy if I want to, right? France, get me some big French. Correct. Alright, back to Haru. So we just lucked into Mood Up. Well, not lucked into it, we knew it was gonna happen. Now we just go friendship training in. Yeah, what Spyfriend said is right. So Satano isn't a bad card. The reason why Satano got a lot of dislike is because it's the other card on a banner where people intensely wanted to find exactly Kita-san Black. So, Satano Diamond got a bad rap because that's the card people didn't want to see. She got spooked, right? She got spooky. That is all it is. The card itself is great. The card itself is great. I got 2 of each. Yikes. Is there a reason to ever play a trainer card instead of a stat card? Right now, Tazuna is good. Later down the line, yes. Many reasons. Am I going to elaborate on them? No, because they're not relevant for current state of global. Whoop. Racing in the same way Haru with other races? With joy in her heart and a smile on her face. The same way that I'm going to race. Don't bring Aoi? No, Aoi's awful. Do not. No. We're not gonna risk the smile on this little child. With gusto and meaning, but often distracted. Correct. I mean, that's just the stream in general, huh? She's so cute. But that's gonna be the majority of the commentary for this playthrough. It's gonna be, God, she's so cute, look at her. Aww. Aww. That's it. Sorry. I know that's reductive, but I got 3 of each on 400 pulls, but not really because 2 Kitas were sparks. I was gonna say 3 of each and then you spark 2 Kitas? That's crazy! No, you meant in general, huh? Sorry, Fuse. Sorry. Paying it forward gets us to max mood. Wonderful. Alright. Will you go for Haru's unique title? I don't really go for anything anymore these days except for making good horses. What is her unique title? For any casual run, anyone here likes the Ines Fujin card too? Awful card. Ines Fujin becomes a very powerful card after the... after the Guts changes. But other than that, an awful card. Like, almost unusably bad at the moment. 400k fans, 500k fans. I don't like that Haru Urara's specific title is only fans. I don't like that. That doesn't make me happy. Whatsoever. I wish to not do that. Who are we running against? Hard Control. Red Chocho. On stage review. Compromise. Aw. I can't buy this horse. I guess I'll buy this horse. No. Blitz Eclair. Urara. Duo Tarika. We're seeing a lot of new horses I've never read before. Feudal Tenure. Wiseman Rays. And that's it. That's the list. Okay, Haru. Get him. Are we just gonna run front Haru? Are we gonna be boring? I don't want to be boring. I don't want to run front Haru. No, we're just gonna run normal Haru. There are a bunch of new generics. Tells you how many races I watch when I'm off stream, huh? Alright, come on, Haru. Haru needs someone to pay for a ryegrass? Exactly, that's gonna be us. Why are we running Haru? Because chat voted for it. And I've lost control of my own chat, Swan, that's why. Also, theoretically, I could use a better Dirt Haru, I guess. Did you build her to be an Ent? I think she's plentified as a late. By the way, cool pace chasers. Cool pace chasers and where to find them. Not in this race. There's our front runner, Haru, making her way forward. There's the AI unlock. Look at her! She's trying so hard. She could probably be doing better with her arms. She's just kind of flailing them. But come on, Haru. Get him! You got this! Go, tiny child! Be the tiny pony you were always meant to be. Haru Dada. Remember, we don't have an ult worth anything, so... We're gonna be coasting by on, like, exactly energy. It's all, like, chutzpah and aura. That's all we have. Whee! Whee! I love this pose. Her little winning... Oh, look, her little racing pose. This isn't even her winning. She does this always. It's just... Ah. Whee! I'm so annoyed with Vodka's campaign. Arima Keenan, huh, Jimmy? Arima Keenan? You can't break what's already broken? That's edgy as shit. And I know that that's not a Gravity Falls line because, like, this is the type of edgy teenage bullshit we were quoting already when I was a teen and Gravity Falls didn't exist yet. Like, like it's right on there. Alright. Tug of War Tournament. God, she's adorable. So unfortunately, this is her like big thing. We're gonna take the 20 speed. This might give her Hot Topic. Hot Topic's just not relevant. Just not relevant. Pray.exe mode. Thank you, Petrov. Thank you for the clip. I appreciate that a lot. And now we find the race to get all the fans. Unfortunately, our race to get all the fans is not going to be the one that I normally run, which would be the Hopeful Stakes. We're going to run... What are we going to run? I don't actually know. Shit. There's nothing we can really run, right? Let's go... What do you recommend to run as your first Haru race to finish out the fans there? Get Trip Triara or Crown Her Classic Gear? Choose one from each as mandatory? I mean, what would be the benefit of getting them, Jimmy? What would even be the reason to get them? What do we want to grab, huh? I don't want to run this garbage, right? Just run all of them? I don't want to run, like, ops and pre-ops. They're generally not worth it. I mean, if training's bad, then you run whatever you can, right? Hopeful Stakes? We can't run Hopeful Stakes. It's a turf medium. Turf races do not exist for us. I really wish we had a filter. Like, let me filter out all turfs. Several dirts in summer. I do not want to wait until summer. She does make it to summer, exactly. Remember, 24 moves is 12 months. So we make it to early... Like, we make it to late July. Like, normally I would be running Hopeful Stakes or Juvenile Fillies or Futurity Stakes, but we can't. We cannot. What is Haru's best race to finish that off with? Let's go looking. If we don't have the answer, we look. By checking March. 1,800 Shukyo. I mean, it's better than 1,000, I suppose. Is that it? Is that the best thing we have? That's kind of awful, right? You can just train to them. There's some races after she gets her inspiration that give 5,200 each. That's the races we're looking for, Mana. I know we can train until then, and we're going to, but I'm going to look for the races that we can run then. And I would like to know where they are. Because I don't want to miss out on too many other opportunities until then. Here's 1,900. 2,200. That would be our best now. 3.5. The Unicorn Stakes. We could just run the Unicorn Stakes and be happy, huh? I mean, that's in 23 years from... that's in 23 turns right now. I don't like that. I really don't like that. 7 before the end. Do the math. No, screw you. Okay, where are they? Where are those magical races you're talking about? That's what sucks for Dirt Runners, is that their big cups eat into the summer turns. Yeah. I mean, the more I play, the less I value summer, so it's okay. Yeah, I don't know. The magically promised race doesn't seem to exist. So we could just run Unicorn. Let's just run Unicorn, right? Boop. And until then, we race. So what are we looking for? We're looking for stamina, we're looking for power, that's it. We're also looking specifically for hints for Sweepy, and we're looking for hints for Yaino. Also luck because you need fans. Nana, darling, sweetie pie, honey, if the question is, hey, which races do you run for fans? The answer isn't, oh, those races that require fans. Fuck, that's stupid. Oh, which is the best race to get Haru's fans going? Oh, here's this race that you need fans for. Yeah, we got him! Oh, fuck. We have a really bad training day today. Oh, there's nothing, never mind, we can't do that either. I started my first Haru Valkyrie a few minutes ago, and now I see this. Any tips? Nope! I usually just run 2 of the 1800 ones. Yeah, I was hoping there'd be something better than that. No, Ryro, once we get into this, we're currently trying to ascertain which race best to run in order to knock this out in one day. The reality of it all is probably going to be, we're going to wait until we have a really bad training day and then just run something there. The first G-rated dirt race you ever run into. Okay, so it's Unicorn. It is Unicorn. If you're struggling on Haru, put her into front. She can win the entire campaign on front racer, on front runner. But don't do that for her PvP mode. You're going to lose. But that's really the only thing I can tell you. There's not much to Haru. Haru's campaign is pretty one-dimensional. The selling point for Haru's campaign isn't race complexity, it's she's cute. That's it. Oh, 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 seeking uniqueness. Hell yeah. That can give you 30 energy if it wants to behave. It didn't want to behave, which is a shame, but 30 energy. Here's a tip for Haru, have fun. Her entire campaign is kind of like fuck around, yeah. Curvature in early September junior year. Cool. Oh, wonderful. We're always taking this. 2 speeds are done in early September. 2 speeds done. Smiling with everyone. Aww. And now I desperately want to rest. I don't like being below 50 because it means that if I don't rest, then the next day something good might happen and then I have to rest. You can't stall forever all the time, right? There's Bofa. See, for example, had we not rested but instead raced, we would have missed this one. And that hurts over time. Union then Dirt Derby, Prycon, those are June 2nd, July 1st. Blah. Blah. Let's head back. We never want to take the energy negative. Never roll the Haru. Every account begins with one, Petrovsky. Like, yeah, you have one. Like, she's one of your starter horses. What do you mean? Is her campaign hard? No, her campaign is easy as sin. Like, her campaign is nothing. It's very, very simple. That's the wrong one. This is kind of mid, huh? I don't want to run that. No, we're just committing to the unicorn. We're just committing to unicorn. Whee! Dirt nerfs every other horse? That's not how dirt works. I mean, it nerfs every other horse if they don't have dirt aptitude. Correct. But that's it. I was targeting dirt races. You try. Yeah, how like L in summer is rough. Is it the last unicorn? The last unicorn. Yes. Yes, yes, it is. Hishi, you need to stop with that. Darling, sweetie, please stop. I don't need Hishi skill hints. Good song and movie and book. Oh god, yes, absolutely. Fantastic work. Last Unicorn, an all-time great. An all-time great. Absolutely love it. Fuck it, we're taking Lone Wolf. I didn't roll one in Korea. Oh, that's what you mean. You didn't roll one. Oh, okay, gotcha. Bit misleading, bit misleading. Once again, this is like a bad day. But there's nothing else to do. So we might just force speed. We might just force speed, right? She's another girl I really want to pull for. Same, but she's also another one I really can't pull for. I cannot. Okay, give me the right one. That's the right one, baby! And that's the wrong outcome. Oh, I hate when they give you stats for skill hints. We both know you need a Hishi. I'm not gonna get one is the problem. See, the problem is that I always tell you to not take these chances, and yet I'm clicking these buttons all the fucking time, and I never get punished for it. Fucking called another one! Ah, baby, we get ramp up, okay. Ramp up's 1 of 4. 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4, we're there. We're getting there. There's our mood back. If we didn't have it already, I didn't pay attention. If I'm being entirely honest, let's go rest. Rules for thee, but not for me. Ring song. Okay, we'll just roll Hishi on a banner, not focus on it easy. That's the goal. That is the goal. That is what I want, what I really, really want. Gimme... That's the wrong one. We need Tail Held High. We need Tail Held High next. And then we're looking for Slipstream. And we're looking for her to end her event line. Well, to get to a second event line. That's really the big one. Do we have anything that would be fun to run real quick? Nope. Like, if I can run something else, I will. I don't want to just rely on Unicorn, but we're already speed 3. We didn't have mood, Lone Wolf took mood. Yeah, I don't know whether something in between gave us mood, pal, and that's what I didn't pay attention to. Whee! Tiny horse, go fast! Go! Power, stamp, speed, stamp. Didn't get shit. Good enough. Obviously not great, obviously. Obviously. But good enough. Kita-san. Okay, Kita-san. If you do run Unicorn and 2 smaller ones, you can clear your next goal too. That depends entirely on what your fan bonus is. I'm going to show you something really funny in a second. Ah, yes, of course. The horse. Of course. Haru, why? Why do you do this to me, Haru? Why do you do this to me? Yeah. This notification, by the way, really dislike it. Sleep deprived, that's what we're looking for. Let's go be kangaroos. We should all be kangaroos, if only we could be so lucky. Go away. It's... When is our scheduled? In 2 days from now. Ooh-da-da! Do I let the sleep deprivation scare me? No. Oh no, see that notification? It happens when you get too close to a race, a goal, and you don't have the goals fulfilled yet. Whoop. It's a shame we're missing out on that, but that's okay. That's what sleep deprived does to you. That's what double sleep deprived does to you. Oh no. Double sleep deprived, not great. We're gonna have the speed anyway. Let's go let her learn the lyrics. And now we're gonna run the unicorn stakes. Come on. Come on, little Haru. You've got more speed than God. Our runners are Jewel Malachite with more than 3 times the speed. Harurara. Reed SF. Haste Fire. Boomerang. Remember, if you want to try to bang a boom, ask for consent first. Kinderschatz. Sakura Bakshin. Oh. Estrella Notte. Ribbon Pain. Indigo Chocho. Frilled Cherry. El Condor Pasa. Ah. Oguri Kappa. Domitiana? There are so many new horses in this. Cool. Little Haru, big stakes. Exactly. I got a Tudor Garden the other day and did a double take because that was stupid close to the name of someone I know. Oh no. Bakshin! That's a Bakshin we're massively overstatting. We're massively overstatting every single person in this race. They do pronounce their numbers. Right, Ro? They do pronounce their numbers. Does that count? Boomerang is a great horse name? I don't know about that. Alright, Tiny Haru, come on. Tiny Haru on the inside. El Conopass on the out. That's a lot of generics on the outside. Every time you run someone that isn't the front runner, you have to be worried about shit like this. Because those 2 generics behind us, you can see them there. If they pull to the outside like the gray one just did, then we can't go anywhere. We need to pull in. Oh, the L is pulling in front of us. So now we are kind of stuck. And that's really dangerous, especially as we're getting into the last 50% of the race. We are just kind of stuck in. There is nowhere for us to go. We're competing with an idiot to the right. We can't go past the ones in front of us. And we're about to lose this race. Unfortunately, her unique does not change that because Super Duper Climax doesn't help you win a race. You can see we're not speeding up whatsoever. The Unicorn Stakes are going to be a tremendous failure for us. We might not get our fan total here that we need. And that is highly, highly dangerous. Haru now in 4th. Haru in 3rd. Look at how fast she goes if she tries. Haru in 2nd, almost. Come on, Haru. Haru in 1st. She got it. Haru. Yes. Yes. I doubted you. I'm so sorry. Hell yeah! Oh, that's my girl. That's my girl. If you don't see the box, then there is no box. Yes! Is it possible to have a Haru career where she gets first in every race? Yes. The meme is to make Haru win the Orimakinen, a race that she cannot win by default. Like, cannot. It's statistically impossible. Mathematically impossible. But you can get her lineages or legacies that can enable her to be good at that race. It is very difficult. It involves a lot of time and effort put into that specific concept. And it's likely not worth it outside of seeing her smile at you when she does win it, which is cute. But yeah, like, it's possible. It's absolutely possible. Okay. 7,000 fans. We made it almost past the next goal. Now we're looking for the next big thing. I don't want to run in summer right now. We can check summer later. We're not running in late July, I can tell you that. August, I don't really want to run, but we could. And then late August, I'm okay with running in late August, but the races there become bad. So, what are we doing? We're looking for good summer training. Unfortunately, I have to take every sweepy I can find. Because we're specifically looking for Slipstream. That's not Slipstream. We're definitely resting next day. You can tell that we're not valuing summer as much as we probably should right now. So, I'll be getting punished. We're not even getting punished. Summer training right now is awful. Let's go recreate. No matter what we do, we can only train once for the rest of the summer, right? Like, no matter what you do, our stamina doesn't allow us to do more. So, we are taking this race. We're running the Leopard Stakes. Might as well, right? Why King Halo specifically? Because King Halo just lines up to be interesting for her sparks like that. We have Astraea Noche, Anima Animus, Maruzensky, Kinderschatz, Domitiana, Jewel Sapphire, Gold Chocho, Taiki Shuttle, Hishi Amazon. Oh, Hishi Amazon. Hell yeah. Colosseo Fight, Beam of Love, the tiniest horse to ever do it. Frilled Berry, Luminous Escudo, and that is the list. Get him, Haru. Prediction, if you can get one of the mods to run predictions, be my guest. Be my guest. Honestly, Urara Pyoy. Hell yeah, Petro, thank you for the clip. Really appreciate that. I love the name Anima Animus. It reminds me of a really fucking annoying raid boss in, like, olden World of Warcraft. So, no, I don't. But I get what you're saying. Ah, Chrono, you are the best duckling. Well done. Alright, come on, Haru. All you need to do... Oh, that's a bad delay. It's not a late start, but you saw the bad delay there. All you need to do, Haru, all I want you to do is beat Taiki Shuttle. That's all you need to do. You're a tiny, tiny horse, and she's a tall, large horse. Beat the tall, large horse, and we can declare supremacy. If you beat Maruzensky, that's cool too, but, like, Grandma has done nothing wrong. Grandma's done nothing wrong. I'm cheering for Taiki, get out. Once again, like, we're in a precarious position here. As long as no one behind us really catches up to us, we're kind of free to roam. That is great. But you can already see there is one idiot directly next to us. If we ever find velocity skills, which we're looking for in mid-race, then we can mitigate that problem. We can start mitigating the idiots next to us problem and can instead, like, pull ahead to where we need to be. We've broken out of that part of the pack. This is great. All we need to do is now catch up to 6 frontrunners. That's actually not 6 frontrunners. It's 3 frontrunners, 3 pacers. We need to catch up to that. And Haru is doing a great job at that. Haru going to the outside. Come on, little horse. It's not the size of the horse on the outside that counts. It's the size of the horse on the inside. Tiny Haru. Get him. Final sprint. Here we go. Haru in second. Boo. Taiki Shuttle and Haru in first. There she goes. Yes. Tiny horse wins. Beautiful. Think about going for Natty 3-star without guess. I mean, go for it. Hell yeah. Look at her go! Is Haru V-sized? No, we proved that on stream. On stream, we proved that V is larger than a Haru Urara. That's what we did in the opening ceremony to the V tournament, remember? Easy. Where we are, we don't need to gamble. Beautiful. I think if we hit the 20, we now have failure chances for our next training. We still have one more training coming up. And we do want the last summer training to be good, hopefully. Oh, these are both very tempting. We could take the better speed. We're taking the power here because our speed is higher level anyway. And I would really, 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 really like to see... Not that one. We need to find Tail Net High. There's Hishi. Give me speed. Gambit is not going to see any play. Let's go rest. Wonderful. Plus 50. Offside training. There's the first. We need to see the second one. The second one is imperative to what we're doing. It's really, really important we see her second event. Other than that, let's go speed. Why is this horse so slow until the spurt, then she goes ballistic? Because speed doesn't actually increase your speed, Petrovsky. The reason this Haru currently is so slow is because all Umas go at the same speed at the same time. The only thing that changes that is skills. Or, in the last 33% of the race, that's when your speed gives you more maximum speed. That's why she goes so fast. Her speed is very high, but for the first 66% of a race, that doesn't matter. Any tips for the claw machine minigame? Be very, very center. When one of them is lying down, aim for center of model, not for center of head. Otherwise, the biggest tip that I can get you for the claw machine minigame is if you get good at the claw machine minigame, please tell me how to do it. Wonderful. This is exactly what we want to see. Nope, that's not it. Speed doesn't increase spot. Yeah, speed only works in the last 33% of the race. Until then, speed is all the same. Speed is all the same until then. We're resting. We don't really care about friendship training anymore. Oh, that's the third sleep deprived. But still... Oh, there's Charming. That's a bit late, but I'll take it. Come on. Come on, baby. Give me what I need. That's home stretch chase. We don't need that. Aim for the head if they're upright. If they're lying down, yeah, the center is your best bet, yeah. There are 6 different scenarios for the claw machine tells you just how frustrating it is. Really, is there? That's crazy. Look for the gold light when the plushies spawn. What does the gold light do, Swan? Legitimate question, I don't know. I don't value practice perfect. Don't be afraid to go for a tiny plushie. They may sometimes pull up a bunch of extras. Yeah. Allegedly, the further right you go, the better your chances for extras are, but that's... who knows. Gold light means like more plushies or giant plushies. That's more interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. Wonderful. It just means there's more attached, huh? Just notice it's always multiple. I've not looked at it close enough, but I'll believe you on that, Zoraiden. RNG, what claw machine game? If you're in classic or senior year and you press recreation, you have a pretty decent chance, what, 20% or something? You get a claw machine minigame in which you need to pull up plushies from a claw machine. It's cute. Sweepy, come on. Sweepy, Slipstream. Fuck you, Sweepy! Ah! I need a better source for Slipstream, seriously. Okay, what sources do we have for Slipstream right now? And yes, Sparks are the answer, if you're wondering. Sources for Slipstream! We don't have any. Daitaku Helios. Oh, Helios is an answer. Maybe we bring her instead of Ama? Hold up. Wait, is this from an event? Oh shit, I need to bring Helios then. In the spurt? No, not the spurt. The spurt is the last 16% of a race, Petrovsky. The last leg of a race. The last 33%. My entire life has been a lie. What else does only work in the spurt? Guts. And what does actually help in before the sprint? Nothing. Velocity skills help in mid-race. Power works always. Wit works always. But power is your acceleration. That's why during the mid part of the race, when everyone's at the same speed, you need velocity skills to get ahead, because there's nothing else that gets you ahead except being lucky on a down ramp. On a down ramp with a good wit check, you can preserve some stamina and go faster. But ever so slightly. Oh, that's why. But yeah, that's why she turns into a homing missile at that point. Is there a way to influence the raffle price? You could blackmail the developer. Don't do that. Don't do that. I just wish the claw machine triggered more often. It's fun. I wish it triggered more often because it's good. Yay! A carrot for the tiny Haru. Most common outcome. How to word this, but starting out, what parents would you suggest working on first? That's perfect, fine wording, Arndt. There are 5 big legacies that I currently recommend, Arndt, and I believe that's the overwhelming majority of people that recommend those. Taiki Shuttle works for anyone that isn't a frontrunner. Maruzensky works for everyone and is insane for everyone. So actually, here's the ranking. Maruzensky number 1. Insanely good horse, works for everyone. Taiki Shuttle for anyone that's not a frontrunner. Simbuli Rudolph for anyone that's not a frontrunner, but best if you're playing late or end. I constantly forget the others. We'd forget to get grand prize with Taiki. I've had 4 of them now. God, I'm being silly. Ryan, no, Ryan just doesn't make the top 5. Barely doesn't make the top 5. Gochi with end closes, that's not true. Oguri! God, Oguri Cap. Works for everyone. Triumphant Pulse is insane. I probably wouldn't put her onto fronts, but she works on fronts. That's okay. And then last but not least is a bit of a wonky one. This one's going to get dethroned really quickly. Majuro McQueen. If you're running frontrunners. Right now, frontrunners only have one good parent, which is Maruzensky. Majuro McQueen is the other one. She gets replaced entirely and then never seen again once a Saiyan Sky hits. Very weirdly behind that is Medro Ryan, who is a really good parent if you're running an end or a late. Probably slightly worse on late. She has very restrictive positioning requirements that she needs. That's what makes it so wonky. But like, those are like the top 5 I'd recommend. Those are the top 5 I'd recommend. Ogre for mile burst. Ogre works for any distance. Parents I wouldn't recommend. Any horse that's 1 or 2 stars. Because they can't hint on their skills. Even at 3 stars. I know Agnes and Super Creek are cool horses. Don't use them as parents. Their skills become dog shit when handed down. Any horse that only gives velocity. Don't. Yeah, Pulse is okay for fronts if you're trading. But the way that you build a front is not in case you're trading. Because if you're trading, you're losing. The way that you build a front is if you're in the front, you win. Build on your strengths. Make your strengths stronger. Do not, like, you need to account for weaknesses to a certain degree, but you don't build just in case something goes wrong. You build reliably strong frontrunners by giving them the good frontrunner skills. Because if they're falling behind, they fell behind and they lost. Make them not fall behind. Our runners are Boomerang! She's back. Haru. You know what? No, this is a good horse name. The more I see it, this is a good horse name. This is also a fun name to say. Boomerang! Haru Urara. Shorty shot. Oh, Nana! We have Nana as a horse. That's adorable. Red Chocho. Feudal Tenure. Waku Waku Ribbon. What? Frillberry. On Stage Review. Marozensky. Duatarika. Gold Chocho. Wiseman Race. Bucksheen, Bucksheen, Bucksheen! Taiki Shuttle. Ogress. Oh, come on. She's small and cute. That's not an ogre. Frontrunner, speed, stamina, wit. That's none of that is correct, Chrono. Like, all of that is wrong. Do not. Like, stop. Chrono, stop fucking lying. I'm deleting all of this. This is all... Someone will see this in chat and think you're right. Like, no. 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 Sit down. No. No. Your order of operations is always, it doesn't matter what fucking, like, style you're running, it's always speed first, stamina to whatever distance you're running, power on the side, power comes from speed, doesn't fucking matter, and then wit to your liking or to your skill usage. That's the priority. And that's the priority for every single horse, no matter what style they're running, it doesn't matter. The only thing that changes is how much stamina you need based on what distance you're running. God, Chrono. Chrono has my problem. Chrono and I are both very confidently wrong a lot. Chrono's just a lot more wrong than me. Ah! Sit down. F. An A for effort. An A for effort. F for outcome. Did you ever hear the Golshi cover of the Bucksheen song? Yes. Yes, I have. I've also heard the Teo version. I'm sorry, but none of them come close to the original. Bucksheen, Bucksheen, Bucksheen! Bucksheen, Bucksheen, Bucksheen! Alright, where's our tiny horse? Yo, our tiny horse is getting ahead of the lates. That is wonderful to see now that positioning's out. However, whatever that one is that Boomerang? I think that's Boomerang. No, Boomerang is all the way in the back. Never mind, I don't know who that generic is that's annoying me. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We're biting the tail of whoever's in front of us. And now we're pulling apart. Okay, Haru. I believe in you. Once you see her hit this, the last 33%, you should see her speed up a lot. Remember, we need to accelerate first. So now we're going into acceleration. You can see she's moving up. Faster, 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 faster. Get on! Woo! There she goes. That's my horse. Woo! Not even close. Not even close. I like the Teo cover best. You know what, that's fair. Teo does a cute job at it. But exclusively Guts, correct. The only difference is Chrono can't delete my statements. That's true. I recently discovered the Golchi only version of Trace and Ondo, and I had it running on a loop for like an hour last night. Hell yeah. Is Trace and Ondo, that's not the 2.5 year one, right? It's not the Uma one? I forgot what the name for that one is. Actually, I don't know what the name for that is. It's not that I forgot, I never knew. It is the Uma Uma one. Yeah, that one's fucking good. That's a fucking great song. Thank you for telling me what the name for it is. God, it's very good. Honestly, the Manhattan Cafe version is my favorite, but it's Manhattan Cafe, so of course that's my favorite. Hell yeah. Goldshi's VA, by the way. Goldshi's VA is fascinating to me. Because Goldshi's VA does like a very non-traditional job of voicing a character, right? Like she goes through more different, like she goes through completely different inflections than other characters. In general, she's like, she has a rougher voice than others. And there's more depth to what you'd expect out of, I don't want to say out of a Japanese voice actress, because like some of the best people in the entire industry are Japanese voice actors, right? Like there's incredible talent there, and obviously a really, really established industry, but a lot go through like the same inflections because that's considered a standard. Goldshi's VA is very, very non-standard speak, and God, her performance stands out because of it. That song specifically, like her singing converted to like her then speaking in the middle of it, so bloody good. Is this a safe space? That depends. I don't care for Uma Pure. You're safe. You're safe with me, don't worry about it, Claire. Out of all of the songs that are currently in the game, Uma Pure is probably my favorite. No, this is Final Frontier. Listen, okay, baseline, I don't really care for any of the songs we have right now. Like, you've heard my music taste in my openings. My music taste is closer to noise than anything the idol industry could ever produce. I like the songs for what they are, but I don't think any of them would be things that I legitimately normally listen to, because like idol music isn't made for me. Right, if you want to hear a range, try to listen to Zany's JP dub. What is that? Like, thank you for the recommendation. I don't know what that is. She was not in a good situation. The Goldshi VA gig saved her. She was like a narrator before that, right? With the hand motion doing the Uma part? Yeah, it's true. It's true. The cutest singing is either Haru singing If You're Happy and You Know It, yes! Or Golshi and Top Gun singing Danger Zone together. That's a good one as well. That's a good one as well. Bakushin remixes aren't literally noise. You have a fine argument there. You have a fine argument. Zany from Wuthering Waves? I don't play Wuba. So, I don't know who that is. No clue, sorry. Do we have like a race that's interesting right now? Do I want to run Yamato stakes over the shit that we have to do otherwise? No. Goldshi's a VTuber? Yeah. Trace It Onto is a go-to Numa song. It's good, yeah. That one's good. But it's not available for us right now, right? It's JP only. Well, it's not JP only. JP, Korea, Taiwan. Our racers are Jewel Sapphire, Hishi Amazon. She looks so cool. Look at this. Hishi looks so fucking sick. Like, I absolutely love her outfit. I don't know why she reminds me of Greece. Like, the country. For me, this just like screams Greek. But I don't know why. Considering her name is Hishi Amazon. No idea. Maybe it's the white and blue. Duh. Haru da 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 da. Missing Nights. Ooh, me when I don't sleep. El Condor Pasa. Green Chocho. Oguri Kappa. Haste Fire. Duo Genuia. Wow, they're really trying to like make me trip up on this, right? Sakura Bakushin. Rita's F. Nishino Flower. Rival detected. Another tiny horse has appeared. Destroy. Spring Happy, Feudal Tenure, Ribbon Ballad, Maruzensky. And that's it. Come on, Haru, get him. The mix of skin tone and the mostly white with blue trim. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? Hishi Amazon doesn't have any, like, Greece, like, connections, right? This is entirely coincidental. The finish line? Yes, the finish line, correct. The finishing flag. I love that that's her role in the anime. All she does in season 1 is she stands at the end of a race. Love that. And she's not even good at that. We have a problem. We have a big problem. We have a very big problem. Haru? Haru is on the outside, so we might be mitigating a part of the problem that we have, because we're not getting boxed in all that much. But we fell back a lot. Tiny Horse needs to walk big steps to make it. There's also an Oguri directly next to us, and ironically, we're blocking her for once. Great. Come on, Haru. We're gonna have to make up this entire distance in the last 33%. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal. I do not know whether we can do this, but I want to believe in the Tiny Horse. Here's tiny acceleration, and there's no one in front of us. Dirt as far as the horse can see. She's picking up. Haru Urara, halfway through the pack, in 8th position. So far out, it's not even funny. No one in her way. Haru in 2nd. Haru rolling up on Maru. Maru falling back. There she goes. Hell yeah. Oh, that's my horse. That's my horse. The power of sheer stats compels you. And this animation is the world to me. Every single one of her victory animations is her not believing that she just won and then shaking until the happy explodes out. That's what's happening every single victory animation of hers. And it warms my fucking heart, I tell you. It warms my heart. We're almost at 40k. We do need a bit more. Unfortunately, we're already in February, so this is a bit bad. Because it's 40k, huh? I just realized it doesn't matter because her skill is bad anyway. We don't really need to level her ult because it's not great. Shit off courage to spend far from the rail, and it was like, I wasn't even anything different. Oh yeah. Yeah. Top Gun's flying winning animation is also great. I need to play more Top Gun, honestly. I've played one Top Gun. Hey, Alpha, how you doing? I've played one Top Gun run, and I think that's criminal. I should play more. I don't want to go below half. We're still waiting for skill inspiration. That's the big kicker here, right? We have playtime. We have ramp. So we're missing 2 out of 4. 2 out of 4. It's not great. Double from the legit strat for Taurus Cup? Yes, it is. It is. The reason for that specifically is Overtake as a mechanic, Alpha. We can talk about Overtake if people are really not familiar with it. Let me know if you wanna. Honestly, do we just have something to race? I don't like any... I should like this. I shouldn't mind going below half like this. Let's go. Let's stop wasting stats for no reason. We're just hoping that we don't see Yaino pop up now. That's second inspiration. After this inspiration, we're talking about Overtake real quick. I'm gonna pull up all the things for it. So that was bad. That was just bad. And then during FanFest, we're not really getting anything out of FanFest because we didn't make it, but that's okay. So, let's talk about Overtake. Let's talk about Overtake. So, the first thing we're looking for is we're pulling up the article. We're pulling up the article for it, right? So, what are we looking for? We're looking for League Contest. League Contest doesn't exist yet. That's not the one we're looking for. We're looking for frontrunner modes. So, when you're racing with a horse, your horse is going to be in an AI mode, right? You're going to be set. There's a difference between frontrunners and everyone else. Let's start with everyone else. And I'm going to directly read this out for everyone, and then we're going to talk about it after. So, non-frontrunner modes. Non-frontrunner horse girls try to stay within a certain minimum and maximum distance from the pacemaker during position keep. This distance depends on the race length and the girl's strategy. A horse girl will enter pace up if she's currently above the maximum distance, so she is too far behind the pacemaker, they'll try to get back in. She also has to pass a wit check for this mode to activate. Pace up will grant a slight target speed buff. This is a way that if you've fallen way behind where you should be for the game to get you back. Let's say you're pacer with a late start. This gets you back to where you're supposed to be during position keep. Position keep means that for the first 50% of all racers, all the paces are together, all the lates are together, all the ends are together, all the fronts are together. And no change happens in between them. Your lates cannot overtake a pacer during position keep. That changes at the 50% mark. So during that, if you should fall behind through anything, there's a chance that gives you a tiny speed buff to get you back where you're supposed to be, but not further than that. On the other hand, you will enter pace down mode if you're currently below the minimum distance, so you're too close to the next distance. Let's say your pace chaser is directly next to a front runner. They'll slow down and get back with the pace chaser pack. These two mechanics combined will make it so that your horses never really break out, except in their own little bubble. This is true for the first 50% of the race. That's it. So, how is that different from frontrunners? Frontrunners also fall into the hold position mode, position keep. But frontrunners have speed up and overtake. They're centered around taking the lead and putting a certain distance between themselves and others. A frontrunner horse girl will enter speed up if she's in the lead, but there's not enough distance between her and the second place. So, there's a wit check that happens. If you succeed on that wit check, then you're going to speed up until you are 4.5 meters ahead of the next frontrunner, or 12.5 meters ahead of anyone else, but not more than 17.5 meters for pace, right? For like a pace setter that's been converted. The important two are these ones. So if you're a frontrunner, you have a chance with enough wit to maximize your distance away from the pack, but you can only ever go so far. Think of it as a leash. You're always leashed to the rest of the pack. You cannot be more than 12.5 meters away from the rest, or 4.5 meters away from the rest of the pack. That's speed up mode. Speed up mode isn't like super important. What is important is overtake. A horse girl can enter overtake mode when she's not in first place among races with the same strategy, frontrunner or someone that's been promoted to frontrunner. She also needs to pass a wit check. The mode will end when the desired position has been achieved or the timeout is reached. So, what does this do? Let's say you have two frontrunners, only frontrunners. One of them is in front of the other. I'm painting on this canvas a lot today. Frontrunner A, frontrunner B. Overtake triggers. This horse tries to go to the front, right? Now this horse is in front. Overtake triggers. This horse goes to the front. This happens over and over and over. This mode can trigger, I think, every 3 seconds or something. Every 3 seconds there's a wit check. I believe that's the cooldown for it. Which means your two frontrunners can trade with one another. They can think of it as leapfrogging. It is nothing else but leapfrogging. Go, 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 over and over and over. And that allows them to get to a distance that is further away from the pack, as described in Speed Up. It's a way for frontrunners to cheat out, big quotation marks around that, more velocity during a time in the race when you can't really get velocity outside of other skills. That's what this does. That's overtaking. That means that frontrunners are always better in pairs. They're always better in pairs like that. A single frontrunner doesn't have access to this. You can enter speed up if you're lucky, but if you have another frontrunner, you just trade with them. Dingo says, random question for pace chasers. Is there any difference between preferred position or hydrate? One that says decrease fatigue mid-race. Yes, a big one. Huge difference. So, let's pull this up. Let's pull this up. Yep, we'll pull this up together. Let's not be on JP because skills work differently there. Let's be on hydrate. So, hydrate. Running style is 2. You need to be a pace chaser. And then anywhere in the middle. It happens anywhere during the middle part of the race. Random phase 1, phase 0 is early. Phase 1 is mid. Phase 2 is late. So anywhere within the middle 50% of a race. And preferred position. Running style is 2. Anywhere within the middle, and you need to be within the first 50% of all horses. That's it. That's it. It has that additional requirement to it. You just need to be in the front. If you're running a horse whose strategy is to be there anyway, this is just good. Like, Race Planner is a good stamina skill. I will fall on this. Race Planner is a good stamina skill. It's a bit of a bitch right now, but there we go. It recovers in middle, exactly where you want it to be. Its condition isn't super difficult. But Hydrate is on paper better because it has less requirements. Hydrate and Gourmand are Hydrate isn't great. Gourmand is the good version of it, the big version. Just like Race Planner, Gourmand are comparable. Gourmand is the better version. However, that doesn't mean preferred position is bad. In fact, this is one of the more consistent, one of the better stamina skills. So in reality, if you have access to both, you're probably just going to pick both. While we're here, could you explain when tail held high is good to set up? Like distance, strategy, and such. Absolutely, Fuse. Tail held high is really cool if you're playing not frontrunners. That's it. Done. If you're not playing a frontrunner, if I like tail held high on lates and ends, on pacers, it's a bit of a crapshoot, but the important part is that tail held high combo, all of the 4 skills, ramp ups, tail held high, playtimes over, and slipstream, are very, very consistent to fire in the middle of the race when you're looking for velocity. And you're trying to do this on anyone that needs that velocity. That's usually people that try to maneuver, people that try to get away. Frontrunners have a problem triggering slipstream, obviously, and playtimes over, and ramp up. The effects are desirable on frontrunners as well, it's just you can't really get them off there, right? For double front strat, I'm just worried that I get double whammy by debuffs. Also, I plan to use Bourbon and Top Gun because they have gold recovery skills on their kit, so I only need to give them Maestro on top of that. I mean, everyone's going to get hit by debuffs alpha, right? Like, even the people that are running Ents right now are going to see that their Ent runners are going to run towards the front, towards the late part of the race, and then they're going to get hit by debuffs. It doesn't matter. Every position that you're running will get hit by some debuffs. Ignore it. If you're really worried, build 1,000 stamina, or build 900 with 2 gold recoveries. 900 stamina is what you need to get through. 2 gold recoveries means you're recovering 11% stamina. And the most amount of debuffs that are going to get thrown at you from one horse is 7.5. That's it. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Debuffs are funny, and I know it's a big talking point for content creators, but I guarantee you, the whole debuff shenanigan is exclusively a content creator problem. As in, we've created this because that's all we're talking about. You're not going to see that many debuffs. You're gonna be fine. The main debuffs that you're gonna be seeing is people throwing 1.5%ers at you, and those don't matter. A nice nature with potential 5, both debuffs. No one's got that build. Like, some sweat whales will have it, but that's it. You're not gonna run into those. They're like 1 in 10,000. Yeah, every now and again you queue into 1 in 10,000, sure, but you only get to do like, what is it, 12 races or something. The chance you're going to run into something like that, negligible. And you only need to win 2 to get promoted. Like, remember, you only need to win 2 for promotion, right? But what if there are 2 evil natures and 4 dominators who want to murder my Uma? Then honestly, you've lost the fucking lottery, and you should probably buy a lightning rod, because you're about to get hit by lightning. Like, that won't exist. I'm not supposed to have both. You can have both. You're just not going to run into it otherwise. Don't worry about it. What the Uma community, like the content watching Uma community is doing right now is they've decided they want to build a house. But now they're worried that what if the sea floods? They live inland in a landlocked country. What if there is a tornado? They live underground. What if there's an earthquake? Okay, never mind, I can't help it. They live far away from fault lines. We're building against like all of these eventualities of could this ever happen? Yes, absolutely. Is it? No. If it helps you at all, do the following. Risk assessment. When we do risk assessment, like professionally, we look at 2 things. We look at 2 factors. A, if this scenario happens, how bad is it? how much money do we have to spend? How much, like, capital do we have to spend? How much prestige do we lose? How bad is if this thing comes to pass? That's A. That's what the entire Uma community is doing right now. If I get hit by 2 evil natures, and also 2 more Dominator horses on each team, so 4 Dominators, and then also my internet dies, I'm gonna lose Champions Meet. Shit! Next up, look at how likely that scenario is to appear. And this can be super easy. If you want to calculate like how dangerous an event really is, take how much am I losing? Like a point, like a value to that. And with money, it's easy. You just use money. And then the percent chance of that happening. And just multiply the 2 fuckers together. And now you have a value that you can compare events with. Something that's super likely to happen, but has a small impact, might be just as impactful as something that's super unlikely to happen, but is like tremendously bad. Those would be risk assessed, like roughly the same. There's a bigger parachute attached to one of them, obviously, but this is Uma. Alright? So, chill. You're fine. What if an asteroid hits my house? Yeah, like, what if I get probed to death by aliens tomorrow? What am I gonna do then, huh? What about gangs of lions attacking my Umas? Actually, that's a really good question. That's a really good question. So if there is a roving pack of lions, then remember, you might not be on a Tokyo racecourse right now. You might have signed up for like ancient Rome. And Starfruit, at that point, hail to the fallen, I guess. There's nothing more I can do for you. You might want to share that time machine technology you got going on. Going to read the Black Swan. Yep. We call like highly unlikely, impossible, almost impossible events that devastate entire regions. We call those Black Swan events, right? Like a never before seen tsunami in a non-tsunami region. That's a Black Swan event. Devastating, like paradigm shifting, life destroying, era ending calamities. That just aren't gonna happen. Right? If random lion girls are stalking your Uma, you might be watching V. The other reason is you might be running against Narita Taishin. Narita Taishin's stamina recovery skill is called Sleeping Lion. If you're coming up against a Narita Taishin in the current Champions Meet, then congratulations! You've won! How does it feel to be a winner? Because your opponent brought an Uma that does nothing in that specific track. Disclaimer, Naruto Taishin scary, just not on the upcoming Champions Meet. What about the Hungry Lion that was running in the tournament? I'm sure Jimmy has renamed himself since then. I loved that bit, by the way. Jimmy's commitment to the bit was humongous. I loved it. We are looking for skill hints. I am desperately looking for skill hints, and I'm not getting the ones I'm looking for. Boop, boop, boop. It's kind of all I want right now, huh? We're resting here. Training's bad anyway, we're just resting. That's the 4th sleep deprived. We're sitting at 900 pre-second summer. We are coasting! Coasting! I just saw a bit of Mayano halfway through because people were bringing better horses. I honestly think your Mayano was doing too well, Jimmy. I think your Mayano was doing too well. It didn't change anything about the outcome. Like, she wasn't a big shake-up, but I think she was doing a bit too well there. Magnus, hope you have a great sleep. Thank you for being here, Magnus. I appreciate it. Please don't skill train me right now. Thank you. This summer doesn't matter to us, funnily enough, so I'm going to mistreat this summer harshly. We're looking for Tail Held High. Yes, there we go. Okay. We've got Tail, we've got Ramp. We need playtime's over. And we still need Swinging Maestro, so that part sucks a little, but we'll be fine. Let's run the Unstacks. Is she doing all these sleepless nights? She's too cute for sleep. Haste Fire, Jewel Malachite, Feudal Tenure, Mini Lotus, Indian Breath, Oguri Kappa, Haru da 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 da, Sakura Bakushin. We're almost. Oh my god, look at that difference. 300 compared to almost 1,000. Cool. Jewel Coral, El Condor Pasa, Maritime Shipper, Beta Cubism, Indigo Chocho, Bravo second. And that's the list. We have playtimes over? Oh, we have playtimes over. You're right, Fuse. We need exactly... we don't need skill lens anymore. We need exactly Sweepy. Yep. We need exactly Sweepy. Here we go! I'm tempted to run this back if we don't get tail combo, by the way. I'm very tempted to run this back. I wonder which ship the shipper ships. The two non-obvious ones that never really talk to each other in the story. This one is getting close to how Resco on my ones. Surprisingly, God, every now and again I enter German words into my language. Despite 4 depriveds, we're sitting at 1k, 1k. Like, I'm happy with how this run's going. I think we're okay. We have our stamina too. That's the other important part. 450 stamina is where we want to be on Haru. For what I want to do with her. I'll take 500. I'll even take 600. But we don't want to be below. Especially because we're not going to give a stamina recovery. I like this song a lot, by the way. The song is very happy. Speaking of very happy, Haru on the outside, going for the kill shot. Here we go, Haru. Get him. It's the last 33% of the race, and everyone is coming to a crawl. Time stands still as the tiniest horse makes her move. Off she goes. Nothing left to hold her. Is there any point in farming fans other than for gold minimums? No, your club looks for fans monthly to get placed, Petrov. That's it. Also, the other one is for skill level ups, right? Skill level ups require fans 60, 70, 120, or in case of Haru, 40, 50, and 80, I think. Which will be the same for Smart Falcon coming up next. I probably should try to get a club. I'm in like a mid club. They're okay. They're okay. I don't know what they are like people, but they're okay players. And like just be in a club here. That's the big recommendation. Just be in a club. Really quickly, we have ramp up, get, and we do have playtime. We do have playtime. So that means we do not need anything anymore, right? Tail Held High is there too. We need Sweepy. We need Sweep Tosha to start showing up. That's what we need. We're not getting Sweep Tosha to show up. We also need Wit. We yap now and then. I'd rather talk to the people in my club, if I'm being honest. Listen, if the bloody Veeblins had a spot open, I'd probably be there. But no. They don't want me. Oh. They're always full. Come on, Sweepy. Where's my girl at? We're taking speed here. We need to cap speed. I got work in the morning, so I'm gonna wake up at 5:40. I got events I need to do if I want to get the rewards in Honkai Star Rail. What matters more? I don't know. That's not a tough decision, Gilondir. To me, that's not a rough decision, if I'm being entirely honest with you. We give them snacks for power. Remember, snacks give power to tiny horses. Stop being there, Halo, I swear. My free pulls? Should have done that earlier if you wanted your free pulls. Don't jeopardize your work for fucking gacha games, my dude. Or any games for that matter. Do not. Do not is bad. You should make your own club, maybe. You know. I don't know. I clearly found the key to Hot Springs. You just need a parent who got it, because otherwise it was just RNG that I got it for Ogre with a steamy solidarity parent. Yeah, no, that's just RNG. Sorry, Jimmy. Feed other people's shoes, you get club points for it. Exactly, you totally should. So half the things a club does is trade the same pair of shoes back and forth. I'm gonna go skill shopping. Why am I gonna go skill shopping? Because these things can't get cheaper anyway from where we are. Because one of the big advantages of Yano is that she makes skills basically free. Playtime's over, tail held high. There we go. I can't pick up Lone Wolf on her now that I think about it. I actually cannot pick up Lone Wolf. That's a shame. But it's fine. It's fine. Do we need anything else? We're past second insp, right? So we go shooting. Alright, now watch this child run. Watch her run. Behold, she strides. Nishino Flower. Bravo second. Maruzensky. Sakura Bakshin Bakshin Bakshin. El Condor Pasa. Indian Breath. Wiseman Rays. Oguri Kappa. Taiki Shuttle. Beta Cubism. Hard Control. Harurada. Where her steps land, the earth quakes. Duna, Red Chocho, Indigo Chocho, and He-She Amazon. What about Maverick? Dog shit. Worthless, Petrovsky. Worthless skill. Yeah, give 2 shoes every time, exactly. You have 10 donations, give 2 every time. My club's name is like Trash Gang because I've heard people's jokes about Yandere allies and Otome calling them the trash we love. I mean, you can like bad things, right? That's the point. Why, please explain? Because it's got awful trigger conditions? Hold up. Hold up. Come on, little horse, you got this. You got this. You can do it. So, why is Maverick bad? Maverick says if 5 other people are running the same strat as you, then you get 40 speed. 5 other people in a race with 9 horses. One of them is you. Cool. Very likely to happen. Very fucking likely to happen, huh? Maverick's trigger condition is awful. Its benefit is 40 speed. That's cool. That's like Lone Wolf. But it's never gonna happen. We're gonna lose. No, Haru. Come on, little one. Get out. You can do it. Haru, keep fighting. Fight through. I know there's many other horses, but you're the best one here. Come on! There she goes! On the final straight, Haru! Get him! Yes! Yes! Hell yeah! Okay. Yeah, that's why it's bad, Petrovsky. 40 speed is a fine payoff, that's why Lone Wolf is good. But Lone Wolf is a guaranteed trigger that always happens. And if your opponent has Lone Wolf, then it at least takes theirs away. So there's always a benefit to having it. Unless you have 2 horses that have it at the same time and take your own Lone Wolf away, in which case... But Maverick needs 5 horses to run the same shit you're running. 5. Oh, no, wait. No, wait. No, Maverick is the other one. No, no, never mind. No, what? Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Stop. Maverick is the one when no one else runs your strategy, which is also not likely. The fact that no one runs your strategy in a field of 9 horses when there's only 4 strategies doesn't exist. Doesn't say that it has the same trigger like Wolf. No. Wolf either gives you 40 speed... no. Okay. Slow, don't care. Lone Wolf says, gain 40 speed if no one else has Lone Wolf. Done. That means if you have Lone Wolf and no one else does, you now have 40 speed. If you don't have Lone Wolf and your opponent has Lone Wolf, then they have 40 speed. If both of you have Lone Wolf, then no one gets 40 speed. That means Prisoner's Dilemma. It's always worthwhile picking Lone Wolf, just on the off chance that your opponent has it. If they don't, you win. If they do, you win. If you don't and they have it, then you lose. Always take Lone Wolf on 1 horse in your team. Maverick looks at whether you're front, pace, late, or end. And it then says, hey, if no one else is running the same style as you are, you get 40 speed. That's not happening. Every now and again, you run into a race where there's no front runner. You're the only front runner. Every now and again, you run into a race where you're the only pacer. Highly, highly, highly unlikely to trigger. Highly unlikely. Especially if you're looking at PvP races. Not gonna happen. You might get this on ends, but in PvE, the game has a shit ton of end runners. In PvP, there's only 2, but unfortunately, one of them is very common. And Goshi will be very common in CM as well. What if Hans is on the same team as Lone Wolf? Then you don't have Lone Wolf. You shot yourself. Congratulations. Bring 1 horse per team with Lone Wolf. 1 horse per team. If you double circle Maverick, then it's 60. Yeah, it's not worth picking up the second version of it. So the first one for 90 points might be okay. The second one costs 110 for only 20 more. So you're paying more than twice the price of the first one for only a 50% increase. Don't. Ever. The only skills that I would really consider picking up the double circle for is either if I have a good single circle skill and I have nothing better to do, or if you are talking about the style corners, style mediums. Style mediums? What? Style straights. Those are really good. If you're gonna gamble on a chance skill, then just take my favorite Lucky Super Lucky 7! Yeah, totally. The Jimmy agenda is to make you pick that. That's what it is. Delicious, no! Pickles! It's not worth recreationing anymore. Because there's only like 3 more training days. So we're not going above normal mood. We're not pressing that button. Unfortunately, we never completed our strategy. We can make that easier next time if I replace Hishi Amazon or Vodka with Daitake Helios, right? Random chance to get 40 speed stamp power. How high is the chance? 1 in 9, right? Or 1 in 18? So for the rest of those, you are feeding stats to your opponent. You're just giving free stats to your opponent. Otherwise. Is that worth it? Can Hons on the same team debuff each other? No. Looking forward to a content creator who will make a high roller team for CM. What do you mean by high roller specifically? Lucky 7 can't even trigger on CM. It can. There's 9 horses in CM. Late on the Haru. Oh, there she is. Look at her. Saiyan Sky. Soon. Soon I will have you. I will run the hell out of Saiyan Sky once we have one. That will be so much bloody effort. Once she's here, that's what I'm going to be running. For a while. Is it not 7th post? Is it not 7th box? Is that not how that works? Bracket 7. Wait, a bracket is more than 1, isn't it? Wait, a bracket is 2, right? No, wait, is a bracket is a box? I know one of these terms means one of these terms like means 1 of 2. If your starting gate block is 7, yeah, but what's a block? Is a block a box? Like, it uses post in I don't know what that means. I don't know whether that means your number has to be 7 or you need to be within, like, the thing. That doesn't make sense, huh? It looks at the number. So it's exactly only if you have 7 as your number. Okay. It's exactly only if you have 7 as your number. Lovely Arima Keenan we have today. Isn't it? Isn't it just a lovely Arima Keenan? Yeah, then of course it can trigger then. Because there's 7. There's 9 numbers. So if you're from block 7 and then flips a coin. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Huh? Oh yeah, true. Wait, you're right. Lucky 7 is a 50-50, right? It's a 50-50 chance engine. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. There she goes. She made it eventually. What went wrong in this one? This is the Arima Keenan. Haru has G ranking for turf and G ranking for long. Haru cannot win this naturally. You need to specifically make parents for her to win it. Like, she is incapable of winning this by herself. That's normal. This is a forced loss. As close to a forced loss as you can get in this game. It's a plot point. If you get her the right legacies, she can win it. And there's specific text after you do that. Why the fuck is it 50-50? Because it's lucky. It isn't. It's completely a meme skill, yeah. Come on, Sweepy! Why are you doing this to me, girl? Don't! Why are you breaking my heart? You can see the effect that not getting Charming early and not getting... and having like 5 sleep deprivations has. Which means we're not capping speed, we're not capping power, as opposed to capping both of them. And we have pretty lacking wits. Sweepy, why? 50 points away from my first A+ career. Nice, MJT. Monster Guts, of course. Of course. Of course. It's best to think of it as flip a coin on whether... Yeah, like, it doesn't matter, right? It's 1 in 9 times 1 in 2. The order of operations is kind of irrelevant, no? Here we go. Who just got the rest of the day off work? You sound like that's a bad thing with that ellipses at the end. Did you just get the rest of the day off work? Isn't that fun? Wait, did you need the hours? That sucks, I'm sorry. 3-star strength, 3-star dirt. Not gonna use... Well, if she dirts, then she becomes a decent dirt parent, but I don't think I get to use her for anything. Moderately good? Yeah, that's plus 40. Super lucky is plus 60. Lucky 7 is moderately good. May happen. The May is heavy lifting if you're right. Outer post proficiency increase performance in brackets 6 through 8. And lucky 7 says moderately good things happen in bracket 7. So? Like, what's the point? I'm kind of tired of talking about this dogshit skill. Like, this doesn't really do anything. Debating this doesn't mean anything to anyone because we all agree it's shit. And understanding it doesn't increase everyone's skill at the game because we've all already agreed it's dog shit. I'll drop it now because I genuinely do not care. Okay, Haru. Haru in the front. Getting there. Oh, she's just breaking through. Never mind. Never mind. She's just breaking through. Bye, Special Week. 400 meters remaining and Haru has decided this is not the race for her. She wants to be on the adjacent race. Haru? 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 Home stretch haste! The home stretch haste to style on the competition at the end. Is this a debate? Even no, but like we keep going like, oh, but what about this? But what about this? I don't give a shit about what about this. The skill is bad. The mechanics of how it functions aren't relevant past that, no? That's what I mean. Like, I'm tired, like, debating this now, because, like, Fuse keeps bringing it up, and I'm done with it now. Ah, boy. Imagine what this would be like on Better Mood. Not much different is the answer to that question. We are not capping right now unless we press this, huh? We're not capping unless we press this. Okay. We should be debating Iron Will instead? Exactly. Always learn Iron Will. Alright. Semis. Brooklyn Isle. El Condor Pasa. Slain. Udadadada. Castanet Rhythm. Mayano Top Gun. Maruzensky. Cravat. Not wearing a cravat should be illegal for this horse. Daiwa Scarlet. Kinderschatz. Haste Fire. Maritime Shipper. Taiki Shuttle. Silent Suzuka. Astraya Noche. Sakura Bakshin Bakshin Bakshin. Brooklyn Isle back to Brooklyn Isle. Never mind. We arrived back at Brooklyn Isle. Recovery, am I right? Yeah, it's a recovery skill. You should totally learn it. Entirely. You should totally learn it. So, one thing that I think we've seen throughout this run is what I said at the beginning, right? Haru runs are full of cute, and that's great. What does Kinderschatz mean? Kinder is children, and Schatz is treasure. A child's treasure. Kinderhearts is a very different thing. Hearts is a very, very different thing. Cravat is German too. Cravat is also English. Krawatte would be German, but we use Krawatte for what you call a tie, whereas a cravat is a very, very different thing than what we call a Krawatte. So, yes and no, Palin. Yes and no. If someone has Iron Will on them, then the Uma shall be un-Umat. Yeah, like, takes your horse ears. Did you all see the post where everyone, like, where they like, edited out the horse ears from all the Umas? That's what's gonna happen to your Uma if you, like, teach them Iron Will. What is Kingdom Hearts? a compilation of overly complicated ass pulls in like wrapped up in a Disney narrative. Haru, please. Haru, you've overcome harder obstacles. This one's a big one, but you've had worse. Have you actually had worse? I don't know about that. Final sprint. Here comes Haru. No, there's no way. This is so late. Little Haru. No. No, the camera sways. And there is Maru. Luckily, this never happened. Don't worry about it. Oh God, I woke up from a bad dream. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Haru Urara run, where this Haru Uraras. Good trigger saying box is a common occurrence in it. Yeah, no skill saves you from being boxed, Presovsky. There is not a single skill in this game that saves you from being boxed. So it's irrelevant. This is not as much of a gotcha as you think it is. You can know every single skill in the game and have every stat maxed, and if you get boxed, you're boxed. Done. Irrelevant. Still learning German? No, this is not a point for forgiveness, Palin. Not at all. That's what I'm telling you, right? German is weird. There's many things that we call something that's called something else in a different language. But it's an entirely different thing. For example, paprika. My favorite example will always be paprika. A paprika in German is what you would call a bell pepper. But paprika exists in the English language as well. And it's not what we'd call it, right? Like, cravat is exactly like that. If your box activated no clip, yes. Just float through them. Just helicopter, fly above them. You can do it. There should be a skill that lets you phase through horses. What do you think this is, Dota? Yo, Dota with Uma characters? Someone make that happen, please. Thank you. But no, that would be fighting, and I don't want them to fight. Oh, here's Haru. There we go. There's Haru. And we even got shooting for victory to go. Come on, Haru. This is your moment. Homestretch haste. Oh, you can get Maru. You can beat her. Get her, Haru. This is closer than I'd like, but she got it! Hokoria's punch! Nom 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 nom! Fresh meat! Yes! Yes, Aggie, absolutely. Oh, fresh meat, let's go. Bloodseeker Numa Musume when? Nyum. Nyx Assassin. That's what we need. You're just going. Can we have Dota heroes in Uma instead? Can we do that? Hold up, I'm thinking. No, obviously not. There's no world in which this even does anything for us, right? Well, it does give us 28 power. What if we fail it? We lose 10 and we're still fine? Don't do this! Don't do this! Do not do that! This is bad! Do not! We're gonna buy the rest of our skills at the end. Unfortunately, we never found what we were looking for. Yeah, we never found what we were looking for. An Uma board game would go hard. Yo, an Uma board game? I'd play an Uma board game. Tamamo Cross. She's so cool. Tama is one that I actually absolutely want to pull. I know fuck all about her, except that Lightning Step sucks, but I don't know what her unique does. But I really want one. Happy Meek, not a horse. Grass Wonder. Wiseman Rays. Phoenicia Deal. Ephemeron. Colossio Fight. Biwa Hayahide. Aishin Flush. There's the German horse. Mihono Bourbon. Jewel Malachite. Heart Caesar. So, X gonna give it to you. Haru Urara. Gold Chocho. Symboli Rudolph. And that's the list. All of Tama, which campaign is he in? Haru Urara. Oh, Tamamo Cross? None of them really, because it's not out yet, huh? Oh, what do you mean? There's an Uma party game. Yeah, and it has exactly 4 mini-games, and that's just not worth it, if you ask me. Tama's an Ogre. Sorry, yeah, Tama deals a lot with Ogre. A lot of appearance in Ogre's story. I love what they did to her. The fact that they gave her the Japanese equivalent of what we would consider white trash slang is just great. I love it. Absolutely adore it. Okay. Haru. Haru next to Happy Meek. I don't like that, but we do get a ramp-up trigger. It's a shame we never found Slipstream, or else we'd be going really fast right now. We could be going so fast. Instead, we're not going fast. Come on, Haru. Come on. Aishin next to you, that's a lot of velocity. We're going on, like, sheer nothingness, right? We're beating Aishin Flash at her game, though. Here we go. In the corner, in the curve. Haru. She's really happy, guys. She's really happy. Luckily, I do not worry about the fact that we never leveled her skill. Haru goes for it, but she's stuck in the middle and we immediately ram into someone in front of us. Who is that? It's a generic. Can we pull past Tamamo? This is going to be close. Oh, Haru on the run? Haru next to Biwa? Can we make it past Biwa? Homestretch haste? This is going to be a close one. Mihono Bourbon all the way up front? Haru! No, I don't think she made it. I don't think she made it. That is so close. Oh. She did it! She did it! By a nose difference. And it's a very small nose on a very tiny horse. Holy shit! Oh, there's the Haru. There she is. Nose difference, by the way, for those of you that don't know, is 20 centimeters. It's 20 centimeters. Who's tiniest? Haru or Rice? Haru. That's where you buy Homestretch Haste. Don't get boxed, I'd say, but, you know. Yeah, sure. It can be why you buy Homestretch Haste. Let's buy the rest of our skills. What do we care about? We're not picking up Bofa. Prudent Positioning is a take because it's cheap, but not because it's good. And other than that, we're late, so none of this matters. We are a miler. We could updraft. But I don't want to updraft, if I'm being entirely honest with you. 1.5 million CC. Sure, we can go million CC. And then Lucky Bracket, Lone Wolf. Unfortunately, my dirt team already has a Lone Wolf. It's Taiki. So I can't pick up another one. So we have 310 points that are unaccounted for. We have 310 points that are unaccounted for. Let's go Prudent Position. We're never buying Target Inside. We're never buying Cloudy Days. So Cloudy Days can go off because like weather is weather, but it's a gut bonus, so we don't value it. Target Inside never fucking happens. Well, this happens a lot actually, but it's also gut, so we don't want it either. If we were playing something like Groundwork, we don't have Groundwork. That's the problem. If we were playing Groundwork, this would be much more interesting. Do we just go for a Bofa because we have nothing better to take? Is that the reason we go Bofa? Honestly, it is, right? Like, we go cut Prudent Positioning because it's bad. And we just go Bofa. Yeah, we just go Bofa. That feels weird, but yep, that's it. Whoop. Never completed Tail Held High. What a shame. Here we go. Haru is 140, Rise is 145. Nice. That's a 12k Haru. We didn't even try. Tail Held and Ramp. Sadly only at 1 star. Like, if these were higher stars, this would matter. Dirt 2. There you go. There's a Haru. You happy now? Like, you happy now? There's your Haru. Da, 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 da. We did cap out speed and power in the end with that dumb gamble. You know what the weirdest part is? No more happy than you are. I'm kind of happy because that's my new PvPR. She's actually going in. Does she have 500k fans? What do you think? Of course not. What the fuck? 500k needs you to really go out of your way and just race on her. Which means you're not getting those stats. You don't need those stats, but I don't give a shit either. She goes into team. That's my new Haru. That's my new girl. Boop. Haru-ra-ra. Boop. Wonderful. Unfortunately, hold up. Hold up a second. Wait a bloody second. Wait. Mile. Ah, no, there's the late. Okay. We almost have a generic setup. We can almost run her end instead of late. It's the 1.5 million CC that says we can't. Everything else here is generic. Shit. To the race return. If you lose races, you're not getting fans, Petrov. The more you win a race, the more points, the more fans you get. Don't lose your races. There's no point in losing races. There's a dialogue she has if she misses her maiden and then wins another one. Want to end regardless? I'm probably going to run her end regardless, yeah. Does it really give more than end? That's the question, right? The kicker is that this is another skill that can activate mid-race to get tail held high to go. Other than that, we have nothing on tail held at the moment. That's late, home stretch is late. Curvature could get us there, but Curvature will proc super early on the first corner ever. If that corner is... I mean, Bofa could trigger it. Shooting could trigger it. Yeah, you know what, we're running her late. We're running her late. Fuck it. She's going end. She's going end. Igor! The other problem that I have now is that this L, like, I need a better L. This L needs to go into... Oh, this L is late. Why are you not running late? Because you have, like, random dumb shit? Because you have Pace Chaser Savvy, that's it? You also have Prepare to Pass, never mind. This L needs to be remade, not gonna lie. I'm gonna stick her into... late now just to have like the positioning bonus, but she needs to be remade. Boop. There we go. L run next. I really don't like L runs. All L runs are cursed. All the races on all turns are maidens until... Yeah, exactly, Petrov. Unless you get a certain amount of fans or maiden it. Yeah. Need to break maiden. Exactly. Top Gun? Ooh, Top Gun could be fun. Yo, new archive? Yo, new archive level? Whee! Nom 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 archive points. Delicious. There we go. Alright, ducklings, it's midnight. Wait. Wait. What? Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Resources. Mmm. Delicious, delicious resources. Mmm. Are you Danish or something? I'm German. Well, we have a new race celebration. Spring G1s, part 2. New banner yet? No, new banner's tomorrow. Right? New banner's tomorrow? I'm pretty sure new banner's tomorrow. Not today. So 24 hours from now. Almost exactly 24 hours from now, by the way. Almost exactly 24. So what's gonna come out? It's only the Smart Falcon banner, right? That's all that's happening. It's Smart Falcon and that's it. Which is like super interesting to me, if I'm honest. I'm not gonna pull on Super Creek. We're probably doing daily pulls for Smart, but I don't really care. I don't really give a shit. Show Urarara in PvP. We can do one, sure. We can do one. Super King Tazana, yeah, and I don't want to pull on that. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run the dirts, but there's a good chance we're gonna get dumpstered, right? We're auto-resolving everything else because I don't give a shit. We're currently not prepped. Yeah. Alright. There you go. She's no Nation of Flower. Smart Falcon's cool, and she's powerful as well. She's a very good dirt runner, and we're all lacking dirt runners. That's the important note. Everyone here is lacking dirts. She is dirt. But I don't like her design. I don't like her personality. I don't have the gems for it. There are other horses that I want more. Therefore, who gives a shit, right? Her story is so sad. Naruto Taishin? Her story isn't sad at all. She has a complex of being bullied ages ago for being small, but everyone else respects her except some random fans that go like, oh, she's tiny, will she matter? And then she proves that she matters and kills everyone. That's not sad, that's a story of mostly overcoming her own limitations and using them to prove everyone else wrong. There's no real sadness in there. Like, she does really bloody well. There's our positioning. And now 4 points, please. I'm worried about the other Taiki Shuttle and the Augury, obviously. Those are really, really scary. They have a lot of front positions, and my L is bad. I know that. I know my L is bad. Hope you don't charge by the hour. I don't charge at all. I charge by the hour in my day job, if that helps, Petrovsky. My day job charges by the hour. A lot by the hour as well, but on stream, nah, I don't charge shit. I don't charge anything. Oh, Haru on the outside! Come on, Haru. We didn't get anything to go here, so this is like... We can't rely on winning off of stats either, because our opponents have those stats, right? Are you ready? Pew! Important, it never shows that she actually hit that coin that she threw. Head cannon, she missed every single shot. Here we go, Redshift on L. Breath of fresh air, late. Updrafter. Doesn't do anything, Homestead Chase, and this is how we lose. Because their L is considerably better than ours. Yeah, we're not even getting close here. The dirt team, like 2 out of the 3 of my dirt team needs to be changed. Yep. Ah, Afid! Thank you for the gift subs! Afid! Thank you! What the hell? I appreciate that. You're shooting blanks? I mean, also only 60k points. That was really bad. I'm probably going to rerun the Haru to see whether we can get the... No, I don't want to do that. Whether we can get the full combo there. And then go off of that. This is the team... Oh, this is the list that I like the most out of all of mine at the moment. Like, what are we at? 42, this is nothing. Like, what are we actually sitting at the moment? We're currently sitting at 538,000. So, like, really comfortably within retention. That's the only thing that matters. People love her, but damn, I do not. I like Augury, she's fine. Yeah, Afid, thank you for the gift subs. Thank you so much, everyone. Who's running with a loaded revolver? I mean, Taiki Shuttle, huh? It's all Taiki. Boop. Give me that. There we go, dailies. Yeah, so I'll probably rerun Haru until we have Tail held high, just because it gives her like such a big edge to get into position. And then we'll see. It's first class. It just means you haven't really done PvP, right, Petrov? You can only advance once per week, so it takes a couple of weeks before you can get into higher classes. That's normal. As long as you're looking at your race thingy here, and it says promotion range. So this is the current retention. You need to be above this value in order to get into the next one. And then it takes another week, and then the next one, and then it takes another week, and then the next one. That's all. The requirement to promote out of League 1 is like to have a pulse. Actually, the requirement to promote out of any league is to have a pulse, if I'm being entirely honest. Isn't Hishi also one? Because if so, I'm definitely saving. I have no idea. Future horses, I've decided whether I want them based off of style. I don't really know much about them. He, she, Amazon. Dirt E. Nope. Nope. Not a dirt runner. Dirt E. But she cool. Front record is 451k. I'm gonna demote. That's okay, don't worry. Like, you want to be in 5 or 6. Like, as long as you're in 5 or 6, you're chilling, right? Like, let's see what the difference is, shall we? Let's see what the difference is. Retention. The difference is 100 carats. Who gives a fuck? You want to get into 6 once in order to get your first promotion bonus, because these are very big. And obviously, like, you want to be promoted into it. But for retention, who gives a crap, right? Like, the difference is 100 carats. Don't worry about it. Oh, you get a difference when you get demoted. Is that when you get demoted into class 5? Yeah, it's 100 carats, right? Like, if you're always sitting in class 5 and that's where you're sticking around, that's okay. Don't worry about it. That's fine. And then you're getting the same if you're dumping out of class 6 into class 5. That's okay. Don't worry. How often do they happen? Every week. Here. You see how it says resets in 11 hours? Every week. Every single week. So if you're in class 1, if you're in class 6, every month that's about 1,000 carats. Cool. That's 66% of a 10 pull. I guess. It's not that big of a difference. The real big difference that comes in PvP is getting into class 6 once to like get all of the first promotion rewards, and then getting the friendship points. That's the big value. Value is calculated based on what? The average in that class. Like the average like things in that class. Or the median, like one of them. Either the average or the median, I don't know. I also don't care. Your value. A lot of things. There's a lot of things that give you points. During a race, every time you activate a skill, you get points. When all of your girls place in the top 3, in the top 5, you get extra points. If you run various positions and no one's running at the same spot, all of you you get points for good positioning specifically. There's a billion things that give you points. There's a billion things that give you points, and you should look out for most of them. That's what that value is based on. You can see them pop up while you're racing, right? Like when your skills fire. There's a lot. Also, you can see... Yeah, exactly. Dingo also brought it up as well. You see the support bonus? Every time you level support cards above certain levels, they give you a permanent benefit as well. There you can see like how many applicable cards I have for that purpose. And then you see like your final bonus eventually. It's a minor % bonus. Like obviously the more you level, the higher this gets, but it's not important. You just do this. Can you reassign the ace? Yeah, it's whoever's at the top. It's whoever's like in the top row. I have mine sorted by position that they're running, therefore I'm not gonna reassign the ace. Because otherwise this gets clustery for me and I don't like that. Being best of your racing type gives points. That's another reason why you want to run different styles, right? Ace gets a 10% bonus though. Yeah, I don't care. A, I'm in the highest league that I can be in. B, I'm not leaving the highest league I can be in. Therefore, I don't need more points. What do more points do for me right now? So what I like is I will take like an ordered box that I can look at without wanting to throw up. Instead of pushing for numbers that are meaningless at this point. A 10% bonus does not, like, the difference make. So, whatever. Can you reassign within the top, or do you need to play the Hanoi Towers? No, you can just... here, for example, like, if I want to put a Halo there... There. Now Halo's there, Bakshin's there. If I want to get my Bakshin back... There. You can't take a horse out, as far as I know, which is really annoying. Just click auto-select, it's going to be fine. Never press auto-select. This button here is the death of you. The game does not know how to play itself. Do not auto-resolve. Seriously. Is Evil Nature useful on these races, or an Uma that will rank low just hurts your score? She does hurt your score, Strider. The problem with Evil Nature is that it's hard to make a nice nature that also places within the top 5 and also places best in her bracket. You're almost never playing her as a pure debuffer in this. She will give you less points on average. She will fire a lot of skills, that's nifty, but she will lose out on all of the, hey, I am also a good racer. You'd bring a hybrid nature in that regard. 1200 speed, whatever the power rating is, like 900, probably 900, you're playing her in medium, right? 900 stamina-ish. And then 500 wit, as much as you can. That's a pretty high roll run. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty high roll run. But if you get her there, then you can run her. She needs to be able to succeed by herself and not just be a supporter. As a supporter, as like Evil Nature, every time I've run against an Evil Nature, I know that I win that race. It's nothing. They're meaningless in here. They are exclusively interesting for Champions Meet, where your other horse's placing doesn't matter. What's a hybrid nature? Normal nature plus I. Normal nature plus all the debuffs plus high wit. But your high wit isn't 800 plus, it's like 400. That's what it is. It's a pretty difficult run to get. It's RNG. Or you can click auto select and not save the changes. I'm not pressing that fucking button. There's no reason to press that button. Therefore I'm not. They're more debuffs than Evil Eye. Yeah, Mystifying Murmur. The other one. What? I do a cleanup system of my veterans, keeping only one of each racer always, unless I have more than one of the same one and it's a different style version of the racer. I try to do that. I keep good sparks as well, obviously, but since we cannot label them, that gets complicated eventually. Since there's no good labeling system, except for like putting a carrot on them. But I don't know why I put a carrot on them, right? Like, I would love if that carrot symbol was like maybe a star, maybe like something else that you could flip through to add different symbols to racers, so you like know that your box isn't chaos. Alas, we don't get to do that. We do not get to do that. Alright, ducklings. Everybody. It's Sunday. Hold up 1 second. It's Sunday. I don't actually stream Sundays. Differently colored carrots would be cool. Yeah, like one after every stat type, for example. Would be nifty. Later we can, but not in global yet. Yeah, this is a later project. So... I'm gonna go to bed now. No, I'm not gonna go to bed. That's a fucking lie. No, I'm going to go make food now. I'm gonna go make food. Who... I still haven't figured out who I'm raiding when it's around midnight. So, it's gonna be the same person over and over. Can you use the spark filter? Sure, but it puts everyone into random order. I would love to use the spark display, but not filter by sparks, but the game doesn't do that. Unfortunately, you cannot display one and then filter by something else. What's my schedule for streaming Uma? Good question. Right now, I decide based on whim. Tomorrow, I'm going to play Dice Gambit. And then on Tuesday, we're streaming Uma. And then on Wednesday, we're probably streaming Uma, if I'm streaming Wednesday. Wednesday is my off day. All of my off streams are all going to be Uma if they happen. And on Thursday, I'm streaming Dice Gambit. And on Friday, I'm streaming Uma. And on Saturday, I actually don't have board games this Saturday. So on Saturday, I don't know yet. You can tell I'm making this up as I go. Unfortunately, right now, I'm not entirely sure. So I'm live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's my 5 days. Wednesdays are bonus streams sometimes. Sundays, like today, are bonus streams sometimes. Those are basically all going to be Uma. As for my main stream schedule, we just started Dice Gambit, and I'm absolutely in love with that game. And because I got early access to it and the game isn't out yet, I have like a preview full game version. I kind of want to use that, because that's a big advantage as a streamer to have access to something like this. So I want to capitalize on that. And then we're probably just going from one day to another, honestly. All right. So, do we have a raid message? Do we have a raid message for today? Expect Uma on Tuesday. Expect Uma's Tuesday. Uni starts again, so probably missing a bunch of streams. Saturday Fuse. Stay safe for uni, okay? Thank you for being in your off time. Matters a lot. Do we have a raid message? Finish my medium curtain. Oh, I'm so sorry. Stop doing that. I hope it went well, Ringsang. I hope it went well. I'm gonna throw you all at VD. VD with the... Like, now that the Uma tournament that she organized is over, she's still a wonderful, wonderful friend of mine. The duck lies? That's not true. Here, counter message. If the duck always lies, then why does it say the duck only speaks the truth? Huh? More grass for Haru? Yeah, let's just do that. Honestly, that's cute enough effort. Let's just do that as a raid message. Everybody, thank you for being here. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night or evening. If there's anything left in your weekend, I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend and have a wonderful start into the week. I'm going to be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. CEST, which is what, like noon EST? EDT, sorry. We're playing Dice Gambit. More Uma on a Tuesday. I need to post a schedule. I'm going to post a schedule in Discord. Here's Discord, in case you're wondering about me posting schedules, or me talking about Uma, or me looking at people's horses, or me looking at people's cards. That's the Discord there. Other than that, good night, everybody.